The Price of Passion by Tyla Walker.
Can you truly put a price on this kind of passion?
And what kind of passion is that?
Oh, when your heart is beating 1,000,000 miles a minute and you can't stop your stomach from fluttering.
I was thinking more along the lines of the passion that makes your toes curl and your back arch.
Of course you were. And if that's the kind of passion you want, you'll definitely find it in this book. But to abide by YouTube's guidelines, you won't get it from this version.
But Miss Tyla agrees. You can't put a price on passion like that. Which is why she's offering you the chance to get a generous 40% discount.
All you have to do is apply discount code SAVE40 at checkout and earn 40% off of any digital product, including audiobooks, ebooks, and bundles that may even be listed at a discounted price already.
It sounds too good to be true.
You're listening to Tyla Walker's The Price of Passion. Chapter 1. Jennifer. The light chirping of the birds stirs me from my sleep, and I open an eye to the muted light washing into the room through the curtains. I snuggle comfortably into the pillow on my side, throwing the warm comforter over my bare shoulders as I allow sleep to take over once again. Not for long, however, as I feel a soft pair of lips press against the back of my neck. What the heck? I push myself up, confused and hungover, a wave of dizziness washing over me at the abrupt action. Good morning to you too, beautiful. The man beside me greets, sitting up with a lazy smile on his face. I trust last night's activity left you satisfied? God, what even happened? And why am I in bed with you? I dumbly ask, rubbing my temples with my fingers as I try to remember what happened. Yet I only see flashes of light, music, and people, which really doesn't help with my situation. Let's just say you invited me for a good time, sweetie, he comments. And I did have a good time if you're curious. Oh God, not another cocky nobody. Save the effort of wooing me, it won't work. I leave the bed and make my way to my vanity to grab my bathrobe from the chair. Now please leave. I have to work at 11. Good company in bed and a hustler? I think I hit the jackpot, he says as he pulls his boxers up. Believe me, you're not getting anything from me after this. I wait as he fixes himself up, focusing on my phone as I go through messages and emails. When he's fully clothed, I lead him out of the apartment. Call me if you want to have another good time. He leans in for a final kiss, and I turn my head away, scowling at him. Go, I say, jerking my head to the door. Dismayed, he leaves, muttering a string of curses on his way out. I slam the door shut and make a beeline for the bathroom to take a shower. I strip out of my bathrobe and hop in, the warm water calming my nerves despite my growing headache. Once I'm done, I towel myself dry on my way out of the bathroom. I walk into my closet and dress in my favorite black pencil skirt and blazer that goes well with a simple white top. I take out my black Louboutin heels and then head towards my vanity to do my makeup. I hastily fix my hair, thankful for my recent pixie cut, before putting on my favorite pair of emerald huggy earrings. Giving myself a final once-over, I grab my bag and make my way out of the apartment. I take out my phone and make a call as I descend the stairs. Jonathan, I'm on my way out. Can we meet by the bakery at the end of the street? Jonathan's booming laughter startles me. Running late today, miss? I sigh. Unfortunately, I have a slight hangover and I'm meeting a client in an hour. Got it, miss. It's already rush hour anyway. Thank you. I'll treat you to a croissant, I gratefully reply, stepping out of the complex and into the bustling area of Saint-Germain-des-Prés. I'll hold you to that, miss. With a click, Jonathan drops the call. I stuff my phone into my bag and head to the bakery, silently praying that today would be a good day despite the rocky start. I spoke too soon about smooth transactions, I think to myself, hardening my gaze at the old lady before me. I simply can't sell this for a lower price, Miss Allaire. The fairest price I can give for the piece is 506,120 euros, Mrs. Dupont argues, placing a gloved hand over my desk. Mrs. Dupont. If I may retaliate, our museum curates and buys high-quality pieces. I take a look at the painting on display before us, a work of Mrs. Dupont's husband, who is surprisingly regarded as a rising artist in the art world, despite his old age. And what is your point, Miss Allaire? My point is, Mr. Dupont is still a rising artist despite his amazing works. It would be too much for our museum to acquire it at such a price, I reason, trying to keep my cool about the bargain. Usually clients would be easier to deal with. They'd approach me with their best interests, yet with limited knowledge about how art and money work. Mrs. Dupont is the same, except that she's persistent about her husband deserving more than what he can offer. Obviously, I beg to differ, but I'm not about to bring my personal thoughts into the matter. Work is work, and personal relations aren't needed here. Despite my advice, however, Mrs. Dupont is relentless. This is one of my husband's life works. Can't you be kind enough to buy the piece? I hum. Lower the price to 340,900 euros and we have a deal. No, I will not settle for that low of a price. I sigh, already anticipating where this is going. Do you want my honest opinion, Mrs. Dupont? Yes, I would like to know why you refuse to buy the piece for the price it obviously deserves. I push myself out of my revolving chair and walk over to the painting. Despite the intricate details of the piece, Mrs. Dupont, the quality of the materials seems, for lack of a better word, cheap. How dare! I'm not done, ma'am, I warn, smiling sweetly despite my irritation. While oil paints are indeed expensive, I can tell they were not recently bought. In fact, most of the materials used were accumulated from Mr. Dupont's years of being an artist. Even the canvas. Not only that, but this frame is something I've seen countless times before. Some artists unreasonably double their artwork's price by choosing this. I cross my arms over my chest and lean my head to the side. Now, if I were to be asked, the price I'm offering is still much more generous than its actual marketable value. With a shaky voice, Mrs. Dupont asks, "And what price might that be?" Only 206,080 euros, and that's something for a piece from a lesser-known artist. Mrs. Dupont's eyes grow wide. That can't be right. That's the reality of it, ma'am. I lean on my desk, itching to strike the final deal. Now, will you take my initial offer, or will you leave and look for another museum to take it in? But I need the money, she mutters, her eyes swelling with tears. Mrs. Dupont, for whatever price you settle for, you still get the money, I tell her. Please make the decision now. All right, I'll sell it for your initial offer, Mrs. Dupont says hesitantly. Delighted, I present her the contract, read her the terms, and watch as she signs it. I go back to my desk and write the check, smiling as I send her off. As she leaves, I hear a bit of sniffling from the other side, and I sigh. What can I say? I have that killer instinct. I got it from my papa. When most other black men back in the day who managed to get into college were going into accounting or law or engineering, my papa graduated from an HBCU, made his way to France, and put his art history degree to good use. He used American gumption and bootstraps and built a black-owned art museum in the heart of the lily-white art world, and people flocked to him for it. He taught me that if you work hard, no one will be able to pull you down. Such is the life of a person married to an individual in the arts, I tell myself. As I begin packing up the papers, my phone rings. I pick it up, greeting, "Allaire here." "Jenny, wonderful timing. Is the sale finished?" "Yes, Papa, just finished." "Excellent. Let's talk about it over dinner. Fancy eating at Chez Diane?" At my hum of agreement, he continues, "For now, hurry over to the other branch to meet me. I have something big to discuss with you." Right now, I still have 2 clients left for the day. I already asked Ainsley to take over for you. Please hurry, as this is something that can greatly affect the museum. Interested? I pause in my task and reply, "I understand. I'll be there in 10 or 15, depending on the traffic." I place the last stack of papers on the side of my desk, pack up my stuff, and exit my office in record time.
Chapter 2. Ren. I groan as I put my alarm to snooze, stuffing my head under the covers and shying away from the sunlight. Painting until 3 in the morning is never a good idea, but it also never stopped me from doing so. I turn my alarm off completely after it goes off the second time, and I make a move to sit up. I run my fingers through my long hair, yawning despite the late hour. How long was I out? I murmur, checking the time on my phone as I scratch my head. The screen flashes 12:13, and I sigh at the thought of losing half a day to sleep. I get up and stretch languidly, allowing my muscles to relax. Walking to the middle of my room, aka my art studio, I observe my surroundings and laugh at the mess I've accumulated in the past few weeks. About time I tidy up, I guess. I make quick work of the brushes, storing them away carefully in my brush jar and placing them on the table beside the easel. I then move to my balcony doors and open them, letting the cool breeze in and pull the pungent smell of oil paints and linseed oil out. The streets at this time of day are quiet, save for the kids playing downstairs and the occasional gathering from the neighbors across my apartment complex. Today's a good day, I muse to myself before returning to my task. I begin organizing my materials and equipment. At the same time, I take out scraps of paper and tissues and dump them in the trash bin by the door. Once I've made my room look decent, I step out of my sleep clothes and head for the shower to wash off yesterday's grime. My hands are spotted with oil paint, their colors mixing on my skin. I turn on the faucet and do my best to get the paint off, taking a small bit of glycerin and dabbing them on the painted areas before scrubbing them clean. After most of the dried paint has come off, I strip off my clothes and take a proper shower. I take my time, stepping out 30 minutes later and drying myself off as I walk to my closet. I throw on a simple oversized shirt and some denim shorts. Sitting cross-legged on my bed, I take out the hairdryer and begin to dry my hair, brushing it as soon as I'm done. I head to the living room, sighing as I weave through the countless paintings around me. Despite my luck of getting an apartment with a balcony, the space is still too cramped inside, especially with the number of paintings displayed everywhere. But I keep this place even though I can afford something bigger, because Dad got this for me when I decided to move out. Nothing can ever easily replace emotions and memories. This place is my home. My stomach grumbles as I take my wallet from the couch, and I leave the apartment, descending the stairs in hurried strides. Immediately, I find myself in the quiet streets of the village. But before I can get anywhere, Antonio bumps into me, a grin plastered on his boyish face. "Ren, you're finally awake." I chuckle, ruffling the boy's curly hair. "What do you mean, finally? I was awake ages ago." "No, you weren't," he retaliates matter-of-factly. "You weren't listening to Laura Pausini on the balcony like you always do, so I figured you were still asleep." I laugh heartily, amazed by the kid's observation skills. "Do I listen to that much of Laura's music?" He nods enthusiastically. "Yeah, I hear it every time you call me over." Antonio perks excitedly, bringing his hands behind him. "Anyway, do you need me to buy you lunch?" I shake my head. "Nope. I'd rather buy something myself today, Antonio." "Oh, so no tip for me?" Antonio exclaims, pouting. I chuckle at the kid's words. "I'll get you a cookie on the way back. How does that sound?" "I'd like that very much." "Thanks, Ren. You know where to find me." I watch him as he joins his friends before I take off for the other side of the street. I head towards Trattoria d'Abruzzo and enter the quiet restaurant. "Good afternoon, Mr. Angelino," I greet, walking up to the counter and taking a seat in front of the man, Are you done serving lunch, or did I make it just in time? You're just in time, Ren, the old man informs, booming with laughter as he leans over the counter. What will you be having today? If possible, I'd like to have the day's special. You're in luck. We're having cacio e pepe today. I beam at the news. Then cacio e pepe it is. I'd also like to have a pizza al taglio and one cookie. Will you be having it here? Mr. Angelino asks expectantly, eyes shining. I shake my head. I'll be taking out today's special, I say, already expecting his disappointment. Sighing, Mr. Angelino punches in my order and rings up my bill on the cash register, clicking his tongue. You're always working, Ren. Come eat here sometimes. The regulars miss your stories, you know? I laugh, delighted by the sentiment. I'm sorry, sir. I'll make time in the next 2 weeks. I just have to finish this piece. Well, whatever it is, I hope the piece is going well. He barks orders for someone at the back before turning to me with a quiet smile. The kids at the elementary school miss your art sessions as well, or so that's what my daughter tells me. I'll be sure to pay them a visit sometime, I promise. He gives a silent nod and goes back to polishing glasses while I wait for my order. When my food arrives, I take it gratefully from Mr. Angelino and leave the place after promising to visit again soon. I pass by the playground to give Antonio his cookie before I make my way back to my apartment. I go straight to my bedroom and place my food on the high table next to the balcony. I then take the covers off the piece I've been working on tirelessly for weeks. I stare at it, marveling at how the colors are finally coming together. This part still looks wrong, though, I murmur, closely observing one area of the painting. I open my takeout box, and the salty smell of the dish hits me. I smile in delight as I take a small bite, the creamy texture blessing my tongue. Oh, that hits the spot, I say, taking another bite of the dish. After I've momentarily satisfied my hunger, I make a grab for my materials and resume last night's work. With practiced hands, I squeeze small blobs of oil paint onto my palette. I dip the brush into the paint, and once the brush hits the canvas, I lose all sense of time and begin painting the hours away. It's like a trance. The feeling is akin to floating on water, letting the waves guide me while the sun keeps me energized. When I finally stop to rest, the sun is already beginning to set, the sky tinted with hues of reds, yellows, and oranges. The food beside me is gone, and the colors on the painting make more sense than they did a week ago. I step back and admire my work, a calm feeling suffusing me. Wish you were here to see this, Dad. With a sad smile, I take the brush again and go back to work, never wanting to lose the trance I'm in.
Chapter 3. Jennifer. Nearly there, miss. Just around this corner, Jonathan tells me as the car circles around, and I look up from my phone to see the museum up ahead. Jonathan parks the car just across the main entrance, and I step out of the car nervously. It's out of character for my father to call me in when I'm still working. Usually he'd wait after I'm done with the day's deals, and we'd talk over dinner at our favorite restaurants. So whatever he has to say right now, it's something really important to him. Before I can walk to the entrance, Jonathan lowers the car window and sticks his head out. Would you want me to wait for you and Mr. Allaire? He inquires. No, you can take a short break first. We'll probably be out in time for our scheduled dinner, I tell him. I wave goodbye as I cross the street and head for the museum. At this time of day, Musée du Allaire is bustling with art enthusiasts and art students alike. There are also couples trying to get into the arts or pretending to have a good time for the sake of aesthetic photos on Instagram. I smile in amusement as I tear my gaze from the visitors. Nodding at the museum guides as I step into the lobby, I march toward the elevators on the left side and shoot Papa a message telling him I'm here. I get off on the office floor, then hurriedly make my way towards the executive's office. My father's secretary comes out of the room and greets me on the way. Here for Mr. Allaire, ma'am? Xavier inquires, holding a cup of coffee in his hand. He just finished a call with a big shot abroad. Seems like he called you in for that. I do recall him telling me something along those lines. I explained to him. Thank you for the heads up, Xavier. My pleasure, ma'am. Would you like some coffee as well? I'm actually on my way to refill Mr. Allaire's cup. I shake my head. No need. Coffee ruins my appetite, so I try not to drink it before dinner. Very well. Best not to keep Mr. Allaire waiting, he comments as he walks away. I approach my father's office and knock twice before entering. Papa, I'm here, I greet, going over to his desk. I lean over to kiss his cheek, and he smiles in reply, motioning for me to take a seat. You called me over despite my busy schedule. I begin as I sit down. What's the rush, Papa? First, I'd like to ask about your deal in the other branch. I trust that everything went well? He asks instead, even though he's the one who said we'd talk about that sale over dinner. Yeah, I answer, matching his relaxed demeanor. Although the customer was relentless, how could she insist that something of that quality be paid more than it's worth? Papa leans back in his chair. But you managed to close the deal. For how much? I'd say 406,500 euros. Lower, 340,900 euros. I sigh, easing into my chair. It was supposed to be lower than that, given how the artwork wasn't of high standard at all. My father chuckles, tapping his finger on his desk. I did teach you right, Jenny, and I'm proud you didn't yield to her. I beam, feeling shy at his praise. Thank you, Papa. I'll continue to do my best. That's great, because I have a new project, and I need your expert skills in making this dream of mine a reality. There it is. I shift in my seat, bracing myself for the news. Whenever Papa wants something done, he sees to it that it becomes a reality, and in that regard, we are two peas in a pod. We get sour whenever things don't go our way, so I understand his excitement about his plans. Except this time, there's a feeling in my chest I can't shake off. I trust my intuition more than anything, but I'm not about to deny Papa what he wants. So, what's this project you're excited about? I can feel your energy from where I'm seated, I tell him, trying to keep calm. As you know, Musée du Allaire only takes in the best artworks out there, he begins, walking up to the side of his desk. He leans on the edge and looks at me with a glint in his eyes. And currently, I have a painting I want to acquire no matter what. And what is this painting? He rarely ever gets worked up about getting a piece for the museum, so this artist must be an incredibly well-known figure in the art scene. Well, if you've been keeping up with the art scene online, you'd have read articles about this mysterious artist from Italy called Ren. He crosses his arms, his eyebrows furrowing as he engages in deep thought. And the piece Ren is currently working on has got all of the critics talking about it. I peek with interest. A mystery artist whom critics hold in such high regard? How come? I say, sounding my thoughts out unintentionally. In an interview, Ren claims it's the culmination of his life's work. Although, get this, no one has even seen the artwork itself. Are you serious? I ask, my eyes bulging. How can critics flock to the artist and the piece when he hasn't even shown it to the public yet? From my sources, I've heard that he hasn't finished it yet. Papa brings a hand to his chin. Although it is indeed peculiar that critics would be interested in it as early as now, even museums and collectors are already haggling prices to get their hands on it. My eyebrows shoot up in wonder. That will soon include us? Correct. As you may have guessed, this is exactly what I'm dreaming of, Jenny. He claps his hands together, smiling brightly. And I need your assistance in getting the ephemerality of seasons, Ren's masterpiece that has the entire art world clamoring. So when do you want me to meet this artist? I'll have my office arranged immediately for his arrival. Papa stares at me, and then booms in laughter, reaching out to clap a hand on my shoulder. A funny feeling settles in my stomach as he looks me dead in the eyes. My dear child, you'll be going to Italy personally to convince Ren to sell the piece to us.
Chapter 4. Ren. A knock on the door breaks me from my creative trance, and blinking away the confusion, I put my brush down to answer it. "Coming!" I yell after the second knock. I wipe my messy hand on my art smock and pull the door open. "Tonio," I greet, moving aside to let the kid enter. "You're back so early. Weren't the lines long?" Antonio shakes his head. "Not really. Dinner time just started, you know. The restaurants were still a bit empty," he informs, handing me the plastic bag of food. The smell of vegetable soup and another serving of cacio e pepe wafts through the air. I hum in delight as I walk to the kitchen to place the food on the counter. "Thanks again for this," I tell Antonio, reaching into my shorts for some money. "Here's today's tip." "Awesome. You're the best, Ren," he cheers, pocketing the €1 coin. I'm glad he isn't the type to demand so much. Antonio's father raised him right, which is something I'm happy and thankful for. "Are you going to eat now?" he asks me, placing his hands behind his back as he roams around the cramped space. "Man, you really have to sell these paintings, Ren. What's the point of keeping them around anyway?" "Well, for starters, they hold a lot of sentimental value." "What does that mean?" he inquires, tilting his head to one side. "It means they mean a lot to me." I walk up to him and begin going through each canvas. "Do you want to see some of them?" "Oh yes, you draw really well." "That's just the product of practice, Tonio. You can be an artist too, if you'd like," I say, fondly smiling at the kid. I pull one canvas out from the rack beside my couch and hold it up, Antonio looking at it with awe. "What's it called?" "I honestly have no idea," I admit. Whenever I paint whatever feels right until I get the desired result. "Why's that?" "Because I have a lot of feelings to convey, and I don't have anyone to share these feelings or memories with." Being an adult must be hard," Antonio muses, taking a canvas and giving it to me. "That's my dad's town," I say, laughing at his innocence. "Here, this is the plaza on top, and these are the stairs and the alleyways," I tell him as I point to each area in the painting. "You're right. That's amazing, Ren. You draw more things than people, though." He takes another canvas and holds it up, his face twisting as he tries to make sense of it. "And you like drawing muddles of colors, too." "In my opinion, they're easier to draw than people or landscapes," I tell him. Then, in a quieter voice, I explain, "I drew this when Dad died. I was confused about my feelings and I couldn't think straight. This happens to be the result. Something abstract and unexplainable." "This mess really matter to you?" Antonio asks curiously. "I don't understand." I hum, thinking of a way to explain it better. "Well, let me ask you this. If you receive a gift, or if you create something because of your own decision, you'd want to keep it close to you, right?" Antonio's eyebrows furrow, then realization dawns on his face. "Yeah, because it's mine." I laugh, relieved he was getting what I mean. "Then that's exactly how I feel about these pieces here." I take the one with muddled colors, remembering the painful days after my dad died. "For example, this piece is dedicated to my father and his memory. This piece here." I take the landscape painting of his town from the couch. "It's dedicated to my dad's town. He helped me paint this when we went there for vacation, and I wanted to enclose the memory in a painting." "What about this one?" he asks, excitedly pulling a medium-sized canvas out. The portrait bears the image of my mother, but in place of a face were her favorite flowers. "That's the piece my dad dedicated to my mother. He too liked painting memories and feelings, because he loved her." You're confusing, Ren. "I know. I get that a lot. But this is why I never want to part with my paintings. Here, I'll show you one more thing." I place a guiding hand on his shoulder and lead him to my bedroom. "Here's my latest piece. The reason why I haven't gone out in weeks. I tell Antonio, proudly huffing my chest at what I've painted so far. "This is amazing!" Antonio exclaims, getting close to the painting. "This is bigger than the other pieces, and it's also the prettiest." "You flatter me too much, kid," I say. "Although it isn't finished yet, I still need to refine the details, so I'll be finished by tomorrow." "Do you have a name for it? You do, don't you?" he insists, looking at me with wide eyes. It's refreshing to see this kind of excitement from a child. It's much different from the judging eyes of art critics. After all, I only want my art to be enjoyed by those who see it, yet so many art enthusiasts ruin the experience for me. "I do have a name, but I don't think you'd understand it," I joke. Antonio crosses his arms over his chest. "Come on, I want to know, Ren." "Well, it's called the ephemerality of seasons," I tell him, and as expected, he merely tilts his head in confusion. I laugh at his efforts to take that information in. "What does what does that word mean?" he manages to say, dumbfounded. "Well, to compare it to a word, it means short-lived," I explain, ruffling his curly hair. "A moment." Antonio hums. "I think I get it," he tells me. "If it's for your father, I think I understand." He doesn't say anything after that. Instead, he walks up to my balcony and leans on the railing, resting his chin on his hand, looking out the night sky with an unreadable expression on his youthful face. I stay silent as I look at the piece. Whatever the child was thinking, it was probably because of the silence he can feel from the piece. But this isn't entirely about sadness. My fingers itch with the need to finish the painting as my memories resurface. Not for the first time, I think to myself, I wish Dad was here to see this.
Chapter 5. Jennifer. "Papa, surely you're not being serious," I protest, my mind abuzz with thoughts of countless deals and deadlines I'd be missing. "I have work piled up. I can't just leave for Italy." "Of course you can. This is work too, and you'll be generously compensated, Jenny. Don't worry about that." I pull back, still doubtful about my father's plan. But why do I need to convince Ren? Can't he just fly over and talk? He laughs before saying, "For an artist who's never shown himself in public, I doubt he'll simply fly over and talk." "We don't even know what he looks like," I exclaim. "Papa, are you sure he's worth the trouble?" He nods. "He is, Jenny. Ren's piece is the equivalent of Johannes Vermeer's The Concert." My mouth hangs open at the mention of a highly prized piece. "And you're my best bet for this. I trust no one but you to make this deal for me, sweetie. None of my other subordinates are as assertive and determined as you. On top of that, you're not easily emotionally swayed. You can take whatever excuse Ren throws at you." I sigh, still dumbfounded he compared this mysterious artist to someone as highly acclaimed as Vermeer. Now I'm curious as to who this Ren person is. "Before I agree, I'd like to know more about the specifics of the project, Papa," I argue, not letting him get to me easily. What am I getting into? How will I find, let alone talk to this artist? What are the terms for our negotiations? "Relax, Jenny. You already sound more excited than I am," Papa jokes, taking out a file case and sliding it over to me. "Everything you'll need to know and more is there. You can read them on the plane. As for other matters, shall we discuss them at our scheduled dinner time?" I shake my head, knowing I wouldn't be able to focus on my dinner anymore. "No, Papa, we should cancel dinner." I take a quick look at the report, and the sales projections make my eyebrows shoot up in question. "This is how much we're selling it for?" I ask incredulously. Papa nods. "That's how I know you won't take no for an answer from Ren." He leans over his desk and presses his hands on top of it, saying, "This piece could sell for billions of euro, and I'm not about to lose it when we have the chance." There's a shift in the air when Papa holds my gaze, and I look back at the projected price for the piece, perturbed at how far he's willing to bet on it. At the back of my head, an annoying feeling kicks in. Why on earth doesn't Ren want to sell his painting if it could potentially make him live off of riches for years? Okay, fine. I'll travel to Italy for this, I concede, rubbing my temples. There is simply no stopping my father when he gets invested in an art piece, and this is undoubtedly something he's been dying to get his hands on. The mystery around this Ren person is making me feel excited about this entire endeavor all of a sudden. And I can't help but think about how our meeting will go once I finally lay my eyes on him. That's perfect, Papa exclaims, grinning as he claps his hands together. I expect that I will be compensated properly. I already promised you, didn't I? His smile fades when he continues. Now I expect you to make the sale immediately. I understand. Where will I find him? I believe the details of his neighborhood are also in those papers. All right, so I just have to talk to this Ren person, strike a deal, and leave with the painting? Pretty much, Papa says, shrugging. I doubt he'd be trusting of me, Papa. It's not like you're out for blood, Jenny. You're nice and sociable, he reassures, smiling sweetly. Any other questions? With my eyes on the papers, I curtly answer, no. I pack the file case inside my bag and stand. I'll be departing tonight, if that's okay. That's more than okay, he booms, smiling proudly. I'll have the jet prepared for you. Just tell me when you're ready to go. Thank you, Papa. I'll be back in no time, I say, smiling as I go over to his seat to give him a hug. Then I exit the museum in a hurry, my phone pressed to my ear as I contact Jonathan. Jonathan, are you nearby? Yes, miss. Do you need me to pick you and Mr. Allaire up for dinner? No, change of plans. I need you to immediately pack a bag for a week. We're going to Italy. There's a noise on his end, and I hold back my laughter. What about you, miss? He asks eventually. Arrange for someone to send clothes that'll last me a week. I have no time to go back to my apartment and pack, I say, checking my watch. Of course, miss. Where do we rendezvous? Come pick me up at the park after you're done packing, I reply, briskly walking to a bakery to buy 2 croissants. Then we'll immediately leave for the hangar. Understood, miss. I'm on my way. Thank you, Jonathan. I hang up, pay for the croissants, and walk to the park to study the information on Ren while I wait. Once we get to the hangar, Papa's trusted pilot is already waiting for us. Miss Allaire, so good to see you, Mr. Levine greets, kissing both sides of my cheeks. I trust you two are ready for your trip tonight? He asks me and Jonathan with an excited smile. I nod, returning his grin. Of course we are. Then, not wanting to sound bossy, I ask in the most polite tone, may we leave now? Of course, miss. Right this way, if you please. He leads us to the private jet that's already prepared on the runway. We climb up the steps and enter the cool aircraft. I settle on my favorite velvet seat, sighing as my head hits the plush couch. Jonathan takes the seat across from me after placing his bag on the overhead compartment, crossing his legs over his knees as he sinks into his seat. To relieve some of my stress, I request a bottle of whatever available wine they have. A service crew approaches us minutes after the plane takes off. He places 2 wine glasses down and begins to pour us the drink. Today's selection is the Canonau di Sardegna from Sardinia, he announces. I hope it fits your taste. He places the bottle down and leaves, telling us that he'll be ready at the call whenever we need him. Well, this is nice, Jonathan remarks, already taking a sip of his wine. He swirls the drink inside the glass and proceeds to take another sip, nodding approvingly at the taste. I reach out to take my glass and smell the drink. After swirling it a bit, I take a small sip. Contrary to what I'm used to, the sweet flavor of the wine surprises me but doesn't excite me any further. French wine tastes better, I mutter, diverting my attention from the wine to the clouds outside.
Chapter 6. Ren. I sit on my bed, rubbing the sleep off my eyes and trying to catch a glimpse of the sunrise. This day is starting out beautifully, and as much as I would love to stay nestled in my warm bed, the colors outside are doing wonders to my sleep-addled brain. My eyes sweep over the sky, taking in the warm colors, and I'm already mixing paint in my head to find the perfect shade for each hue that the sunrise gives. I stand up with a jolt, rushing toward the nearest canvas in case I lose the creative drive. I grab a paintbrush from the floor, which I probably left last night before going to sleep, and reach toward the array of oil paint beside me, already knowing which colors to use. The sky is a mix of pink turning into orange, with hints of blue and indigo tinging the edge. The coldness of the night sky is disappearing into the warm light of the sun. I lock the picture of the morning sky in my mind and immediately get into it. Hours pass by and I paint without taking a break, only stopping when my hand starts to ache. I finally look up from my painting and look back up at the sky. It's different from when I last saw it, of course. The sky is now the color of blue topaz, soft and light, the sun high up in the sky, setting its light on the entire town. The clock on my table reads 12:42, and my stomach grumbles as if in confirmation. Yeah, time for lunch, or breakfast. I've been holed up in here since yesterday, working non-stop. I walk to the canvas by the balcony and breathe a sigh of satisfaction. It took all day and all night, but finally, ephemerality of the seasons is finished. I might as well go out for a walk. I change out of my pajamas into more presentable clothes, and just as I button my pants, the front door opens with a soft creak. Ah, he's here. Hey, Ren, Antonio calls from the door as he closes it behind him. Got anything for me today? I exit my room and toss him my apartment keys. He catches them easily and grins at me. Slipping into my shoes, I tell him, I'm going out to buy ingredients for lunch. Stay on your phone, please. I'll be back in a while. Yes, sir, Antonio jokingly replies. I chuckle, stepping out of the apartment and calling out behind me, Feel free to eat anything in the fridge. Antonio's muffled voice comes from behind the door. Oh, I will. And lock the door. I hear the door lock immediately turn, and I laugh to myself. Antonio's good to be around. I start my walk around the familiar neighborhood, feeling the heat of the sun embrace my skin. I pass by Mr. Giovanni's house and see him on the front porch, his golden retriever by his feet. Ren, great day, ain't it? He calls out. My eyes brighten up as I smile and wave a yes at him. Walking aimlessly around, I reach the corner of a supermarket where there are local vendors right outside. I look through the array of colorful fruits and vegetables, pausing every now and then when I hear someone call my name in greeting. Dear Ren, what are we looking for today? Tanya, an old lady whom I frequently buy my produce from, asks me. I'm not sure yet. Want to help me? Her eyes crinkle as she smiles at my response. She's always told me how she likes my spontaneity. Tanya starts taking the juiciest-looking tomatoes and puts 10 pieces in a bag. The sweetest tomatoes of Italy for the sweetest guy in Italy. Tanya hands me the bag, and I hand her the payment. I pay her more than the actual cost, saying, Because you called me sweet, keep the change. I wink at her, and she chuckles as I wave goodbye, heading in the direction of herb stalls. I've been eating takeout a lot lately, and I know I should cook more. I buy some herbs and a few more vegetables, making a mental note to cook food tomorrow because I'm too tired to cook today. Instead, I head to Ricci's Restaurant, a small, famous local restaurant that Antonio and I love. Once inside, I place 3 orders of carbonara, Antonio's favorite, and some garlic bread. Antonio eats a lot, and I haven't had breakfast yet. It's already 1:53 p.m., and the rush of lunch hour has already subsided in Ricci's, so it isn't hard to find an empty table while waiting for my order. I sit by the door, take a look around my surroundings, and slowly fall into people watching. There are still a few people around, eating by themselves mostly. My eyes stop at a stiff woman sitting by herself, her face twisted in obvious irritation. I tilt my head as I try to scrutinize every detail about her. Full face makeup, clean pixie-cut hairstyle, sparkling gold jewelry, expensive-looking clothes. She's like a sore thumb, angrily sticking out from the calm ambience of Ricci's. She's on her phone, tapping wildly at it and holding it up to her ear, trying to make a phone call. The carbonara is taking too long, I'm bored, and she looks like she really needs some help. So without hesitation, I begin to make my way toward the woman.
Chapter 7. Jennifer. My sunglasses slide little by little down my nose as I stalk toward the exit of the airport where my private jet landed. The double doors slide open, and I let out an irritated sigh, pushing my sunglasses back into place while looking around. Italy is nowhere near as beautiful as France, but it has its own charm. If only I have time to enjoy it. With a heavy sigh, I make my way to the train station adjacent to the airport. I can't believe I have to take public transportation of all things. I shiver at the thought of actually sitting with commoners and dirtying my clothes and shoes. Why did I have to send Jonathan away to confirm our hotel arrangements? I should have waited for him so we could rent a private car. I shake my head and take a deep breath. I have to stay professional. If getting this painting would mean billions, I am willing, albeit quite reluctantly, to do anything. I board the train and try my best not to touch anything. I squeeze my eyes shut and exhale loudly as I take a seat. My stomach is swirling and my nose is itching, but I can't scratch it because I accidentally touched another passenger a while ago. 4 hours and 2 bus rides later, I finally arrive at Abruzzo. I make my way to the exit in a hurry, making sure I don't touch anything else. I step off the bus, checking my phone to confirm the location of my father's source. Once I reach the short, mischievous-looking old man, he introduces himself with an obviously fake name, Marco. Both first and last name. I shake it off and ask him for details. I don't have time to waste, after everything I've been through to get here. Ren lives in the village down south. He shouldn't be difficult to find. He's quite the crowd favorite. Marco puts out his cigarette by throwing it on the ground and stomping on it once. Okay, then take me to him, I demand, annoyed we're still waiting around instead of getting work done. Marco looks up at me and explains, Miss Allaire, I cannot. He already knows me, and I've pestered him enough times that the people in his village know to throw me out once they catch sight of me. He must have rejected my offers at least 50 times by now. He chuckles bitterly. I stare at him, processing his words. So I'll have to go there. Can you at least tell me what he looks like? I'm afraid not, Miss Allaire. Our correspondence was never in person. I scoff and turn around, calling over my shoulder, Thank you for meeting with me. I stalk ahead without glancing back at the short man. What kind of incompetent source doesn't know his target's face? I mutter under my breath while searching for the bus stop. After another bus ride, I reach the village in 10 minutes. It's currently noon, and the air is starting to get warmer. The village is quite small. I can tell because the houses, stores, and small buildings are so close together. I walk toward an old woman selling apples and remove my sunglasses to talk to her. Excuse me, do you perhaps know a man named Ren? I was told he lives in this village. I ask with no hesitation. The woman scrunches her eyebrows together, seemingly annoyed. I'm sorry, no, she answers curtly. I brush it off and continue walking into the village. I don't have any time to lose. I ask a few more locals about Ren, but to no avail. Everyone seems to be busy, as if answering my questions is a waste of time. I scoff in disbelief, as if these people have anything better to do, living in such a small village like this. I decide to ask one last person before taking a rest, earning an eyebrow raise from the man and a curt no. He walks away, and I hear him grumbling to his friend about me being another greedy snoot who's after Ren's money. I fume, refusing to look back at them, my ears getting hot. They don't know what this means to me, to my family. They only know to look at the surface and judge people. They only know to waste my time for 2 hours, pretending they don't know Ren. I think it's time for me to rest and call Marco. I go inside a random restaurant with only a few people inside. There isn't a line for the cashier, so I decide to order a plate of carbonara. Before sitting down at my booth, I take out my phone to search for Marco's name on my contact list. I sit down with grace, making sure the stress isn't ruining my poise. I put my phone to my ear once I find Marco's number. Beep, beep, beep. I yank my phone to stare at the screen where it read, unable to make the call. I inhale deeply and look at the top corner of my screen, my annoyance growing once I see the big X on the signal symbol. There's no reception. Great. Another bad thing about this village. Hey, what's wrong? I startle, looking up at a man standing beside my table. His long brown hair tied into a messy bun at the base of his neck. It's a shade lighter than the scruff along his jaw, which is strong enough without the accent. His green eyes are piercing as he stares down at me. And, dare I say it, he's incredibly handsome. I throw my hands up, relieved I have someone to complain to. He asked for it. There's no reception, and I need to make an important call, I snap. The green-eyed man smiles at me. Calm down. There's reception outside if you need it. A waiter sets down my carbonara on the table. But I think you should enjoy your food first. The carbonara here is the best. If I can also help you with anything... I stand up to my full height and look him up and down with a glare. Who is he to tell me to enjoy my food and calm down? No one tells me what to do. I roll my eyes with a sigh as I cross my arms over my chest. The man smiles brightly at me. I hate the way it makes my heart flutter a little. I'm not usually one to get swept up in guys, unless I'm blackout drunk. You want to help me? I challenge him. He nods once and mirrors my stance, crossing his arms. What do you need? Tell me where Ren, the artist, lives.
Chapter 8. Ren. I stare at the woman in shock, studying her face and trying to decide what to tell her. I plop down on her booth and cross my arms with a smile. I know where Ren is, I tell her in a soft voice, making it seem like a secret. Judging from what the woman is wearing, I'm guessing she's a rich art curator. She's probably here for my and my father's paintings, same as everyone else who comes looking for me. I could have some fun. More importantly, this woman could use some fun. She seems very stressed out. I chuckle inwardly as she sits back down across from me, interested. There's a sparkle in her eyes that makes her face light up, and when her expression isn't so pinched, she's beautiful. Stuffy, yes, but I ache to ruffle my fingers in her hair and peel that blazer away. Easy there. You've just been cooped up for too long. She is nothing but trouble, and not in the good way. And, she says, raising an eyebrow at me. I lean toward her, the smell of carbonara wafting to me. Tell me your name first. The woman tilts her head, her amber eyes catching the sunlight in a way that makes them flash gold. It's a beautiful color, on a beautiful face. And if I don't tell you my name, too bad she's got a bitchy attitude. I lean back with my arms crossed, not breaking eye contact with her. Well, miss, an eye for an eye. My name's Jennifer. Jennifer Allaire, she says, holding my gaze. Hi, Jennifer, I smile at her. So where's Ren? Jennifer asks, irritation evident in her voice. Jennifer, I pause. I'll tell you when you finish your carbonara. You look famished. As if she's been walking around all day. She stares at me for a few seconds before looking back down at her food and starts eating without a word. I would say she's thankful to have a minute to herself, but her face is that of stone. Once Jennifer is done eating, she stands up right away. Now show me where Ren is. I smile, standing up. Of course. Come with me. Discreetly, I signal to the cook to hold off my carbonara orders, We walk out of the restaurant and Jennifer strides beside me as I explain to her where Ren is. Ren frequents a restaurant around here. He's always there at this hour, brainstorming his crazy ideas. I chuckle and give her a you-know-how Ren can be sort of look. Are you sure he'll be there? I don't have time to waste, she asks firmly. Oh, I'm 100% sure. There's no chance I'm wrong. I glance at her. She has a determined look on her face, which makes me feel bad about what I'm doing. Just a little, though. We reach the pizza place, one of my favorites, and stop abruptly in front of the door. This is the restaurant. She immediately lifts her hand to the door to open it, but before she could push it open, I grab her wrist. We have to be discreet, Jennifer. We can't just barge in and yell his name. That would make a scene, I tell her earnestly. Jennifer drops her hand, facing me. So what do you suggest we do? Well, let's order a few things and scout the place to find out where he is. She hesitates and I say, Come on, it's a surefire way to find him. That's why you're here, right? Jennifer rolls her eyes and pushes the door open, following a server as he leads her to a table. I tail behind them, glad that my plan is working. After ordering a small pizza, Jennifer watches the people around us like a hawk. There aren't many people to begin with, but she obviously has no idea what I look like. Where is he? She demands impatiently. He'll be here, don't worry, I answer without missing a beat. We just have to wait. The server puts the pizza on the table, and I happily devour the entire thing while Jennifer keeps her eyes glued to the entrance. 20 minutes later, the server sets the bill on the table, and I stare at it. I clear my throat to get Jennifer's attention. I kind of forgot to bring cash. I scratch the back of my neck, smiling sheepishly at her. Jennifer rolls her eyes and takes out her wallet. It's thick with cash, 100 bills, and I smile. I feel better about tricking her for free food. She puts money on the table and stands up from her chair, not bothering to wait for the change. There's no one here, she hisses as she walks away. You said Ren would be here for sure. No one else came through the door. I'm leaving. She's annoyed I wasted her time, but I'm not done yet. Look, I'm sorry. I jog after her to explain. I forgot today's a weekend. He's in a different restaurant. I can show you. Jennifer stops walking and I stay still behind her. She'll fall for it for sure. I'm the only one who's entertained her about finding me because the people in this village ignore anyone who tries. I'm her only chance and she knows it. Fine. She's still not facing me. Ren better be there or I'm leaving. Arriving at the restaurant, Ren is not there. I forgot that he actually goes to another restaurant on Sundays. I was able to have spaghetti, sponsored by Jennifer, before going to the next restaurant. I'm eating ice cream at our third restaurant when Jennifer stands up from her seat, leaving the payment for my ice cream on the table. I hurriedly finish up and follow her as she looks around without any luck. She abruptly turns around to face me, her face scrunched up in annoyance. You dragged me across town to waste time. We've been to 3 places and Ren still hasn't shown up. You're wrong, though, I tell her, now feeling guilty about tricking her. I don't have time for this. She shakes her head and walks past me. Ren was in all 3 of the restaurants we went to, I call back to her. She stops, then turns to me slowly, her eyebrows furrowed. That's right. You never bothered to learn my name. I shake my head in mock disappointment. It was nice meeting you. I'm not selling my pieces, though. Jennifer opens her mouth to reply, but doesn't get the chance because I sprint past her, calling out as I run. Thanks for the free food.
Chapter 9. Jennifer. What? No, wait! I stare, slack-jawed and frozen in place after the man running away. What the hell? That's the real Ren? Is he actually running away after messing with me? You have got to be kidding me, I mutter under my breath as I begin to move. Running in heels is ridiculous, but I can't let the opportunity slip away. I can't let him out of my sight now, not after everything I went through. To my utter annoyance, Ren dares a glance back and sticks his tongue out before speeding off once again. He's been toying with me the entire day, and now this. Unbelievable. I chase after Ren as fast as my legs can go. I turn a corner when he does, slip between buildings, run across the streets. Jesus, this man is too fast. Minutes later, we reach a crowded plaza where Ren all too easily squeezes between people. I try my best to follow him, muttering excuses to the people I bump into. Then Ren enters a side street at the far side of the plaza. He makes a few turns until he passes through an alley that can barely fit two people side by side. When I pass through, however, Ren is nowhere to be found on the other side. He knows the streets too well. I pant, leaning my hands on my knees as I catch my breath. If I get my hands on him, I stomp my foot. Ow! I cry out in pain, looking around for a place to sit. Limping to the nearest bench, I set down my purse, loosen my shoes, and rest my feet. That was humiliating. The locals must think I'm crazy for running around the streets, chasing a man for some unknown reason. Or maybe, since all of them were so tight-lipped, they do know. I bury my face in my hands and groan. Ren, that jerk. I expected the negotiation to be difficult, but it's become a childish game of tag. That stunt he pulled caught me totally off guard, and he bolted away before I could process anything. If only I reacted fast enough, my feet wouldn't be killing me right now. I bend down to massage my heel, hissing in both pain and anger. How am I supposed to find him now? The sky is growing dark, and so are my surroundings. I glance around, but all I see are unfamiliar buildings that look neither commercial nor residential. I don't see a lot of street lamps, and there aren't a lot of people either. Probably only those who use the alley as a shortcut. I sigh. I need to get out of here as soon as I can. Digging through my purse, I take out my phone, search for Marco's number, and press call. He could pick me up, or, at the very least, tell me where I am. I wait for him to answer, but all I hear is ringing. It eventually goes to voicemail, so I try to call again. Come on, I groan. Answer the stupid phone. It goes to voicemail once again. Useless. Night falls all too soon, and I'm alone in an unfamiliar place. What am I supposed to do? I don't want to admit it, but I'm a little frightened. I open the navigation app on my phone and look for the street where I met up with my source. But as expected, it's too far away from my current location. If I could only get back to the plaza, it would be easier to navigate from there. I set the destination to the plaza and sigh in defeat as it draws a complicated path. Do I really want to walk in this darkness? Isn't it dangerous? And if I ask people for help, how do I know they won't take advantage of me? Clutching my purse to my chest, I walk back to the alley and peek through the dark, narrow pathway. But before my fear sets in, a little boy runs by and swipes my purse. He was so forceful, I almost fell to my knees. Hey, get back here. He ignores me and keeps running. There's no way I can keep up with that kid. He weaves expertly through the streets as I run after him, but something's strange. I round the corner, and the boy is standing there with my purse dangling on his arm. Before I can catch up, he begins running again. What the hell is going on? Is he leading me to a dangerous place? His laughter echoes through the streets, stopping at a candy store and peeking inside. I grit my teeth, and despite my aching feet, I try to run faster. He's playing with me, but at least it's brighter here, so it's easier to follow him. Wait, it is bright here. I'm back on the main street, and right across is the bus stop where I got off earlier. Distracted, the boy startles me when he throws my purse back, and I catch it clumsily. That was fun, he yells, then disappears from my sight. What the hell just happened? I check my purse to see if he took anything. Opening my wallet, I'm surprised to find all my money and cards still there. I take out my phone to once again contact Marco, but before I could find his name, Jonathan's name flashes on my screen. A sigh of relief escapes me as I answer. Jonathan, Miss Allaire, I'm done with the arrangements. How are you? My source is completely ignoring my calls, and I don't know how to get home from here, I admit to him, tears forming in my eyes. I know you're tired, but can you please pick me up? I'll get there as fast as I can, miss. I give him my location and wait at the bus stop. I wish I'd thought about calling Jonathan earlier. This has been the most confusing day. I want to treat myself to a long bath and head straight to bed. If my anger subsides by the time I get back to the hotel.
Chapter 10. Ren. He's late. Walking out of Ricci's restaurant with a paper bag of dinner in hand, I turn left and right searching for Antonio. I sent him to help Jennifer find her way back to civilization, but why is he taking so long? Did she miraculously catch him? It takes another minute of waiting before the boy finally pops up in front of me, pouting and glaring. "Welcome back, kiddo." I greet him, ignoring the funny face he's making. "I don't like that person," he replies. "I don't like her either. Did she give you a hard time?" "Not really, but she was so..." He juts his lips out, dragging the word for as long as his breath would let him. "Slow," he finishes with a huff, and I cover my mouth to hold back my laughter. I raise my paper bag and say, "Don't worry, Tonio. I got your favorite as payment for your services." "Nope, not enough." He places his hands on his waist and turns up his nose. "I ran around the city, you know." I roll my eyes, fully aware of our earlier agreement. It's my turn to put my hands on my waist and tease him. "I thought you said she was slow. You didn't even break a sweat, did you?" "But she... He stammers, but never finds a good enough argument. I laugh and ruffle his hair. It's rare for Antonio to complain, so I dig into my pocket and toss him a €2 coin. "Oh, sweet. You're the best, Ren." He cheers, then snatches the paper bag to carry it home for me. I smile as I walk beside him. He can be dramatic, but he's a sweet kid who knows how to take care of his friends. It's almost 8 in the evening, but the dimly lit streets are still lively on the walk home. I enjoy the cool breeze, greeting some of my neighbors along the way. "Did you make sure she got back safely?" I ask when I was unlocking the door to the apartment. "Of course," Antonio exclaims indignantly as if I accused him of a crime. "I saw her talking on the phone, but I couldn't hear what they were saying." "Okay, that's good." "Why did you want me to lead her back anyway?" he asks, eyes wide and curious. It makes me uncomfortable. It takes me a few seconds to answer. I didn't have to send Antonio to help that woman. She must have had a contact person if she was able to figure out where I live. Not only that, but she was carrying so much money on her. She would have found a way to use her wallet to get out of her predicament. Or maybe it's because she had money that I was a tad bit worried. Someone with ill intentions could have swiped her purse the way Antonio did. Or worse, she could have been mugged. I don't want something bad to happen to someone just because of a silly prank. I'm not evil. And she probably isn't either, despite going after my painting. So that's exactly what I tell Antonio. She's not evil. I just want to be left alone with my art. I sigh and push the door open. Then I remember. Did you steal anything from her purse? He shakes his head and bares his teeth in a wide grin. Don't worry. I'm also not evil, he says, before pushing past me and heading straight for the kitchen. Antonio takes out 2 plates and 2 forks. Then he begins setting the table. You're not waiting for me to heat this up? I'm starving, Ren, he whines. I don't care if it's cold. Okay, I get it, I laugh and scurry over to serve my little friend. I transfer the carbonara onto our plates, making a face when I set down the pieces of garlic bread. They're cold by now, but I still expect them to taste great. Oh, I'm curious about something, Antonio blurts out, mouth full of pasta. Why'd you have to prank that fancy woman like that? Well, I reply thoughtfully, that woman, she belongs to the kinds of people who have sold their souls for money. The only way to get it back is to find a little fun in things. How do you know? He insists, shoving another forkful of carbonara into his mouth. Did she ask for your painting before? No, that was the first time I saw that woman. Why'd you tell her who you were? Antonio's questions keep catching me off guard, and I nibble on my fork as I contemplate my earlier decisions. Why, indeed. I'm a spontaneous person, so I could have pranked her in a spur-of-the-moment decision. But it's not just that. There's niggling at the back of my head. I was compelled to talk to her and walk her around. Plus, I had fun today despite my original intention to make fun of her. Maybe I was testing the waters, I say, more to myself than to Antonio. Was I subconsciously giving her a chance? To the point of giving away my identity? I don't get it, he mumbles. Did your prank work? Is she a good person now? I chuckle despite the seriousness in his tone. This kid really knows how to make me doubt myself. I recall my interaction with Jennifer Allaire. From the get-go, it's clear how dedicated to her task she is. It's admirable, I have to admit. Unfortunately, that only means more trouble for me. It'd be easier if she quit early on. So... Antonio tugs at my sleeve in impatience. No, I answer with confidence as if I hadn't been questioning myself the entire time. It probably didn't work. All those people are the same. It takes a 1 in a million chance for one person like that to find their souls again. And even if Jennifer turns out to be that one, it's not my job to help her find her soul. It's her problem to deal with.
Chapter 11. Jennifer. Ugh, I hate him, I groan as soon as I enter my hotel room. With Jonathan following me to the living room, he only watches me going rampage. I throw my purse, pissed at how that artist Ren disrespected me in that way. I sit on the couch and throw a pillow on the floor just to release this irritation from me. His behavior is so insulting, and never in my life has someone ever done that to me. I can tell you are frustrated, miss, Jonathan obviously states with his monotone voice, and I just glance at him with an annoyed look. Who wouldn't be, Jonathan? I am Jennifer Rose Allaire. No one has ever treated me that way but him. Ugh. I could feel my nose flaring in anger, remembering Ren's face. Gosh, even mentioning his name boils my blood even more. I face Jonathan again, pouring all my raging emotions to him. And you know what? He let me follow him everywhere and even let me pay for all of the meals we ate. The audacity of that man. Jonathan shakes his head in disbelief as he opens the fridge to get me a glass of water. I grab the glass and make a big glug, then hand it to Jonathan. The cold water eases me as I sigh, leaning on the couch's backrest. I don't mind the wasted money. It means nothing to me. But Jonathan, you know how I hate being duped, and he just did that. I hate that guy. Fuming, I take a deep sigh and massage my temples, which are throbbing because of stress. That sounds troublesome, Jonathan comments after refilling my glass with water and puts it on the center table. May I know the man's physique? How does he look, miss? Now that he mentions it, Ren's face appears in my mind, making me sigh as I try to put him into details. About him, well, how should I say this? My eyebrows furrow in concentration as I analyze Ren. From his hair, down to his tall frame, to his tanned and athletic legs, I snort at the thought with my head tilted. His eyes are a showstopper. They are a piercing green that draws everyone's attention in his village, maybe because he is popular. He has long, light brown hair, and I suspect it's often tied back or it would get in the way. He's probably a foot taller than me with light scruff along his jaw. And he has this tan skin. He's quite artsy and trendy in his own ways as an artist. Just by glancing at him, you'd be able to tell he's special. Jonathan nods, noting every word I say while Ren's face remains in my mind. Remembering Ren, I have to admit he's handsome. So stunning that I was entranced by his looks. Despite his bright eyes, I've never met anyone as simply attractive as he is. I facepalm in realization. Oh God, I'm complimenting that man this much. How dare he distract me like that? But that's not the case here. Ren stressed the hell out of me already when it was just our first encounter. He's really getting on my nerves, and he needs to pay for what he's done. Thank you for that, miss. I'll take note of that important information. Jonathan bows, interrupting my thoughts. Why do you ask, though? I ask, crossing my legs while Jonathan picks up the pillow and purse for me. I'm starting to feel better after releasing my anger, and now I feel bad for letting Jonathan clean up my mess. He hands me my purse, and I take it gently. I thank him before he speaks. I'll accompany you on your next meeting with him, miss. You still didn't know much about this place and have to rely on the digital map. Maybe I can help you convince him to make it easier for you. I stand up from the couch, sighing. I walk my way to Jonathan and tap his shoulder with a half smile. I really appreciate that, Jonathan. Thank you. We'll be leaving to meet him. More like catch him. At 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow. Understood, miss. He bows and I yawn, feeling my eyelids getting heavy. I'm going to bed, Jonathan. You should too. Thanks for tonight, I say, tapping his shoulder again before leaving him in the living room. I give myself a cold shower just to relieve my stress, but to my disappointment, tonight's event still pisses me off. Sighing, I grab a glass of wine from my room's table and gulp it straight. The fruity taste of the wine lingers in my palate, but this exasperation lingers even more. Watching the view of Italy, where I can see the village of Abruzzo from the window, I pour myself another glass of wine and take a sip of it while taking a good look at the view. This place looks so old and poor. Why would a famous artist like Ren live here? A nice idea pops up in my head, making me smirk. People love money more than anything. I could offer him the world for his painting, new places, highest quality of her art materials, more money and things. Right? Let's see if you can resist that lavish offer, Ren. No one would ever decline that offer. People would die to have that. Finishing my drink, I go to bed with a smirk still on. The next day, I'm facing a mirror, wearing my earrings after finishing my light makeup. I'm almost ready to meet the great Ren again, and I can't hide the excitement I feel right now. But my smile subsides when a faint knock disrupts me. Miss Allaire, Jonathan calls. The car is ready. Okay, I'll be ready in a minute, I reply as I fix the last button of my silk blouse and nicely tuck it into my powder blue trousers. I take a quick glance at myself in the mirror and put my sunglasses on. Before I leave my hotel room, a smile plasters on my lips as Ren's face crosses my mind. Don't think that I'll give up easily, Ren. I want to know how much your artwork costs.
Chapter 12. Ren. The weather is so nice today, I say, covering the sunlight with my hand. Well, it's too nice and hot, actually. I forgot to wear my sunglasses or even bring a cap with me. I'm always rushing and forgetting the little things, and now I'm going to get even tanner. I won't stay outside for too long, then. I sigh and begin to rush my way to the art store nearby. I'm out of paint, and I have to finish the project that I'm currently working on. Buying some more groceries isn't a bad idea, too. I got distracted after my run around yesterday and forgot to finish shopping. A lot of locals greet me as I wave my hand to them. I really love this place. Everyone's so cheerful and warm. It always reminds me of my dad. The melancholy makes me smile sadly as I go running my way to the art store. When I arrive, the salesman greets me. Good morning, Ren. I give him a friendly grin and reach for a basket, which I fill with the art supplies I need. No. Yes, this one. No, I whisper, pointing eeny, meeny, miny, mo at these different vibrant colors of the paint. There are so many colors I want to use, but I have to save money to survive. Ugh, I guess I'll be needing to sell one of my paintings. I proceed to the counter and pay for the materials. I leave the art shop elated, my eyes falling in love with the items I purchased. Small pleasures such as these newborns bring me joy. I walk back to my apartment knowing Antonio is waiting for me. That kid really means a lot to me. He's like a cute, naughty little brother to me. But a wind chime catches my attention, telling me I'm near my favorite restaurant. With a patisserie available inside, I buy some muffins for Antonio. I'm sure he'll be so happy about this. Come again. Such a handsome guy in here is always good for business. As usual, the old lady cashier never fails to compliment me after I purchase from her restaurant. I only grin at her with the muffins in my paper bags. But I suddenly bump into someone tall and slender on my way out. I caress my forehead, laughing. This is so silly of me. I realize that the person who just bumped into me is wearing sky blue trousers and high heels. She is sophisticated. I look up grinning, still feeling silly and embarrassed about it. I'm so sorry about... I stop in the middle of my statement when I see someone I didn't expect to see. My smile drops while a grin spreads on her mouth. What is she doing here again? Behind her is a younger guy, though he's taller than me, and his eyes are sharp as he analyzes me. Is that her bodyguard? Ren, it's nice to see you here. Jennifer greets me, almost making me want to roll my eyes at her. She's so happy to see me. Well, I'm not. But I keep my composure and take a deep breath. You? She snaps her fingers with a smirk. Miss Allaire, you mean? Yes. She winks, but I only step my way out of the restaurant's entrance since we're blocking it. I face her again while she follows me like a lost puppy. What are you doing here? I ask, trying to hide my irritation. I thought she understood me yesterday. I'm here to talk about... I extend my hand to her, motioning her to stop talking and come to a halt. I shake my head before meeting her confused gaze. No, I say sternly, turning my back and walking away. I already know where this is going. I shouldn't have talked to her in the first place. Ren, please listen, she begs, but I walk away briskly, almost running. If only I wasn't holding something precious here, I'd be speeding away to stay away from her. What for, Miss Allaire? I ask with her still chasing me. I'll tell you, but please, can you stop walking and face me? She sounds so annoyed with these people passing us by, blocking her to reach me. I only sigh in frustration. Okay, fine. I stop and turn to her. She seems surprised yet delighted to finally obey her. Now what, Miss Allaire? With my arms crossed, she lets out a deep sigh and almost begs me. I just need one of your masterpieces, Ren. Which piece? I ask in curiosity. But I think I already know what she wants. Your ephemerality, she spits out, unable to hide her desire for it. I watch her intently, unamused. I can see naive determination in her eyes. However, a half-hearted laugh escapes my mouth. Just why in the world did she choose that painting? How did she know about that? Jennifer grimaces in confusion and shrugs. What was that? For the last time, Allaire. I face her again with all my heart. My answer is no. Excuse me. I walk away briskly, but I can feel her trailing me along with that man she seems to be acquainted with. Again, I wonder if that is her bodyguard. Did Antonio shake her up too much yesterday? But Ren, we can talk thoroughly about this. I can give you... Hey! Ren! She calls for me, yet I walk even faster just to escape from her sight. But that woman's too desperate to catch me up. Frantic, I kick an ice cream cart in her way, which almost stumbles her. I dash off, thrilled about this. I try my best to make her lose track of me. I keep on hiding and blocking them anything that I see on the streets. The people are even confused of our state. So why is she so persistent? She's like a gum stuck in my hair back when I was in my middle school days. I can't remove her any easier. While panting hard, I hide behind the fashion boutique's door. I'm glad the owner knows me and only nods while I shush her. It's a nice place to hide, so I peek through the large windows, which show the mannequins wearing pretty gowns and dresses. "Where is he? Damn it! Jonathan! Find him!" Jennifer orders. He then rushes to look for me while Jennifer looks around, and it doesn't seem like she has any plans to stop. She even takes her pretty shoes off just to chase me. "What's your motive, Jennifer Allaire?"
Chapter 13. Jennifer. Just where the heck is that man? I gritted my teeth, almost out of breath after chasing him, despite his height. I can't believe he can run that fast. He looks athletic, but I guess I expected him to be in a poorer state if he's always painting. Not to help matters, he's proven just how well he knows this place, so he can hide wherever she wants. I look around, hoping to see Ren, but all I see is Jonathan on his way to me, chasing his breath. "Did you see him? Where is he?" I ask, almost wheezing. Damn, I feel like I just ran a marathon. I wince at my throbbing feet, scratched and bruised from running around barefoot. Ren should pay for this. There's no way I'll let him get away with this, but Jonathan only shakes his head, which makes me click my tongue. "I'm sorry, Miss Allaire, but he's disappeared." Damn. In no time, I'm cussing and kicking the pebbles out of my way. "Miss Allaire." Jonathan suddenly points out something behind me. I turn around, and there goes the very man I'm searching for, only he's running away from us. "Jonathan, catch him!" Jonathan runs while I take a deep breath, chuckling at this crazy situation. "Ren, wait!" I rush my way to them, and around us, the crowds of people stare at us. I don't blame them. To think that I am chasing a random artist for the sake of the money we'd get from having ephemerality is just too humiliating. I laugh ludicrously at the thought. I never chase anyone for anything. I only attract, but this time, it has changed. I stop in my tracks when Ren stops running before he can cross the pedestrian lane. He turns to us, panting. I sigh in relief when he crosses his arms, waiting for us. "I'm tired of running," he mutters, but I nod, feeling the same way while still panting. "So I'll give you a minute to explain why you're after ephemerality. Just what do you want it for?" He's flustered, but at least he's talking. After calming myself down, I walk closer to him. I'm glad when he doesn't back off and just stare at me. "You see, Ren, I work for a well-known museum that can help you boost up your name to the greats like Da Vinci or Picasso. The world will get to know more about you and your masterpieces. I bet you want that, right?" "What do you think?" I say confidently. I can make him a well-known artist in a blink of an eye. I haven't seen his paintings yet, but knowing ephemerality, he might have the potential to be one of the great artists. If we could get her, there'd be more money to come. Ren chuckles a bit, bringing me back to reality. I look at him in confusion as he shakes his head. "I'm sorry, but I don't need that." His words take me aback. I look at him comically. "What?" "I'm fine being me right now, so no thanks," he says, shrugging. I look at Jonathan, who seems surprised by his response too. How could he refuse fame just like that? He's turning down a huge opportunity. Okay. I nod, thinking of a better offer. "How about a new and beautiful place to paint? You can have the most luxurious place all to yourself. How's that sound?" I wink, trying to convince him. After a moment of silence, he sighs and shakes his head for the second time. "Even if you give me the most luxurious place, I won't leave my apartment. That place means a lot to me, Miss Allaire. Do you even know it has sentimental value for me?" I nod. "Yes, I do." "Are you sure?" he asks, making me laugh. "I am sure of it, Ren." He smiles at me, yet his eyes show pity. "I don't think so, Miss Allaire." My nose scrunches at his words. "What do you mean?" He shakes his head and turns away. "Forget it. It's nothing. I'll get going then. Your time's up." "Ren, wait." He was about to leave, but I immediately grab his hand, stopping him midway through a turn. He looks at our hands over his shoulder and to me. What? We're not done yet, mister, I say, still holding her hand. He sighs and faces me again. Our gazes meet, and his green eyes are sharp as he says, Cambio. I nod. You haven't heard all I have to say, Mr. Cambio. Go on, I'm listening. He's being considerate right now, despite his sassy look. I know I better grab this chance to persuade him to hand the ephemerality to us, so I can finally leave this place. I miss Paris already. Grinning, I look around, hoping that no one can hear us. I move closer to him for us to have a little privacy, so close that I'm mesmerized by his dazzling eyes and rugged good looks again. Those thick eyelashes and plump lips are really something. They look so natural. But his bright green eyes are what keep sucking me in, and up close, I can make out a ring of gold. Confusingly, I can feel my cheeks heat up. Why is my heart beating strangely? I'm feeling a bit weird right now. Miss Allaire, is there something on my face? He asks, smirking with an eyebrow raised. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I take a step back, laughing. That is so embarrassing. Just what was that, Jennifer? I compose myself, trying to focus on the goal. I smile at him with our eyes locked and our hands still entwined. If you don't want to be famous or rich, there must be something you want. His eyes cloud with emotion. There is. Then how about selling your masterpieces, especially the ephemerality? You could get billions of euros for just your latest piece. Anyone would kill for this opportunity, Ren, and look at you. You're so lucky. Easy money, isn't it? I'm throwing my last trump card at him. There's no way he can ever refuse that offer. Everyone wants money, if only to use it on other things, and I know he does too. He just admitted that there are things he wants. His eyes are on me. With his body tense, he goes silent. And I know I've got him. Well, that's what I thought. Money isn't everything, Miss Allaire. I burst out laughing, still trying to process what he just said. What? I can see the disgust on his face. No one has ever given that look before but him. He grimaces, says, and looks me up and down, from head to toe. You people are all the same. Do you really think that money is all that matters? Well, you're wrong. He runs off, leaving me dumbfounded.
Chapter 14. Ren. Running back to my apartment while carrying my newly purchased paints and food is never easy. They're so heavy, but nothing's heavier than talking to that woman, Jennifer Allaire. Reaching my apartment, I quickly grab my keys from my pocket and get inside. I lock the door and look at my new art materials. It seems like they're trying to cheer me up, but I'm just so tired right now that I couldn't get myself hyped up with this. That chasing has worn me out. I sigh, thinking about what has happened. That woman is such a headache. I proceed to my dining room and put my things on top of the table. Antonio is not around, so I'll just keep these goods I have for him. But I can't stop the urge to taste one of the patisseries I bought. I feel so sticky. I should take a shower now, I mutter to myself. I'm alone so much. I forget that it's weird to talk to myself. It's only weird if you answer too. My dad's voice rings out in my head, and I grin as a pang of sadness washes over me. Comfortable as I am, I take my clothes off on the spot, without even caring who can see me. It's not like there's someone I'm with anyway, and Antonio isn't even here. I pick up my clothes and raise a fist, imagining I'm a Superman. Off we go, Ren! I run my way to the bathroom and laugh at my silliness. I suddenly remember that's just how Dad and I bonded back when I was still young. He loved comics very much, and I mimicked the heroes he shared with me. Dad loved to paint heroes he liked, and he would sell them, which his sellers still love very much. He's the one that taught me how to paint. Even when my skills needed refining, he still commended me for trying. I smile at the memory as the shower pours on me. Those little things still hurt me after all these years. But I know I must go on with my life. I leave the bathroom, about to grab my clothes from my bed when I remember how insistent Jennifer was about the ephemerality. I stop midway through my room and walk back to my painting area. In the back corner, the only piece still on an easel, is my newest edition. I just finished it, and while I've debated covering it to keep it protected, I just couldn't bear to. I poured my soul into it. I lift my hand and touch the art tenderly. I can still recall how much emotion I gave to this art. My emotions are raging through the strokes of my brush. As I soak it all in, I feel the enormity of my feelings swell in my chest, and tears well in my eyes. The ephemerality of seasons, I mutter, touching the painting. A smile spreads on my lips, but a tint of sadness fills me. This masterpiece will always be a big part of me. Ephemeral means changes in a short time, as I told Antonio. It's transitory. Nothing lasts longer. But to me, the ephemerality of the seasons means no matter how many changes happen in my seasons of life, my love for Dad will never change. So, to me, despite the opposite meaning of the word, ephemerality is forever. I miss you, Dad, I whisper as I kiss the painting. It's as if I am kissing his cheek. Closing my eyes, Dad's happy face flashes. His smile was as bright as the sunlight, with splashes of paint on his face. He always looked like that. Mom always taught me to be neat and clean, but Dad didn't even care if he was being dirty with all his paintings. I love how in each and every painting he did, it always came out the most beautiful I've ever seen. Despite him being colorfully dirty, his paintings were always neat. Every stroke he made was made with passion. He was passionate about everything he did, and I really look up to him for that. I already miss painting with him. Every day we used to paint together. He taught me different techniques in painting, although I was having a hard time holding brushes back then. Dad was my mentor, my inspiration, and the reason why I loved this endeavor. I almost lost hope and stopped painting when he passed away. But I got myself back to venture when I created this piece and had my resolve. Love everything about life and work as if you would lose everything if you didn't, I remind myself with Dad's words. He always told me to enjoy painting as I should enjoy everything life offers to me. But most of all, I must work hard as if all the things that I love will disappear if I don't. I look up, staring at the sun setting. I will keep your words forever, and all the things you taught me, Dad. I will always bring them wherever I go. A tear cascades down to my cheek and drops onto my wrist. I smile softly as my tears continue to drown my eyes. I wipe them as a harsh and stinging pain rises in my heart. There's no way I'll ever hand this over to anyone, not even to those stiffs and lost souls in the art industry. Most especially not to that Jennifer Allaire. I clutch my chest and stare at the painting with my dad's precious smile in my head. I promise you, Dad.
Chapter 15. Jennifer. I'm all set for bed, wearing my nightgown while facing the ceiling. The bed is so comfy and warm, despite my room's temperature. I should be asleep right now, but I just can't help feeling frustrated after the chase with Ren. Screw it! I cuss in no time and kick my duvet off of me. I throw my pillows and anything I see around me. I even smash the lamp, leaving its fragments all over the floor and making a total mess of my room. Panting in fury, I try to calm myself and sit on the edge of the bed, but the white wine looks so appetizing from the table on the corner. I only give myself a glass of it, wishing that it will ease this disappointment I have right now. And yes, I'm so disappointed in myself. No one has ever refused me, not even those well-known artists who are hungry for money and fame. They give in right away, even for a simple offer. But Ren? Miss Allaire? Is everything all right? Jonathan knocks on the door. I only sigh and open the door for him. He follows me into the bedroom and scans the area. Oh, it seems that we have to call for housekeeping tomorrow. Do you need something, Miss Allaire? All I need right now is for Ren to give me that painting, Jonathan. I kick the pillow on the floor and slump myself back on the bed. He's giving me a headache. I massage my temples and sigh. I still can't believe he refused my lavish offers, Jonathan. How could someone refuse that? Everyone is dying to have that, and he's always getting on my nerves. Jonathan. Ugh. I snap myself back to the bed, gritting my teeth. And his face. How could he look at me with disgust? No one has ever given me that expression. No one. I take a deep breath, feeling my blood heat up. He has the audacity to do that to me, Jonathan. If only he wasn't so important to my father. I would have shut him up right then. Glaring at the ceiling, I notice Jonathan picking the pillows up and handing them to me. It seems that he doesn't know the value of that artwork, or even his potential to be a billionaire. What a pity. Right. I sit from the bed and take the pillows from Jonathan. I sigh and lean on the headboard. He really doesn't know his value. I look at Jonathan this time with a smile on my face. So, I'm going to let him know his worth, especially in the art industry. With him on our side, we could make millions, or even billions on his pieces, and have lots of guests in our museum. The thought excites me. I can't help feeling giddy about it. That just makes me feel good despite Ren saying bad things about me. I will not give up on convincing him, Jonathan. We will get his ephemerality, or better yet, his talent, I say, grinning. I don't know how I'm going to approach him again without Ren running away, but I will make sure he'll agree to the deal in the end. You're very pumped up about this, Miss Allaire. How amusing, but you can always have me anytime. He bows. I smile at his response as I extend my fist to him. Thanks, Jonathan. I'll call you when I need help. He bumps his fist on mine as he smiles. An unexpected call interrupts us as we both look at my phone on the nightstand. I don't need to look to know who it is. Papa calling? I pick up my phone standing from the bed. I look at Jonathan, showing him the screen. Papa is calling. Please give us some privacy, Jonathan, I say, answering the call. Then he bows and leaves. Understood, miss. I lock the door and hear that Papa's heavy breathing is too loud. Jennifer. His deep and manly voice echoes in my ear. Papa, you've called? What's the matter? How are you doing? I ask, but I can't help but get tense at his presence. I miss him already. I miss home. I should be the one to ask you that, dear Jenny. So how's it going there? Do you have ephemerality already? I suddenly feel sad. He didn't bother to ask how I've been and only asks directly about my business here. I can only hope he's going to be understanding. I hate it when something doesn't go as planned. All hell will break loose if that happens. Although Papa is my father, we've treated each other as business partners ever since I joined the company. He barely considers me his daughter. When he does, it is only when I do a great job in our business, and that's it. I walk my way to the window and heave a sigh. The artist, Ren. He's being a pain in the ass, Papa. I offered him multiple deals, things that anyone else would die for, but he refused them all. Remembering Ren's face, I clench my fist and swear. I will make sure he gives in soon. Just give me more time, Papa. I will get it. We are going to win this. We will get that ephemerality. He only scoffs at it. You better do, Jennifer. The time is ticking and we need to have that piece. Do what you need to do. Do everything in your power, or he might sell it to another buyer. That's not a problem, Papa. He's stubborn. He won't give it to anyone else either, but I'll make him change his mind soon. I admit Ren's stubbornness peeves me, but it amuses me in another sense. He's playing hard to get, so I'll play along with him. You need to make sure of that, Jennifer, or we'll lose billions if we can't have it. Got that, Papa? The call ends with a smile still lingering on my lips. I get back to my bed with Ren on my mind. "You're stubborn," I snort before I close my eyes. "But I'll make sure you give in the next time we meet."
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 16. Ren. I woke up the next morning with swollen eyes and a mild headache. I should have expected it when I cried myself to sleep last night, but I felt so drained after everything that had happened. I sit on the bed groaning and give my neck and shoulders a few rolls to relax my muscles. I get up and stretch for a few minutes, then notice that I left the ephemerality propped up near the balcony where I had stared at it as I cried and drank. With a melancholic smile, I slowly walked towards it. I let out a lot of pain last night, didn't I, Dad? I clutch my chest where a dull pain has settled. I still wish you were here. I take a step back, shake my head, then pick up the painting, moving it back to its easel. I have to move on, I chant in my head as I head over to the kitchen and put some pastries on a clean plate. Better start the day early if I want to move forward with my life. I take the plate back into the other room, my studio, and I stand in front of my newest art piece, releasing a long breath. I'd made the living room and kitchen area into a studio-like apartment with my bed out there so I could have this space, those I tend to paint on the balcony. Okay, Ren, time to get to work, I say as I put down the pastries and tie my apron around my waist. I've been working on this painting for a while now, and all that crying gave me a little bit of inspiration. After my recent run-in with that French curator, Jennifer Allaire, I thought I wouldn't be able to paint anything for a while. Thankfully, I find myself at ease holding my paintbrush. With a tart in my mouth, I move on with my next steps. Despite my initial worries, the colors mix well today, and for some reason, every stroke I do with my brush turns out just the way I want it to. I smile to myself as I work. Today must be a good day. I'm progressing well with the painting, and by my estimate, perhaps it's already halfway done. I feel a tinge of nostalgia as I stare at it, something akin to what I feel when I look at ephemerality, how it tugs at my heart and brings tears to my eyes. This painting shall be its sequel, and I'm anxious to finish it soon. Before long, various colors of paint are splattered onto my fingers and apron. I must have gotten this messiness from my dad. I laugh and take it as a sign to take a break, so I walk over to the sink and carefully wash the paint off. I could use a stroll in the city and get myself an actual breakfast meal, but I can't go out looking like this. I change into clean jeans and a white tee before I begin my walk around the streets to look for a good place to eat. There's so much I'm craving at the moment, but I think I deserve more than a few pieces of bread for my brunch today. I'm walking over to Trattoria d'Abruzzo when I hear tires screeching on the street. A car speeds around the curb and I jump back to avoid it, as do several other people near the crossing, some even shouting profanities at the careless driver. Are you all right? I ask the woman beside me, who almost fell when we jumped back. I'm all right. Thank you, she replies as she stands upright. Several people around us look on in curiosity at what the commotion is about. As if on cue, a tall, blonde woman steps out of the car that just pulled up. I don't know much about cars, but this one looks expensive as hell. And the elegant woman who stepped out, unsurprisingly, is none other than Jennifer Allaire. A quick look around and I can tell that people are staring at her, confused and annoyed with this entitled woman. I bite back a sigh and make my way inside the trattoria before she spots me. This one's on me. I should have gone to a restaurant she doesn't know about. I'm learning the hard way that she isn't one to give up easily. In a hurry, I order a serving of frittata and a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. Then I find myself a corner seat and hope Miss Allaire doesn't find me. No such luck. She marches towards me, her face seemingly fixed with a glare, unapologetic of the commotion she caused outside. I take a bite and laugh quietly, a strange excitement building up in my chest. "How much do you want?" Jennifer says the moment she reaches me. "I'll buy you anything you want in exchange for the painting. Everyone has a price, Ren. Even you." Interesting, I can't help but think. This should be fun. I roll my eyes at her in response. Who in their right mind would ask someone that question? I sip my juice leisurely, ignoring the way she's glaring daggers at me. "No, thank you," I say simply. "You don't want a house. You don't want money. Do you want a car?" She insists as I continue with my meal. "I'll buy you the latest Lamborghini model worth millions of euros in exchange for your painting." "No, thank you," I repeat in the same tone. I'm not here to negotiate anything with her. I'm here to have a delicious brunch. Jennifer stomps over to my side of the table, which forces me to look up from my food and focus my attention on her. "Then, what is it going to take?" she demands. Her eyes look furious, already fed up with me. However, I'm not giving her any nonsense. There is no way I'm selling my art piece to her, or to anyone for that matter. I'm willing to give you anything in exchange for that painting. Just name your price, and it's yours. I smile at her. Admittedly, Jennifer Allaire is beautiful, and I think that furrow in her brow makes her look even cuter. Frustration looks good on her. Unfortunately, no amount of money or beauty can convince me. But I'm also not that cruel. "It's rude to talk to me like that while I'm eating," I tell her as I return my attention to my food, which is now getting cold. "If you want to have a conversation with me, order something. It's much more pleasant to talk while eating with someone, don't you agree?" Jennifer looks dumbfounded. I bet that's the last thing she expected to hear from me, and I'm honestly surprised with myself for saying that. She has no chance of buying my painting. But maybe we can settle this in a more interesting way.
Chapter 17. Jennifer. I have no idea what this guy is playing at. His sudden invitation, coupled with that teasing smirk, spells bad news no matter how I look at it. Is he waiting for a higher offer? Well, Ren lifts a brow as he gestures to the seat opposite his. I don't have time to play around, but he's giving me no choice. More importantly, I can't go back to my father empty-handed. Fine, I'll play your little game. Glaring at the insufferable man, I take out my phone and call Jonathan. It looks like I'm going to be there for a while, I tell him. You can go ahead and wait for me at the hotel. Are you sure, miss? He sounds worried, but I have to deal with Ren right now. I'll be fine. Just be on standby so you can pick me up later. All right, I understand. He relents, though hesitantly. Good luck with your negotiation. I murmur a quiet thanks before I call and bring my attention back to Ren. I take a seat, still glaring at him, while attempting to hide my confusion. Ren points at the menu in front of me and says, "Surely you aren't just going to sit there and watch me eat? That'd be way more awkward than you being all up in my face and demanding I sell you my painting." The smirk on Ren's face irritates me more than his words. Reluctantly, I pick up the menu and browse. I'll concede for now. At least in this way, I get more time alone with him. I'm sure I'll be able to shake him down and offer him a suitable deal eventually. Everyone has a price. All I have to do now is wait for Ren to let down his guard. He waves his hand to call over a waiter, and I choose the first meal that catches my eye. "I'll have a risotto, thank you," I tell him while he refills both our glasses with water. He bows modestly, takes my order, and then turns away. I take the time to observe Ren while waiting for my food. His sleeves are rolled up as he eats, and there are some splatters of paint on his arms and fingers. He must have been painting, I conclude. I wonder what he's working on. Whatever it is, it can only get better for me. If Ren is painting something new, then maybe he would agree to sell it to me along with ephemerality. I just have to find a way to soften him up to the idea of parting with his beloved painting. In a few minutes, the waiter comes back with my food, and my mouth drops at the size of the plate. Wait, this must be a mistake. I catch his attention before he leaves. I ordered a single portion of the risotto, not the one for sharing. Ren giggles, adding to my irritation. "What?" I ask bitingly. He stops laughing and tells the waiter something in Italian. The waiter nods and then leaves. Ren wipes his mouth with a napkin. "They didn't get your order wrong. That's just how Italians eat. Eat up, Jennifer." I gape at my food, eyeing the risotto as if it would bite me. How the hell do Italians stay in shape then? This portion is gigantic. With this plate bigger than my head, it's enough for at least 2 or 3 people to share. There's no way I could finish this all by myself. "Don't be intimidated. Try it," Ren urges, then goes back to his food. With a shrug, he adds, "You might like it so much to finish it all." I take a deep breath and scoop some of the risotto into my mouth. I'm not here for the food anyway. I'm here to get the painting. I notice Ren watching me, so I take the opportunity to talk to him about buying the painting again. "Ren, I know you have this deep affection for your artwork," I begin. "However, you must not understand how things like this work." He scoffs, but I continue, carefully choosing my words to appeal to his sentimental side. "Your painting is too special and valuable to be locked up in a studio. It belongs in a museum where everyone can look at it and admire your work." Ren doesn't respond, so I take it as a sign to keep talking. "I understand you know your worth and the value of your art. Nothing is too expensive for me, and I'm offering you something no other buyer can offer. Name your price, and it shall be yours." He finally looks at me. Have I gotten through to her? "How do you like the risotto?" "What?" "Your food. I'm asking if you like it. How does it taste?" "Nothing special," I reply, irritation creeping up on me again. He keeps diverting the conversation to something else when all he needs to do is tell me the price of his painting. I'll pay for it and be on my way. Ren frowns at my response, looks at my plate, and says, "It's because you've barely tasted it. Your mind is on something else." "Well, of course it is. I'm trying to buy your damn painting." "Savor the flavor of your food," he continues, holding my gaze firmly. "Don't just dump it in your mouth and chew. You need to take your time and appreciate every flavor." Raising an eyebrow, I reply, "What does that have to do with the piece I'm trying to buy?" It's not like tasting the food will improve my chances of convincing him to sell the painting to me. I narrow my eyes at him. Or will it? Ren returns my stare with a smile playing on his lips, as if I'm missing something important, and he's enjoying my struggle to figure it out. His smile grows bigger when he says, "Oh, but it has everything to do with the piece. Go ahead, Miss Allaire, take another bite." I have no idea what he means, but now I'm even more determined to find out.
Chapter 18. Ren. "What do you mean it has everything to do with the piece?" Jennifer looks at me with annoyance combined with a hint of determination. What a difficult woman. My smile falters and I bite my tongue to keep my composure. She's starting to get on my nerves. I'm trying so hard to hold on to my patience, but Jennifer isn't making it easy. It's shocking to know that people like her exist in this world. Could you stop thinking about the art piece for 2 seconds and try the damn risotto? The surprised look on Jennifer's face momentarily appeases me. She didn't expect me to snap at her, and I didn't mean to either. But if another word of complaint comes out of that pretty mouth of hers, I swear to God. Fine. With a scoff and a roll of her eyes, Jennifer stabs her fork into the risotto and takes a second bite. Her small gasp and widened eyes wipe away my annoyance. Well, most of it. At least I know she tried the food earnestly this time. Oh my goodness, Jennifer mumbles. How come it didn't taste this good earlier? She takes another bite and I break into a grin. It's like a completely different dish. I told you to rest your mind for a bit and enjoy your food. You never know how much you're missing out on if you're focused solely on work. She keeps eating as if I didn't say anything, and I can't help but watch her. Jennifer looks so innocent as she keeps swallowing bite after bite of the risotto. Maybe it has something to do with the way she's enjoying her food like it's the best she's ever tasted. Does this woman even know how to have fun? I wonder, distracted as I poke at my own meal. From the looks of it, she seems like a person who's married to her work. She probably doesn't have a hobby. And even with all her money, she doesn't have the time to enjoy the luxuries she can afford. It's a lonely existence. How does it taste? I ask, hoping to distract her a little bit longer. She narrows her eyes at me, instantly catching me in my scheme. If you're trying to distract me, it's not going to work, she replies. She takes a gulp of water before returning her attention to me. I'm still 100% focused on convincing you to sell the painting to me. Speaking of which, why don't you just tell me what you want? How persistent. It doesn't matter. Two can play in that game. I won't talk business until you describe how your food tastes, I tell her. Bonus brownie points if you tell me how it makes you feel. What? Jennifer exclaims. You told me I had to sit and eat in order to talk to you. Instead of replying, I gesture at her food and silently urge her to follow my instructions. She should realize by now that I'm not budging on this. After a minute of silent defiance from her, I go back to my frittata and finish up my meal. I can wait all day for an answer, if it means she'll take the time to appreciate the simple joys of life. Fine, she finally sighs and reluctantly takes another bite of her food. She savors it for a moment, chewing slowly and carefully. Her brows draw together in concentration, formulating her reply in her mind before telling me, It's a little salty. I can taste the nuts too, and it's slightly cheesy. I smile and nod my head. A warmth akin to pride floods my chest. Jennifer takes another bite before continuing her description. The broth is hearty, but somehow the wine's acidity cuts through that. It's perfectly balanced on the palate. It's impressive she managed to get all of that from a few bites, and it's interesting to know that she's able to enjoy her food for once. She goes off to compare the risotto to some fancy restaurant's version, and I'm pleasantly surprised she likes this one better. She talks about the taste, the texture, the quality of ingredients, the serving size, every little thing she could think of. Like a home-cooked meal, she finishes quietly, hand on her heart and eyes unfocused. Her lips curve into a wistful smile, and something in her expression tells me I shouldn't comment. She clears her throat, tucks loose strands of hair behind the ear, and returns to her food without acknowledging me. I stay quiet to allow Jennifer to savor her meal. At the same time, it gives me a few minutes of peace to ponder on her words. There may be something about her that sets her apart from all the snooty businessmen I've dealt with in the past. She may be able to understand. Success is not just money and fame. Life is so much more than that. I can show her, but only if she's willing to see it. An idea pops into my head as Jennifer puts her fork down. To my glee, she ends up finishing her meal despite her earlier protests, but I keep my mouth shut. Well, she addresses me, arms crossed, nose in the air. The high and mighty princess is back too soon, unfortunately. I ignore her, calling for the waiter, and we pay for the food. Now, what shall we do next? I muse as the waiter returns our cards. I'm counting on how much she seemed to truly enjoy her food. If not, she won't enjoy the rest of her afternoon. Jennifer seems to perk up and quickly stashes her card back into her wallet. I think it's time to talk business, don't you? I smirk. Not yet. Eyes wide, Jennifer gets in my face. Ha! She exclaims. You said yet. It means you'd be willing to talk business today. I roll my eyes and head for the door. Don't get your hopes up, Miss Allaire. Follow me.
Chapter 19. Jennifer. Where are we going now? I huff out the question, sweat running down my brow and feet aching in my 3-inch heels. Ren's been dragging me around all afternoon, and I'm not sure how much more I can take. We've had brunch at that trattoria, dessert at a different place, some sweets at a candy store stand. Where the hell is he taking me next? All this walking made me hungry. I think it's time for a snack, don't you? Ren barely turns to address my question. What? I screech in disbelief. What's the big idea? We've done nothing but eat all this time, and you haven't even acknowledged my offers for your painting. We pass by several restaurants, but Ren keeps on walking instead of responding to my complaints. My eye twitches in annoyance. I feel like I'm wasting my time going around the city with him, and he's not even taking me seriously. Does he think I'm playing a joke here? But before I can open my mouth to call his attention, he turns at the corner and walks straight up into a small restaurant. I follow close behind and we sit down at a table near the entrance. I'm tired, but I need to cooperate with him to acquire the painting. Ren takes the menu from the waiter and places his order. Then he turns to me and asks me what I want. The audacity. What I want is to buy your stupid painting and go home. That's what I want to say, but I hold back my tongue. Instead, I tell him, I don't know what you're planning here, but I seriously want to start negotiating with what you want for your artwork. He hands me the menu. Shut up and order some food if you want to talk about my piece, he says with a sickeningly sweet smile. It takes everything in me to stop myself from diving across the table and choking her. I order something light, a pasta alla matriciana. We wait in silence for a few minutes before our food arrives. I eye Ren from my seat, but nothing seems out of the ordinary. I wonder why he's asking me to tag along on this food trip. Does he think he can convince me to change my mind about this? Our meals are placed in front of us, and I meet Ren's eyes with a questioning glare. What are you waiting for? He asks. Dig in. I twirl my fork in the pasta and pause. It's uncomfortable with Ren watching my every move. Go on. Yeah, okay, I reply and take a bite. But I still don't know what this has to do with the painting. Ren rolls his eyes at me and says, I thought we've been over this. Can you please stop thinking about that painting and focus on what's in front of you? Take in the pasta and tell me what you think, okay? This better be worth it. Fine. Maybe if I shut up about the painting, he'll want to talk about it. I taste the pasta again, and it is phenomenal. The flavors and texture mix beautifully, as if it's been made with utmost care and expertise. It leaves such a wonderful taste in my mouth that I blurt out, It's delicious. See? Ren says, beaming at me. Go on and finish your food. There's somewhere else I want to take you. Staying true to his word, Ren does take me to several other places. We have coffee at one shop, then we head to a pastry shop to try their cookies and cake, also delicious. I even order a box to take back to the hotel with me. I never knew I could enjoy dining out to this extent. Before, I only ate out when I met with clients or with my father. Other times, I would be at social events or gatherings. All the other meals I've had were at home, either delivered or prepared for me in advance. And I never really had a friend to share a meal with. Okay. I promise this is the last place on our itinerary for today. Ren tells me as he drags me into a bar. I'm relieved to know that I can finally rest my feet. I've had fun today, but my feet are killing me. Ren orders 2 glasses of wine for us, and I watch in mild disgust as the bartender pours me the same one I had on the plane. I scrunch my nose at the memory, and I'm surprised Ren catches it. "Don't you like this one?" he asks. "Not really. I had it on the plane, and I didn't like how it tasted." He looks baffled at my claim and takes the glass. He swirls the contents around gently and takes a small whiff of the aroma. "That can't be right," he says finally. "This is one of my favorites. It's good. Are you sure it's the same one?" "Yeah." I cross my arms and frown. "I'm sure." Ren takes that as a challenge and hands me the wine glass. "Try it again. I'm sure you'll like it." I sigh. "Okay, if you say so. I'll try it again." I eye the glass with a sneer, knowing it won't taste good. I take a sip and, holy hell, it tastes divine. "Told ya." I ignore Ren's smug face and swirl the wine inside the glass. How is it possible? I'm sure this is the same wine I had on the plane, but this tastes completely different. From just one sip, the flavor explodes in my mouth and overwhelms me. I've never felt this way before. I take another sip to confirm what I tasted. I can't believe food or drinks can make me feel like I've been missing out my whole life. I finally get it. All that walking and dining and drinking at restaurants across the city was to show me how much better food could become if I focus on the flavors. This might be the best wine I've ever tasted. I finally give Ren my attention and ask, "Are you finally going to tell me what the point of this expedition is?" I think I deserve a proper answer now. His smug smile turns soft, and the irritation I felt all day disappears. Ren replies, "Yes, I think you do too."
Chapter 20. Ren. Jennifer stares at me with wide, curious eyes, a far cry from the deathly glare she's been sending me all afternoon. It feels strange to have her attention on me, Ren, the artist, instead of the painting. I didn't expect this kind of development when I forced her to follow me. I took a chance with Jennifer, dragging her around town to test out a hunch. That something about her is different, that she's capable of seeing life as something more than acquiring riches and fame. And I was right, though Jennifer might not realize it. It's apparent from the change in her behavior. She looks so different now, especially after drinking a glass of Canino di Sardegna. "Well?" There's an impatient tone to Jennifer's voice, but none of the earlier bite. I take a deep breath and ask, "You might already have an idea, don't you?" Jennifer nods. "It's simple, really. I wanted you to experience life." I chuckle when she raises a brow and pouts. She's a lovely woman, yes, but now there's a light in her eyes and spirit in her moves. I can get used to this version of Jennifer. "Do elaborate," she says, setting down her glass and crossing her arms. "I won't ask if you had fun, because it's obvious from your face." I pause to admire the delicate feature of her cheeks, but I wanted you to get a glimpse of what I see. And that is life's ephemerality. Jennifer lets out a quiet gasp as understanding dawns on her. Good. At least I won't have to waste time explaining. I look into my wine glass and reminisce. When was the last time I talked to somebody about my principles in life? "So the painting," Jennifer begins slowly. "Ephemerality is about appreciating the beauty of life." I smile. "Exactly. The meaning of that painting is so simple, it's so easy to miss. You could have explained all of that to me instead of yanking me this way and that, you know?" Jennifer waves her glass at the bartender and asks for a refill. Pride swells in my chest that I managed to make her take a liking to the wine. "That painting," I speak before I can think better of it. "It's an ode to the ephemerality of life, how it would slip by if we don't focus on it. Focusing on the beauty of what life has to offer is what makes it that much more beautiful. That's what I believe anyway. Is that also why you kept asking me how my food tasted? The food, the drinks, the restaurants, the people we meet. To me, they're all important. One moment, you could be having the greatest time of your life. Next, it could all disappear. That's why, as much as I can, I immerse myself in the beauty of the moment. Living life to the fullest. It must be nice, Jennifer murmurs, so quietly I'm not sure if I was supposed to hear it. I don't press her on it. Instead, I finish my glass and order another. You understand now, yeah? I say. I couldn't just explain it earlier because you weren't going to listen to me in the first place. Jennifer rolls her eyes but doesn't deny it. A comfortable silence settles between us, and I enjoy the slow jazz music playing in the background. This trip turned out to be a learning experience for both of us, if I'm going to be honest. For Jennifer, it's a lesson on appreciating the little things. And for me, well, I never thought it was possible for snooty, snobby rich people to understand what I'm saying. But here I am, sharing a drink with the woman who kept pestering me about selling my painting. I feel the need to apologize. I interrupt the silence, and Jennifer turns to me with a questioning expression that transforms into a smirk. Finally changing your mind? Your feet. What? You're wearing heels, but I forced you to walk with me, I explain, my lips quirking up, amused by her reaction. I noticed earlier, but you never complained about it, so I thought it didn't hurt. Jennifer hums. So, you can be considerate sometimes. I burst out laughing. Look who's talking! She harumphs and lifts her chin, returning to her once high and mighty air. It makes me laugh harder when she shifts in her seat and loosens her shoes. Stop laughing, she cries, obviously flustered. She can be cute when she's being true to herself. You're the funny one here. Shut up. I listened to your philosophy and did everything you asked. Why don't we talk business, HM? I learned that philosophy from someone important to me, I tell her with a sigh. I was able to complete the painting thanks to that person. That's the reason why I can't sell it to you. That should be easy enough, Jennifer says. I can contact this person and ask if it's all right with them if I buy it. I hold back the bitter laughter and reply, as much as I'd like to see that, you'd better give up. Why? I'm sure I can convince them. Like how you're successful at convincing me, I tease. To my surprise, Jennifer flips her hair and smirks. I've gotten this far, haven't I? She says, brimming with confidence. We're drinking together, and I got you to open up. If it wasn't for this other person, I'd have persuaded you a long time ago. What an interesting woman. I can't help but smile. Don't get your hopes up. I still don't like you, I reply, and she scoffs at me. I catch the bartender's attention, tip him, and get up from my seat. Are we going somewhere else? Jennifer asks, close behind me. I'm going home, Jennifer, I tell her, calling her by her first name, which feels odd on my tongue. I can't say I don't like it, though. I suggest you do the same. She makes a noise of disbelief and stomps away, leaving me to walk the streets by myself. I doubt what happened today is enough to completely change her mind. I shake my head and sigh. I'm the one who shouldn't get my hopes up. At least I gave her something to think about.
Chapter 21. Jennifer. I stand in front of my full-length mirror, staring at my reflection for who knows how long. What Ren made me do has me thinking about a lot of things, and it confuses me. How can he be so tenacious and carefree at the same time? You let down your guard, I accuse my reflection. I acted like a fool following him around and sharing drinks with him. How dare you? I scowl at the thought of Ren playing me. My mind is already clouded with a lot of stress thinking of ways to persuade that man and get my hands on his painting. Wait a minute. A striking realization enlightens me. All this time, he's been nothing but a rock that can't be moved. But today was different. And he talked to me. I've been going about this all wrong. Ren mentioned a lot of helpful clues that revealed his personality. He isn't the type to be bought by material possessions or be convinced with money. Judging by how he talked about life and what we did earlier, in some way, I have to get emotional and intimate to convince him. That'll pull his heartstrings and finally make him succumb to my deal. I quickly finished drying my hair off with a towel and looked for my phone. I'm going to trick him into thinking I'm worthy of that painting by living life again, whatever that means. I find Jonathan's number, excited to share my grand idea. He might have some useful tips to pitch in and make this more believable. Good evening, Miss Allaire. Is something wrong? No, I'm all right. Listen, I know this might sound ridiculous, but I have an idea how to convince Ren to give me that painting, I delightfully tell him. Miss Allaire, I understand your eagerness. I don't mean to be rude, but you're running out of time. If this doesn't work, I know. You don't have to remind me. I'm getting agitated. Besides, aren't you going to hear what I'm about to propose first, HM? Okay, let's hear it. I grin. Ren said something earlier about how I don't enjoy life, and the way he asked me absurd questions had me thinking that I could pretend to follow what he wants. I'm going to earn that painting by making him believe I'm worthy of it, based on his silly standards. So what do you say? I can't help but feel proud of myself. If Ren's going to be tough by playing me, I'm going to play with him too, to soften that rock-solid man. Well, what can I say? I think this is a great idea too, Jonathan agrees. See, I told you this is going to be good. We'll start tomorrow morning. I'll call you, okay? Okay, Miss Allaire. Rest well and have a good night. I end the call and throw my phone on the bed. I glance at the mirror, and this time I'm smiling from ear to ear. I have to be prepared. Should I polish my acting skills? I burst out a chuckle and slump on the bed. How out of character for me. But come to think of it, I really did enjoy the food we ate earlier. I never considered enjoying small things, eating, drinking wine, even walking, that don't involve art and money. The ringing of my phone interrupts my thoughts, and I scramble to find it under the sheets. It could be Jonathan calling with a plan for tomorrow. To my surprise, it's my father who's calling. He's probably wondering what's taking me so long to update him on the painting. Hello, Papa. It's already late here. What is it? I ask, sitting up on the bed. Do you have the painting with you now? Papa demands with a tinge of anger in his voice. He's livid. This means he's getting desperate to have his hands on the piece. Papa, I begin in a calming tone. I'm working on it. Tomorrow I'm going to talk to Ren. What's taking you so long, Jenny? You've never been this sloppy before. He seethes, and what he says annoys the hell out of me, because he's right. I never take this long to negotiate art pieces. I always get what I want. Papa heaves a sigh and tells me in a lower voice, You better hurry up, Jenny. I'm close to doing it my way. You don't want me to send people to take that painting by force, do you? I stay quiet. I normally have no problem when Papa sends his men to take the art pieces before I do. It should be a good thing to finally have this exhausting trip come to an end. I can go back home with the painting and forget all about Ren. But something doesn't sit right with me, and for some reason I don't want Papa to proceed with his plan. What's this? Is it because of my experience with Ren earlier, that I actually had a good time with him? No. I want this to go my way. Things are going to be bad anyway if force and violence are involved. I have to make my plan work. Listen, Papa, I finally reply. Can you please hold that off? I got it, okay? Don't worry and let me do my work. I'm not losing my focus. Papa ends the call without a word. I put my phone down and place it on the bedside table. I lie down on the bed still thinking my plan will do great. I'll do whatever it takes to make it work. And so, I close my eyes to get ready for a long day ahead tomorrow.
Chapter 22. Ren. The misty air of the breaking dawn with the rosy hue cast by the rising sun creates a magical ambience inside my room as I work on my painting. This one is new. But my heart feels heavy with the thought of its beauty being dismissed for its worth in euro. It makes me furious to meet people who only see money when they see fine art. That's exactly how I saw Jennifer at first. But since yesterday, I've been wondering if it's possible for her to change. A stubborn woman like her. If only there's a way to get her to give up, but I have a feeling it won't be easy. Time sure flies fast when I'm working. I completely lost track of time, and now it's noon. I cover my painting with a fine cloth and cleanse the brushes so I can set them aside to dry. After setting the brushes vertically with their heads up, I walk to the closet to change my clothes and get ready for lunch. The thought of running into Jennifer and her desperation niggles at the back of my head, but I shake it off with an annoyed huff. "Tonio, did you have lunch yet?" I call out the window, knowing Antonio is playing outside with his soccer ball. He stops when he hears me and gives me a thumbs up. "Then, can you please watch the studio for me?" I request, and he yells an okay before running inside the building and up the stairs. I give Antonio my keys as I leave the apartment. Now, where am I going to eat lunch? I'm kind of craving cacio e pepe from Trattoria d'Abruzzo, but I was there with Jennifer yesterday. Chances are high I'd run into her. I'll have to hope that the odds are in my favor today if I want to eat my favorite food. Sure enough, my guts were right. I catch sight of her glittering accessories and gigantic sunglasses the moment I open the door, and as soon as our eyes meet, she stands up and invites me to her table. Jennifer's intense amber eyes follow me as I step toward her. She looks like she's got something desperate to say, and judging by how she fidgets her fingers, I can only assume this is about the painting. "What do you want?" I ask when I'm near her. "What's the rush?" Jennifer replies with an irritating smirk while removing her sunglasses. "Aren't we going to order lunch and talk about this while we fill our stomachs?" "No," I coldly respond. "I might actually lose my appetite if we do." It feels like the tables have turned. But this talk isn't going anywhere, and there's no point in arguing further with this woman whose only purpose in life is money. I shake my head subtly, feeling disappointed. I turn around to walk away, but she suddenly grabs my arm with her slender hands. Her grip isn't tight, but it's enough for me to stop. "I don't want to give up on that painting," Jennifer says in a serious but soft voice. I look at her with a straight face and say, "You're just wasting time. It's pointless if all you want to do is sell it for money." "No!" she yells, loud enough that the people in the restaurant stop talking to look at us. Jennifer realizes, and she instantly lowers her head in embarrassment while still holding my arms. "We're just playing around. I apologize if we interrupted your lunch," I explain to divert the crowd's attention away from us. Then, I murmur to Jennifer, "Will you please calm down?" Jennifer's eyes roam around to see if there are still people staring. She then gazes up at me, however. She catches a glimpse of her hands grabbing my arms, so she swiftly lets go. She clears her throat and explains, "I'm trying here, okay? And I'm firm with what I said that I don't want to give up on ephemerality. So can you please just hear me out? I'm tired. How many days has she been pestering me? Half of me is screaming that people like her are not to be trusted, but the other half wants to listen to what she has to say. It's making me angry with myself how my curiosity is taking over my judgment." I clear my throat and ask her, "So, what do you want to eat?" Her pout slowly turns into a smile as she grabs the menu from the table. With a sigh, I sit across from her. "What I meant by not giving up," she begins, even while browsing the menu, "is really me saying that I want to learn once again how life works." I cross my arms, intrigued by what she said. The arrival of the waitress interrupts our conversation and somehow eases the atmosphere. "Good day, Ren and Miss." She glances at me curiously. I sigh and introduce them. "Mia, this is Jennifer. She's from France. And Jennifer, this is Mia." "Oh, nice to meet you, miss. We're so glad you're here to try our food. What would you like to have this afternoon?" "I'll have my cacio e pepe, Mia." "Thank you," I reply. I'll have what he's having, Jennifer replies with a sparkle in her eye. Great! I assure you you're gonna love it, Mia exclaims before going back to the kitchen. Jennifer clears her throat and continues our discussion. As I was saying, if I do learn how to enjoy life and appreciate my experiences, I'm requesting for the chance to earn my worth to acquire your painting. Well, that does pique my interest. I uncross my arms and lean closer to the table as I stare at her and flash a grin. Fine, I'll go along with this. Let's see how well you want to learn how life works.
Chapter 23. Jennifer. It's working. Operation Jen Gets the Painting begins now. Ren grins at me, and I can see from his eyes he's convinced by what I said. I didn't expect him to fall so easily into my trap, but I'll take this opportunity nonetheless. Do you also like pasta? You ordered the same dish as me, didn't you? I'm only being mindful of your actions because I want to gain your trust. That's what I want to say, but I have to keep up this facade. Not really, but when I do eat pasta, I prefer to enjoy it at a high-end restaurant, I replied to him, but it strikes me how arrogant and obnoxious that sounded. I instantly counter with, but this time I want to enjoy simpler things like this. That sounded convincing, right? Ren seems neutral with his reaction, shrugging and leaning back to wait for our order. After half an hour, Mia serves our food, setting down 2 plates of pasta with no sauce and topped with a lot of black pepper. I didn't know what face I was making until Ren's remark snaps me out of it. Is that how you react to things you enjoy, with a disgusted look on your face? No, it's just, you see, this is new to me, okay? I'm trying to do this in baby steps, so can you please bear with me? Rather than look at your food and judge its presentation, why don't you start digging in and taste it for yourself? Let's see if you'll still look at it like that. I wasn't intending to look disgusted with the food. My brain and my facial muscles must have reacted subconsciously to seeing food I'm not familiar with. Unfortunately, Ren caught me, but the tasty smell of the pasta stops me from further arguing. I glare at her briefly, then I pick up the fork to get a taste of what Ren's idea of enjoying life is. This better be good or else, wait a minute, this is delicious. I never considered such a dull-looking dish could taste this flavorful. You're right, I can't help but exclaim. Ren, this is really savory. Despite its appearance and lack of presentation, this could pass as a delicacy at a high-end restaurant. Ren smirks at my remark and replies, You don't have to add an insult to your compliment. That negates what you're trying to say. He then starts eating and enjoying his own food. I finish mine first, and I'm honestly already prepared for what's going to come next. This is going to be his idea of fun, so my taste buds will be put to the test. We're either ordering again to taste other dishes on the trattoria's menu, or we're going to another diner to have me experience what he enjoys eating. Are you done now? Ren asks. I nod to him sheepishly, deliberately humbling myself for my plan to work. He seems to be in a hurry when he puts down the napkin after wiping his face clean. Ren stands up and signals to Mia we'll be leaving. I knew it. We're going to another food tasting experiment. Such an easy person to read. Well, actually, this is a great idea. I need someone to accompany me on buying my supplies. I'm kind of running low on art materials. He mumbles, but purposefully says it loud enough for me to hear. Wait, what? Did he say he wants company to buy art supplies? Ren walks past me. Then, realizing I'm not following him, he turns back and glares at me. Why are you still sitting down? Come on, we don't have much time. He then walks out of the restaurant. I have a feeling this day is going to be stressful as hell. I rush out of my seat and follow him to wherever he's going, already dreading his version of fun. Just as I expected. We walk for about 2 hours along the alley, entering so many art supply stores, and some local paint boutiques that stink with awful chemical smells. Ren drags me to all the art stores within the vicinity, and never do we stop or even take a break. In every store we enter, I'm pretty sure there's always a new item added. He seems to be the only one enjoying this because now he's literally skipping like a 2-year-old going to a park. While here I am, walking behind him and being dragged like a dog, following its owner wherever they go. I've been carrying these heavy bags of paints and canvases from the start. I probably look like I'm about to be buried by these things. It's making me livid. It's like Ren is toying with me. But I don't want to ruin my act and blow this operation down just because I'm uncomfortable. Before I can calm myself, Ren all but sprints into yet another art store that sells brushes. Begrudgingly, I follow him inside, and damn, the whole place stinks like hog hair. I think I'm going to throw up the pasta we ate earlier. Ren looks back at me. Are you okay? You don't look like you're enjoying our trip, he teases, giving me an infuriating smirk. I'm holding my patience bar to its maximum level. You're seriously asking me that after making me your pack mule and having me enter this hog den? He crosses her arms and waits for my answer. I thought you said you want to experience living life. It looks like you're giving up. Sad though, it's only been an hour. No, I'm good. I just need a breather, I reply, keeping my composure by some miracle. He shrugs, flips his long hair back that isn't up for once, and starts browsing the shelves again. You have to get used to it if you want to be around a lot of paintings. That includes being familiar with the nitty-gritty of it. I know damn well how to handle myself around paintings. I'm an expert art curator. This man, he's really pushing my patience to its limit.
Chapter 24. Ren. This corporate stiff is taking it all in. I must admit I'm impressed. She's keeping her temper in, but I know it's all a ruse. What does she take me for? Naive? Generous? Does she think her ploy of showing her humble nature will work on me? I've always been able to see past the superficial personas people put up. Whatever happened yesterday was a fluke, because this snobbish, stubborn woman is no different from countless people I've met before. She's just like them, led by wealth and power, and has no idea of what life is all about. A few more teasing and a few more minutes of showing a nonchalant attitude will make Jennifer reach her breaking point. I can't wait to see that. It should be entertaining to see this proud, prim, and proper woman show her crazed side. After all, she's the one who volunteered to go with me. I never forced her to do what she's doing. I've been rejecting her from the start. Finding out how life works again. Yeah, right. I'm not a fool to waste this extraordinary chance of having a pack mule at no expense. That's why I intentionally loiter around the last shop we enter under the guise of not finding the right brush. This one will be good for when I paint the trees, but... Oh, wait. I think this round brush will suit better. I have to decide, I ramble, feigning hesitation as I pick up the two brushes. I know perfectly well she can hear me, and if I'm not mistaken, she's already rolling her eyes, irritated with my indecisiveness. She clears her throat and says, Ren, I'm not pressing you for time or anything, but how long do you intend to look at those brushes? As long as it takes to feel the right one. To fuel her irritation, I add, I think I'll get this line brush for tree details. But I want this round one too. With an annoyed sigh, she says, Then get them both. I'm sure you have the money to buy them. Hiding my amusement, I reply, Yes, I do. I can buy them both, but I need to feel which one is the best. If you're tired, you can go home. Jennifer straightens herself and tries to compose her facial expression. I'm fine, she says in a fake, cheery voice. All I'm saying is if you have the money, then you wouldn't have to waste your time choosing between two brushes when you can have both. I mean, that's what money's for. She shrugs in a non-committal way, to buy things you want and need. I point a brush to her face and say, That's what you think. But I'm not you, so I'll do things my way. I pick up 2 more brushes. Don't worry, we'll be out of this store shortly. But I loiter around for an hour more. By the time I finish shopping, Jennifer is quiet, although her eyes are fuming, and her lips form a thin line. It looks like one small prick, and she'll erupt like a volcano, and the guaranteed casualty will be me. I don't know why I find it funny, and I almost laugh out loud. But I take pity on her, doing my best to keep a straight face. I know you're hungry and tired from all the shopping, so let's go to the best bar in town. She clenches her jaw, suppressing her rage, but she chooses to nod and not say anything. Smart. With that, I lead her through the winding streets of the village as the afternoon sun blasts its heat. I feel the familiar feeling of freedom. I appreciate the architecture of the buildings we pass by, each one old yet full of character, where families have lived and made memories. Then we walk along a dusty road beside a wide field where many kids are playing. They shout and run and perspire. They argue passionately as to who should kick the ball or who should be it. These small things are always taken for granted by many. Every day, people slave away, working for the higher classes of society, always thinking about earning money for necessities and how to get through the day. I'm not dismissing the fact that a good income can ensure a secure life, but people's lives revolve so much around money that they've forgotten how it is to truly live. To smile, to make friends, to... You know what? Jennifer shouts, and to my surprise, drops all the bags to the ground, huffing as if she ran around with the children. Her eyes are alight with anger. Right now, she doesn't look like a slick, poised art curator, but a 5-year-old about to throw a tantrum. This is stupid. I accompanied you today to impress you, to make you think I'm worthy of buying the painting from you. And what do? You make me eat tons of pasta and walk so much and carry your luggage like I'm your maid. Do you think I enjoy this? Do you think I'm learning life by doing the things you make me do? No, because I feel like a fool. And I shouldn't, because I'm only here for that damn painting. Her shouts echo around us, and some of the nearby kids stop to stare at us. I can't help it. I laugh out loud. You think this is funny? She screeches and marches toward me. I hold up my hand as I catch my breath. Jennifer is still huffing like mad. Look, I say and clear my throat. I think you're getting the wrong idea here. No one's making a fool out of you. I suggest you change the way you think. You're all about the painting, thinking of ways on how you can get it. Did you ever stop to think about how that painting was created? All the paints needed, the right brushes, the correct colors, tones, the emotions put into a painting? No, because all you think about is buying the painting and all the glory and fame that come with it. Jennifer is too astounded to speak. I take the opportunity and explain. What we did earlier, shopping for art supplies, was a trip many artists do. A painting isn't simply a splash of colors on an empty canvas. There are so many things an artist considers when he paints. Time, effort, expenses, all those things are what make a painting gain its value, not just the picture. I hope you understand that when you buy your next piece. Giving her one last smirk, I approach a group of kids when I see Antonio playing soccer with his friends. An idea pops into my mind. Hey! I call to Jennifer, still standing frozen where I left her. Do you play soccer?
Chapter 25. Jennifer. I stand there dumbfounded when he asks me to play soccer. I just shouted at him, expressing my annoyance at how foolish all these things are. And he asks me to play soccer? Unbelievable. I put my hands on my hips and look around. My temper is still at its peak. I can't believe the nerve of this man, making me follow him around like I'm some sort of scullery maid. I look at the bags of purchases still on the ground, lifeless and innocent, as if telling me it's not their fault I'm still huffing in anger. I suddenly have the urge to kick the damn bags. A painting isn't simply a splash of colors on an empty canvas. There are so many things an artist considers when he paints. Time, effort, expenses. All those things are what make a painting gain its value, not just the picture. Ren's words echo in my mind. Then a nagging voice speaks inside my head. Well, you can't learn more about life when all you expect to do is eat. I look at the bags again, and it dawns on me what Ren was really trying to say. In all my years as an art curator, I never gave a thought to what goes behind a painting. I look at the picture and who the painter is, and that's it. I never saw any merit in how a painting is done, effort, time, and all. But now, in my defense, people only look at what a painting is trying to depict, and of course, who created it. In my line of work, face value is the dictator of how much money a certain art piece can generate. It's a big bonus if it has an interesting history, but in general, people don't care about how a painting was made. Their existence is simply to give some sort of fame and importance to their owners. I sigh again. All this thinking is giving me a headache. I'm about to turn around and go home when Ren calls me again. If you're still angry, you can let off some steam by playing soccer, he says. I frown at him to let him know how ridiculous his offer is. But I watch her run and seize the ball from the kids. He looks younger when he plays, his long hair whipping around in his face. His lips are split in a wide grin as he expertly maneuvers through the defense the kids have put up, and when he scores a goal, I find myself smiling and getting excited for him. Ren walks to one of the kids, tousles his thick, wavy mane of hair, and I gasp when I recognize him. He's the same kid who snatched my purse the other night. My temper rises again, but I stop short when I think about it more thoroughly. The kid never took anything from my purse. If I look at it from a different angle, maybe the kid was trying to lead me away from the dark alleys and into a safer spot. If I remember correctly, the boy was even playful after he tossed my purse back. He led me away from the lurking dangers of unknown alleys under the guise of playful teasing. If the kid knows Ren, then it must have been him who told the kid to do what he did. This time, I chuckle, incredulous at what I've just gone through. I admit I underestimated Ren. One moment, I'm angry with him. Another moment, I'm amused and intrigued by him. With Ren, no one should expect to figure him out at all, and I can't believe what I do next. All right, I'll play. Where's the goal? I yell at them. Ren smiles widely at me, and some of the kids even cheer out loud. The wavy-haired kid, Antonio, I hear the others call him, tells me who my teammates are. He lets me know he's on my team. At the sound of the whistle, we all start running and evading and chasing after the ball. Shouts fill the air as the kids and Ren give instructions on whether to run to the left or chase the ball or seize the ball from the opponent. I, for one, don't know where to go. They're all scattered about, and they already know what to do and where to go. I try running after the ball, but the others are also running after it, and at one point I almost trip because one of the boys bumps me hard. One kid eventually tells me to run to the goalkeeper to support, but before I know it, the ball is already flying past our team's goal, garnering a score for the opposing team, which happens to include Ren. Goodness, these kids can run. How many lungs do they have? I thought we'd have some time to rest after scoring a goal, but no. These kids are up and about, running like their lives depend on it. One kid jogs to me and says, "Miss, you're too slow. You have to run fast so we can score a goal." Look, they're ahead by 1 point. He continues, "Can you kick hard? If you can, we're going to pass the ball to you. Don't hesitate to kick it. We'll assist you, okay?" Then he runs off. Never in my life did I imagine being given instructions by a kid. Yet here I am. I feel revved, and I get ready to play better. The ball is almost near our goal again. Without thinking about it, I run after the kid with the ball and successfully seize it from him. I can barely hear the cheers of my team. All I know is that I need to score a goal. I run with the ball, and the others block the opponents to give me a clear way. I see Antonio blocking Ren, who's about to steal the ball away from me. I raise my foot and kick. The ball soars toward the opponent's net. Goal! I shout with glee, jumping up and down, forgetting all my dignity as I cheer with my team. I look around, and when my eyes land on Ren, I give him a smug smile as if saying, "Did you see that?" He gives me a nod of approval and a thumbs up, mouthing the words, "That's cool." Of course it's cool. I just scored my first goal.
Chapter 26. Ren. Look how energetic the corporate stiff plays, I think, as I watch Jennifer run clumsily but determinedly after the ball. The kids have become more competitive at the game because of her lucky shot, but it's obvious they're enjoying the game as much as we are. Jennifer runs and runs. Some loose strands of her hair fly wildly while the children's shouts and laughter surround her. At one point, she falls on her butt, and I feared the worst. But she surprisingly brushes it off and even assists her teammates score a goal. I bend over to catch my breath while the kids on my team groan and complain about their defeat. On the other hand, Jennifer's team yells out cheers of victory. I even see Antonio offering a high five to Jennifer, and to my pleasant surprise, she gives it and grins at the boy. Then they walk toward me, Antonio grinning and Jennifer flustered but pleased with their win. Antonio tells me he has to go home before running off with the other kids. "That was fun," Jennifer remarks, still huffing from exhaustion. I can tell she's sincere with her words, and she looks like she's loosened up a bit. "I'm surprised you can run that fast." "I'm surprised too, and to think I never liked physically demanding activities." I straighten up and grab her hand as I say, "Congratulations, then. You just discovered you can run fast. I believe a celebration is in order." We grab our belongings from the ground and together, we walk toward the winding alleys of the village. The sun is beginning to set, and the workers are coming out of their offices. The buildings start to turn on their lights, and at the same time, street lamps light up as well. With the sky's orange and purple gradient, all these give off an overall whimsical, ambient effect to the village. Surely this is something Jennifer has never fully appreciated before. I point this out to her, and I'm delighted when her face lights up as she turns around in wonder at the surroundings. She says she's always been surrounded by city lights, so she thought that nothing would ever compare to their beauty and luminescence. Or probably because I've never been to a place as scenic as this village of yours, she adds. We arrive at the same bar we went to yesterday. The quaint ambience is great when one wants to have a break from tedious work or have a casual conversation with friends. Not to mention they have the perfect selection of cocktails to drink before dinner. I order 2 glasses of Negroni and a plate of bruschetta. We walk up to the second floor of the bar and sit at a table on the veranda. The sky has turned to a deep bluish-purple color, cloudless and scattered with stars. Perfect ambience to further loosen up the corporate stiff. When our order comes, I raise my glass and make a toast about her soccer win. She follows, although half-heartedly, mouthing the words, "This is silly." But her facial expression changes after taking a sip of her drink. "This is the best Negroni I've ever had!" she exclaims. I grin at her, thinking I told you. We order another round of drinks, and after a while, Jennifer's face is embarrassed again. I can feel my face heating up as well, but my alcohol tolerance is clearly much higher than hers. When Jennifer asks if she's become worthy of the painting, I let out an exasperated groan. "Tell me honestly, with all the things we did today, did you not feel even a tiny spark of enjoyment?" "I did," she answers hurriedly, but then her face shows a bit of hesitation, so she adds, Okay. I hate the shopping thing because you made me a mule for carrying your things. But I admit I enjoyed the soccer game. Who'd ever thought I'd score a goal? Papa would freak out if he found out." She laughs. She's more than a little tipsy, but I keep quiet to encourage her to talk more. Finally, she sighs and says, "Papa never let me play games when I was young, because he never wanted me to have anything to do with what he called big, sweaty people. Another sigh before she continues. And what you said earlier about choosing the right paints and brushes, I realized why having the right materials help an artist make a masterpiece, not for money, but to express their own art. You wanted me to see that, didn't you? You wanted me to see a part of what makes a masterpiece, what makes ephemerality a masterpiece. Now she finally learns, I commend her. So where did you learn to play soccer? Jennifer asks. I tell her I used to watch the kids play. In time, I learned the rules with Antonio occasionally guiding me. Playing with the kids always makes me feel young. Is that how you were raised? To see the simple things in life? Oh no, lady. This isn't about me. This is about you opening up. I try to be vague about my answer. Not really. It's just that the simple things are more meaningful if you're happy about them. Like listening to music or looking at great artworks. How about you? What are meaningful things to you? Jennifer's eyes are glassy, a sure sign of drunkenness. Anything that makes money, brings in money. Just money. Everything else is useless and meaningless without monetary value. That's how my papa raised me. This time her eyes show something else, something akin to emptiness, and I can't help but feel sympathy for her. I reach out for her hand and say, honestly, I'm not surprised about that, what with the tenacity you've shown going after the painting. But by now, I hope you realize that money isn't everything. She cuts me off to say, Patrizia Reggiani said it's better to cry in a Rolls Royce than on a bicycle. But she's still miserable, I counter. And that's something Rolls Royce or any material things or any amount of money in the world can never fix. I add, yes, you own those beautiful things, but you're not happy at heart. Do you get what I mean? Because they're just hollow things made to make you look good but feel empty inside. I lean toward her and continue. You should understand, doing things that make your heart feel light and happy matters more than anything else. She looks at me with a somber glow in her amber eyes. After a while, she nods slowly, then lowers her head. Her whole demeanor tells me she's realized something words aren't enough to describe.
Chapter 27. Jennifer. We continue our drinks in silence, but inside me, I feel like something shifted after that exchange. In practical terms, everything's easy when you have the money, the power, the connections. Isn't that why we're all working our asses off, so we can live a comfortable life? So we can experience the luxuries this world can offer? But she's still miserable. Ren's words echo in my mind. His words definitely touched a nerve. I find myself agreeing with him because for the first time in my life, I realize that I am empty inside. It's true I live my life in luxury, but I never really reflected on what I feel. Until now. I never really felt happy before. It's true that I always feel a sense of achievement whenever I get the things I want. I like it when I wear luxury clothes and flaunt them around people who only have praise for me. I like it when I get to be with people who are part of the upper class, because it affirms I am also one of them. But they're never enough to fill in the void I now understand I have within me. The goal I scored earlier playing with the kids, that's the first time I felt so elated that I did something worthy of celebration. What surprises me is that it didn't even involve anything remotely expensive. Just an old, battered soccer ball played on a dusty field with a bunch of sweaty kids. And yet it was the most freeing and happiest experience in my life. So, despite all the expensive things I own, despite my social status, deep down within me, am I really happy? The answer I come up with makes me more miserable with my realizations. Ren must have noticed me toying with my food because he says, food is meant to be eaten, not toyed with. Suddenly I'm annoyed with him because he makes me feel things I'm not used to, and I'm not ready to thank him for making me finally see what matters most. And I'm supposed to get the painting from you, but instead, you made me carry all those things. I snap at him. I choose to be annoyed because it's easier to feel it than to admit I learned something from her. My pride will never let me do that. Ren gapes at me, surprised at my sudden aggressiveness after our honest conversation. He sighs and raises both his hands as if he's giving up. Well, at least I did my best to enlighten you, he says. I'm tired, I say. Don't think I've given up on the painting. I'll try again tomorrow, but tonight I'm going to rest. He shrugs. Whatever you say. Soon after, Ren and I leave the bar together. The streetlights in this part seem to be dimmer than in the rest of the village, and I realize it's time for me to go home. I whip out my phone to call Jonathan, and I'm greeted by several missed calls from him. Miss Allaire, finally, he cries when I call him. Your car was towed earlier, and I won't be able to get it until tomorrow. What did you say? I'm really sorry, miss. How am I supposed to get back to my hotel tonight if my car is gone? I'll come get you, Miss Allaire, but we're going to have to take the bus. I get flashbacks of my first night out in this village's streets, alone, running after the kid who took my purse. It was a moonless night like this one, which made the dim streets darker than they should be. I remember feeling scared of getting mugged in an unfamiliar place, and right now I feel that way again. You're afraid to wait here alone? Ren's voice interrupts my internal panic. In my silence, he explains, I overheard what you were talking about. Sighing, I tell Jonathan to put me on hold. Can you blame me for being scared? I snap at Ren, masking my fear and anxiety with anger. And even if you tell me the plaza is close, I'm not stupid enough to risk myself going there and get mugged just like how that kid of yours took my purse the other night. Ren's face becomes serious as he says, Okay. First, Tonio's not my kid. Second, I asked him to guide you back to the plaza because I know you're not familiar with the place and that you might get mugged. Did you also tell him to snatch my purse? Is that your idea of teaching me the good things in life? I can't help the sarcasm dripping from my voice. Ren looks resigned. Look, I'm sorry about that. I just want to let you know you can stay at my place tonight, or at least until your driver picks you up. I'm stunned by his offer. It's not a secret he doesn't like me because of my persistence in getting his painting. But his offer to let me stay at his place for the night seems to have undone something in me. I press my phone back to my ear. Jonathan, are you still there? Yes, miss. I take a deep breath. I can't believe I'm doing this, but I tell him, you can pick me up tomorrow. I found a place to stay the night. What? But don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I hang up before he can protest. Then, facing Ren once again, I say, you better have a bathtub at your place.
Chapter 28. Ren. Bathtub? May I remind you that my small apartment is not a 5-star hotel suite, I say. Despite being almost hysterical about waiting alone in the dark, Jennifer still has her haughty attitude. After all the walking and lifting and running we did today. Oh, correction. What you made me do today. I deserve to have a relaxing bath. I sigh. One thing I can promise you is a hot shower. Fair enough. We turn around an alley and walk further. After a few moments, Jennifer breaks the silence. I'm sorry about my outburst earlier. I had some realizations during our conversation earlier at the bar. Oh, she's still thinking about what I said about valuing one's happiness over material things. No worries, just forget it. We all have our moments, I say. Somehow I feel relieved, not because she apologized, but because I know I'm right in thinking she's learning her lesson. Given more time and experience, Jennifer will come around and change her outlook on life. Ever since I met her, I found myself wanting to teach her, to show her how life can be wonderful despite the lack of expensive things. I normally avoid these kinds of people because I don't want to waste my time on them. But with Jennifer, it feels different. Different how? I have no idea. All I know is that I touched something in her during our conversation at the bar. She thought she was happy with what her father taught her, but in reality, she isn't. She's missing something in her life, and I'm determined to help her find it. If I can make Jennifer happy, then it's something, right? We finally arrive at my apartment street. The building is one of the oldest in the village, and it gives off a distinct vintage Italian vibe that adds character to it. Despite being an old building, the units and amenities are carefully maintained and properly working. Jennifer makes a face at the flight of stairs but keeps quiet as she follows behind me. When we reach my apartment's floor, she sighs in relief. I drop my bags to reach for my keys, and as I enter my apartment and turn on the lights, I say, "Welcome to my humble abode." Jennifer enters and takes notice of the mess. My apartment is littered with paints, brushes, dirty palettes, and paintings, so we'll have to do with what little space we have. Her eyes scan the area as if searching for something, and I know she's looking for ephemerality. Thankfully, I moved it from the balcony and covered it earlier. She won't be able to see it without snooping. And still, she doesn't know which it is. I have several covered paintings to preserve them and protect me. "Let me remind you I brought you here not for the painting, but for you to have somewhere to rest," I tell her, setting down the bags of our purchases on my workbench. "I know you won't give it up easily," she huffs, "but there's no harm in looking. What you should do right now is take your relaxing bath. The bathroom's that way, and you can use whatever you see inside," I say. "Although, let me tell you, my shampoo's not as luxurious as what you're used to. As long as it's decent, it'll do. You have moisturizer? You can find everything in there." She finally walks toward the bathroom. After I hear the splash of water, I head toward the corner where one of the covered paintings is. I graze my fingers over the cover, and I get emotional as I remember my father. "I won't give you away," I murmur. 30 minutes later, Jennifer comes out of the bathroom looking fresh and content. She's made a turban using my towel to dry her hair, and she's wearing one of my cleanest baggy t-shirts and sweatpants. Her face looks raw from scrubbing, and her supple lips boast a seductive fullness. I beckon her to the balcony where I just set up a late dinner. "I made cacio e pepe. I only have white wine if that's okay with you." "You really like pasta, don't you?" she replies, and I shrug at her comment. We sit down and enjoy our meal. A nearby streetlight gives us some illumination, and with the cloudless night sky and the cool wind blowing, a pleasant and relaxing ambience is created. "How's your food?" I ask. "Decent," she says. "Do you cook?" "Only when I feel like it. Most of the time I eat out or order in." "Who taught you to cook?" "My father." There is a brief pause before she says, "I can see you miss your father." "Very much," I answer. "He used to cook this pasta for us when he had the time, and those were the best meal times I've ever had. You know, he was the one who taught me to paint," I continue, my chest clenching with strong emotions. Maybe because I remember my father when I touched the painting, or maybe because I rarely get the opportunity to have someone to talk to about my father, even if that someone wants to take away my most beloved treasure. We were poor, you know, and my parents did everything so we could have something to eat every day, especially my father. Sometimes he would apologize to me because he couldn't give me the nicest things. But you know what? I didn't mind. Because despite our situation, my father taught me to be content with what we have and to enjoy living life. I remember him telling me that people who love money more than their lives are people who've lost their souls. And it's true. As I grow up and meet more people, the more it proves my father's point. It's true that life is hard without money, but if you center your life on it, you wouldn't have really lived your life. Jennifer looks at me intently as she listens. It amazes me how she's capable of listening, which is the opposite of my first impression of her. I continue, and when he died of cancer, I was shocked, devastated. I actually thought about following him in the afterlife, but I guess his lessons became my anchor to this life. At this point, a tear rolls down my cheek. I've held on to these emotions for too long, and now I can't help but pour them out. Even now, I still mourn his passing. That's why I painted Ephemerality, to honor his memory, and to let him know I keep his teachings close to my heart. And that's why no matter what you do, I can't give it to you. It would be like losing my father again. All throughout my monologue, Jennifer listens, and I can tell that she feels some sympathy for me. She stands up, walks to me, and bends over me. She wipes the tear from my face as she says, "It seems like your father was a good man, and I know he must be proud of who you've become." Her hand feels soft and warm against my cheek. Her amber eyes fill my vision. And suddenly, I find myself drowning in them. The next thing I know, her warm lips are on mine, lightly brushing to let me know she sympathizes with me. My sorrow is replaced by something primal, more carnal. It makes me want more. When she's about to pull away, I hold her hand to my face. I caress her cheek with my other hand, and her eyes widen in surprise. I reach for her lips again, tentatively, just to see if she also feels the connection. I'm delighted when she responds. We lock lips for the third time, sharing the passion that unexpectedly blossomed between us. I cup her face and deepen the kiss, and she answers me equally. A part of my mind tells me this isn't a good idea, but the more I feel her lips on mine, the more I want to throw all caution to the wind and lose myself to Jennifer's intoxicating kiss.
Chapter 29. Jennifer? I don't know what came over me. I felt so much sympathy for Ren after the things he said. The kiss was supposed to let him know I feel for her, and I understand why he's so adamant about not giving away the painting. But the kiss ignites something in me that's far from my usual business mindset. It's something more earthly, more basic, that needs immediate gratification. I'm surprised I feel this way for a man like Ren, who owns an important art piece I'm supposed to acquire. A man who has dragged me all over his village and shown me that we are of two different worlds. Our kiss deepens. His hands are warm and gentle on my face, but his lips are hot and wet on mine. Then he stands and grabs my hand to lead me to his room, our dinner already forgotten on the balcony. When we enter his room, he asks, "Have you ever been with an Italian before?" He winks. "No," I answer. Before he can say anything else, I put my hands on his arms. "Wait, I don't think this is a good idea," I say despite the desires screaming within me. "I also don't think this is a good idea," Ren says. "You're still after my painting, and I still don't want to give it away." He buries his face in my neck and inhales deeply. He murmurs against me. And yet here we are, both wanting this despite our better judgment. He's right. I can't deny what I feel, what we both feel. I look into his eyes, and I'm hypnotized. I want more of him. Then we're kissing again, his arms around my waist, mine around his neck. We kiss ardently, passionately. His tongue explores the inside of my mouth, and it's making me crazy. It's like we both agreed silently to remove our inhibitions and finally have a taste of each other. He pushes me onto her bed, then climbs on top of me and greedily claims my lips again. I remove the towel from my head, and the scent of his earthy shampoo wafts through the room. It makes my brain go haywire. We're both frantic with our movements, our hands rushing to explore each other's bodies. Then he stops me, saying, "It's your first time with me. I want to make this memorable for you." Ren straddles me, and without breaking eye contact, he removes her shirt. His chest is sculpted, despite the amount of pasta he is always scarfing down, and I want to run my hands across his abs. But Ren has other ideas. He bends down with his head just above my navel. He trails kisses along my body while pulling my shirt upwards. I pull his hair as his lips continue to explore my body. When he reaches my chest, he kisses the swell of my breast, then moves to the gap between them, before unclasping the front hook of my bra. My nipples harden, and to my delight, The effect I have on Ren is immediate. He dips his head and sucks on my nipple while his hand plays with the other. A loud moan escapes me as the feeling of his tongue licking my breast and his teeth grazing my nipple sends overwhelming sensations all over my body. Just when I thought he was done, he transfers to my other breast and sucks it as well. He finally pulls my shirt over my head and gives me another mind-blowing kiss. But he's pulling away again, so I lift my head to get more of him. He pushes me back and gives me a coy smile. He reaches for the band of my sweatpants and tugs it down together with my underwear. I'm completely naked, save for my bra hanging loosely over my shoulder, while he still has his pants on. I try to tell him this by tugging his pants with my toes. Instead, he smiles, and once more dips his head down, this time at the apex of my thighs. He licks and sucks towards my center, making me moan louder and louder. He props my legs on his shoulders, and with one last look at me, he feasts his mouth on my wet pussy. I let out a loud moan as Ren expertly sucks and licks my pussy. My back arches, and I push my pelvis toward his mouth for more. I look down at him, and it amazes me how well he fits there. He looks back at me, and before I know it, he inserts 2 fingers into me. I gasp, heady from the pressure building up from what he's doing. I clasp the bed sheets and moan as he thrusts his fingers slowly and gently while he sucks my clit. I can't keep still from what he's doing, so he presses his other hand on my hips to pin me in place. His thrusting gets faster, and I feel it coming anytime now. I cry out Ren's name repeatedly like a mantra until I come. I gasp for air as my body shakes from the aftermath of that explosive climax. He sits upright, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, his grin full of satisfaction. I feel spent and wanton, but when he says, "It's your turn," I suddenly feel energized. I push him back onto the bed and start my way from his mouth. I do to him what he did to me, trailing kisses down his body, mesmerized by his sculpted chest and abs. He lets me know I'm doing great by moaning, especially as I trail my fingers along his waistband. Sadly, YouTube's cutting things short, since what's coming up with Jennifer and Ren is just too sultry for their site to show. If you're itching for all the steamy details as much as I am, swing by athenastormbooks.com and get your hands on the unexpurgated version of The Prince of Passion at 30% off with the code STORM30. The discount is good for all unabridged content on athenastormbooks.com, and you can savor it without any interruptions or ads. It's really the best deal you could ask for.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 30. Ren. I wake up with a start, suddenly feeling like someone is staring at me. When I turn to my side, Jennifer is already awake, her head resting on her folded arms. I don't remember a morning that's better than this, and Jennifer seems to think the same way. She smiles at me as she reaches for my face. "Good morning," she says. "Good morning," I reply before grabbing her and kissing her. She still tastes as sweet as I first tasted her last night. I would have stopped kissing her, but Jennifer pulls me closer and responds ardently. Her tongue explores my mouth while my hands are busy exploring her body. One of her hands grabs my ass and squeezes. I let out a moan. How many times have I experienced this? To sleep with someone through the night, and then wake up just to make love to them again. When I first met Jennifer, I never would have thought she'd end up in my bed, kissing me senseless. And yet, I still decided to bring her home in my apartment, where with just one mistake, she can figure out where the painting is, take it, and be done with her job. All I know is that she's empty and miserable inside, and I want to change it. I want to make her happy, make her see she can be content even with the simple things. I want to make her happy and content with me. This new goal, this new feeling I have for her, makes me scared. I've never felt this way toward anyone before. The fact that she's after something valuable to me, and that I don't know what she feels for me, makes for a very complicated situation. For now, I'll let this thing between us run its course and see where we're headed. We both know we have chemistry in bed, but it won't be enough to make everything work out. After another round of sex, we lay spent on my bed, panting and staring up at the ceiling. Jennifer turns to me and says, "C'était du bon sexe." My French isn't good, but I think I know what she means. She continues, "I can't help but compare. I've been with others before, but no one has made me feel alive. Have you had relationships with many women before?" "A few in the past," I answer. I'm sure she was wondering if I have always been such a loner, holed up here in my studio. I touch her face, then she takes my hand and brings it to her lips. Her gesture stirs something inside me, and it's not something sexual. "Thank you for the wonderful evening. I will treasure this memory forever," she says. And just like that, the warm feeling vanishes, replaced by slight annoyance. "You should go call your driver to check on your car," I say as I get up. Our clothes are strewn across the floor, and I pick mine up and put them on. "After last night, I've already forgotten about it," she says, laughing. "Oh, really? Don't tell me you've also forgotten you're after my painting? Come on, what is one day off my mission? I'm sure I deserve to have it, right?" I study her. She looks so alluring with her messy hair, my blanket covering her body from her chest to thighs. "Come back to bed," she croons, her voice full of promise and seduction. "As much as I want to, I'm starving. For food, and your driver must be worried about you. Go check on him." "All right, then. Are you sure you don't want to come back to bed?" she asks, then intentionally lowers the blanket to reveal the swell of her breast. Why did I not see this kind of Jennifer before? Bewildered at how bold this woman can be, I can't deny she's about to be successful in seducing me. "Excuse me, what happened to Jennifer Allaire? You know, the corporate stiff who's after my painting?" She laughs at my question. Okay. I'll call Jonathan now." I go out to the balcony and I see our dinner is still there, as if waiting for us to resume our meal after the steamy night. But I know the pasta is cold, and I need to cork the wine. Jennifer exits the room to tell me her driver will pick her up in an hour. I tell her we're going to have our breakfast at Trattoria d'Abruzzo, so her driver can pick her up there. We get dressed, after another coupling inside the shower thanks to Jennifer jumping on me, and walk towards the restaurant. She's clingy and sweet. Even as we arrive at the restaurant to have our meal, she's attentive to me. When I point this out, Jennifer doesn't even seem surprised by her change of attitude. "Why, you really think I'm made of stones and money?" She laughs. "Is it too late for me to change?" "It's just that you weren't like this yesterday," I say. She sips her coffee before saying, "I can't say I'm totally changed. Frankly, even now I miss the luxury of my hotel suite. But I feel different because I'm starting to understand you and your views on life. More than the sex, I thank you for trying to change me. I'm now starting to understand that there are things far more important than wealth and material things." Her words bring me relief. I look into her eyes and I see that she's sincere. I take her hand and say, "Take your time. Change doesn't happen overnight just because we made love. I only hope this change will be good for you. I bring her hands to my mouth and kiss it. She smiles at me and nods. Soon after we finish our meal, her driver arrives. Jennifer and I share a look, and I shrug my shoulders. Well, this is my ride, Jennifer says. Thank you. The driver steps out of the car and opens the door for Jennifer. Miss Allaire, your father called last night to ask where you were, I hear him say as Jennifer steps into the car. He demands that you call him when you return to the hotel. Jennifer stiffens in her seat as the driver continues. He says he's getting ready to step in depending on your progress. I understand, she murmurs. Before the door closes, she waves goodbye to me, but her face shows she's dreading that call to her father. As the car speeds away, I can't help but worry about Jennifer. I know it. What happened to us last night makes things complicated. Jennifer is now caught between her father's wishes and her personal revelations, and I don't think I'm ready to know which one she'll choose.
Chapter 31. Jennifer. I've always considered myself a fearless woman. I would go so far as to say in this world, there is only one thing that truly scares me, and that is my father's wrath. I would rather try to survive alone on a deserted island than face him. But today, I might not be so lucky. Papa must have given Jonathan an earful last night because he keeps silent throughout the ride back to the hotel. This is possibly the most nerve-wracking ride of my life, and as we near the entrance, my anxiety triples in intensity. I'm done for. There's no getting out of my father chewing me out for my failure. I can already hear the disappointment in his voice, and I have no excuse for letting him down. I step out of the car with trembling knees that shake so hard, it takes me a few minutes more than usual to get to my room. What the hell am I supposed to say to him? That I had sex with the artist of his most sought-after painting? He'll disown me for sure. I groan as I pace back and forth, phone in hand, and staring at Papa's number on my screen. I don't have a choice. If I delay any longer, he might initiate the call. And that would be much worse for me. I suck in a breath and press call, and I all but stumble onto the bed when his voice comes through, only after 2 rings. Jennifer. He's pissed as heck. Papa, last night I raised you better, child, he says from the other side. His voice tells me he's trying to reel in his anger, but it's clear he won't tolerate any of my nonsense. Not that I had anything prepared. I gulp nervously as I listen to him talk. Jonathan told me you did not return to the hotel last night. And normally I wouldn't care where you run off to. Except I gave you a mission, didn't I? His volume increases as he goes on. Who gave you permission to gallivant around another country when I specifically instructed you to acquire the painting? I wasn't I start to defend myself, but Papa won't let me. I don't have time for your excuses, he yells, and I flinch despite not being in the same room as him. I can't get a word in as he goes on a tirade about how much he's disappointed in me for wasting both of our time. With a soundless sigh, I lie on the bed and place a hand over my eyes as I wait for him to finish. I feel like I'd be able to feel him trembling in anger if I concentrate hard enough. A part of me begins to question his intentions for the painting, but I keep my mouth shut. The best course of action right now is to stay quiet and take the brunt of his anger. Somehow I'm relieved I didn't tell him any details about Ren. What you've done is irresponsible, Jennifer, he continues, exasperation slipping in to replace his fury. I thought I taught you better. I'm sorry. That's the best response I can give. Own the mistake, because nothing I say will calm him down. I just need to survive this now. I'll worry about it again when I get home. The other line is silent for a moment, save for my father's heavy breathing. After a minute, he asks in a calmer voice, "Give me something good about the painting at least. Where are we on buying off the artist?" I bite my lip. We've come to the part I fear the most. I have no new information to give him, but at this point, lying isn't an option. If he finds out I made it up and dangled false hopes, There's no telling what punishment I'll receive. Running a hand through my hair, I swallow my fear down and give it to him straight. I've had no progress with convincing Ren to give us the painting. I plan to keep trying, but nothing. You've been there this long, and you've made no progress at all, Jennifer. He bursts with renewed indignation. I hear shuffling of papers and pounding on his desk as he continues. What have you been doing there all this time? I sent you there to do a job which you guaranteed will be finished quickly and cleanly. Now where are we? Lagging behind our competitors. I fall silent once again. Papa is right. I failed to deliver on my promise, and I deserve to be yelled at and scorned like this. But I don't feel guilty at all. Things are different now. I'm learning so much from Ren, and I've been living my life for the first time in decades. Besides, I doubt those competitors my father mentioned will have better luck than me at convincing Ren. They'd show up and leave empty-handed as well, if they could even find him. A heavy sigh leaves my father. That can never be good. You are to return immediately. What? I bolt upright from the bed. I gave you a chance and you blew it. I'm sending a team to collect the painting. There's no need for you to get involved. No, I can still. You are to return, Jennifer. His tone is harsh and firm, as if challenging me to disobey him. If Ren won't listen to reason, then there's no choice but to use a little bit of force. I will have that painting. With those final words, he ends the call, and I'm left with my mouth hanging open in shock. This can't be. Papa's reached his limit, and he'll be sending his men soon right to Ren's front door. Now I'm more than relieved I never told him Ren's true identity. I bury my face in my hands and groan. What can I do to save Ren? He's so attached to that painting he wouldn't budge on it. He would risk his life to protect it from anyone, even from people who would kill him just to have it. Oh God, I need to warn him. I need to save him, but can I really go against Papa's wishes for a man I barely know?
Chapter 32. Ren. A cold breeze makes my hair flutter, and I pause in my painting, lifting the brush off the canvas and setting it down. I haven't done much yet, and I was planning to experiment with lighting before resuming work on my current piece. I place a palm to my heart. But what is this foreboding feeling? A sort of premonition about a disaster waiting to blow up. Get it together, Ren. Don't get worked up over nothing. I walk to the window and peer outside as if the scenery could give me a hint. Perhaps it's because of the terrified look on Jennifer's face before she left 2 days ago. I hope she's okay, I mutter as I turn back to my canvas and observe my work to distract myself. I might need new colors. Maybe a walk would help clear my mind. Deciding finally to get up for a breath of fresh air, I grab my bag and head out. I'm in need of more supplies anyway. Might as well use this opportunity to take a break. I only intended to make my way to the nearest art supply store, but as I walk, I find myself absorbed in the life and beauty of the streets. Before I know it, I reach the outskirts of the village. With an amused chuckle, I breathe in the morning air and take in the people around me, the noises they make, and the harmonies formed by their chatter. It makes me feel alive, and I revel in the fact that I am. A small bell jingles as I enter a small shop near the outskirts. Signor Roberto, the storekeeper, gives me a nod as I proceed to the paint section. 5 minutes later, I'm bringing an armful of different art supplies to the checkout counter. Quite the haul, Signor Roberto chuckles at me, and I can only shrug in response. I didn't realize I needed a lot of things until I got here. I give him a sheepish smile as he scans the items, and soon I'm waving him goodbye and walking through the exit. Not even a minute outside, however, I hear a commotion from the store. I whip around, and to my shock, 3 burly men are surrounding Signor Roberto. What in the world? I could only assume one of them dragged him out. But why the hell are they bullying an old man? Before they notice, I turn a corner to observe from a good distance that's not too far away from earshot. As much as I want to help, I know I can't do anything against them. You sell to artists around these parts. It's impossible you don't know who we're talking about, I hear them say. By the looks of it, the men seem to be the type to carry guns around, well-dressed but dangerous. Around me, a crowd starts to form as neighboring store owners notice the commotion. They whisper to each other about what might have caused it, and using the crowd to hide myself, I start to move forward. I hear they're looking for someone, a woman beside me says, and my stomach drops as the bad feeling from earlier returns. I heard the same thing. At another art store near the river, another person pipes in. Do you think they're part of the mafia? Fear creeps up my spine. They sure look like they're part of a nasty gang, the type that beat people up or kill them for owing them something. I wouldn't be surprised if they truly are involved with the mafia. I sure hope not, comes a reply. But I've seen them around too. They've been roaming the streets since yesterday. Signore Roberto keeps shaking his head adamantly in denial. With the growing crowd, he thankfully gains the upper hand against the thugs and declares with confidence, I already said I don't know. Leave before I report you to the authorities. Clearly pissed, the three men face the crowd and wave their hands wildly. Go on! Show's over! They march away from the scene toward my direction, and I tear my gaze away, not wanting them to see my face. My heart thunders in my chest as if afraid of getting caught. I sprint back home as fast as I can without looking back and slam the door shut as soon as I get in. I don't know what to make of the scene earlier. That gnawing anxiety I had this morning. Could it be connected to this thing? Am I the one they're looking for? And for what? I drop my art supplies on my workbench and head to the bathroom to wash my face, trying my best to shake off the fear. When I come out, I hear a light knock on the door, and I'm relieved to find Antonio behind it. Hey, Ren, he greets as I let him in. I'm reminded of how he's always out in the streets. Hey, have you seen scary men roaming around? I ask carefully. I heard they were all around town. Antonio gives me a puzzled look. Yeah, I've seen them. Why? I think they're trouble, Tonio, I tell him. I know you're getting into all sorts of trouble, but try to stay away from them. Antonio snorts at my warning. You don't have to worry about me. I sigh and reason with him. I know you're capable and know your way around here, but I have a bad feeling. Just be careful, okay? Antonio doesn't argue this time. I hope he understands how serious I am. Okay, comes his reply. I promise I'll be careful. But why do I feel like you're about to ask me to find out more? He's right. I do want to find out more about them. And the best one for the job is Antonio. Yeah, I guess, I agree hesitantly. If you could find out what they want, then that would be great. But be careful. Just tell me what you hear on the streets, okay? Don't go snooping around. Antonio promises he will, and he leaves after having a meal with me. That boy is dear to me, and I pray he keeps his promise.
Chapter 33. Jennifer. I'm stumped. Lying on the bed, face buried in my pillow, my heart grows heavier as I recall the conversation I had with my father 2 days ago. I still can't believe I'm being pulled out of here. How can I be when I'm his best curator and negotiator? I know I still have a chance to change Ren's mind about selling the painting. He's finally starting to open up to me, and with a little more coaxing, I can convince him to give in. If only for his own safety, I say out loud. To be honest, I'm not so sure if I want him to sell the painting anymore. But now that Papa is hell-bent on sending his men, or should I say his goons, to shake Ren down, maybe it's better to give up. If Ren doesn't agree, then they might just steal it from him, or worse, use brute force against him. They certainly aren't above hurting people to get what they want. Is this really how it ends for us? I mutter to myself as I squeeze the pillow tight. Papa won't listen to me anymore, and Ren is the most stubborn man to ever exist. Groaning, I slip out of bed and decide to prepare to check out of the hotel. My head hangs low in defeat as I slowly gather my things. There isn't much to pack. I didn't expect to stay here a long time, but I gather what I have and shove them back into my suitcase. All the while, my thoughts drift to Ren. Knowing my father, he'd have called his connections by now, and we'll have men knocking on Ren's door within days. I could only hope he doesn't call me and ask about Ren's identity. I regret even telling him I found the artist. My useless worrying over Ren gets disturbed by a knock on my door. I open it, and Jonathan stands there offering a sympathetic smile. I'm sure he's read from my expression how things went with my father. I sigh and open the door wider to let him enter the room. Jonathan leads me to sit on my bed, and I have this sudden urge to break down and cry. "How are you feeling?" After a beat of silence, he adds, "Because you don't look okay." And I'm not. For a minute, I don't respond. I stare at my hands on my lap, fiddling with them, unsure if I should tell Jonathan the truth, that I'm conflicted and guilty, and how much my heart hurts because a sweet, innocent man is going to get hurt because I've been so selfish. My internal monologue goes on until the emotions well up, and I ask in a quiet voice, "Am I safe to talk about this with you?" Jonathan reaches for my hand and squeezes. "Of course. You're my friend as much as my employer." I bite back my tears as I begin to tell him everything about what happened the other night. Ren and I spent the night together drinking. I say warily. I had fun, actually, and I loosened up for the first time in forever. He has that effect on me, you know? Jonathan nods along to let me know he understands. "As you know, he let me stay the night when you couldn't pick me up, and..." I trail off, hesitant to reveal how the night ended. "Go on," he encourages, and I take a deep breath. "I was drunk," I managed to continue. "He told me about why the painting is so important to him, and we got intimate." "Oh." I bow my head so Jonathan won't see my burning cheeks. The memory of Ren's naked body is enough to make me want to come running to him. "I slept with him," I clarify, and somehow telling someone about it makes it feel more real. "Okay, wow," Jonathan huffs, and I can't blame him. This is a lot to take in. "So are you two?" If he's assuming we're together now, he's completely wrong. "No, we're not. It was a one-time thing." At his raised eyebrow, I continue. "At least, I think it is." "Well, I think it's natural how things escalated that way." He pats my hand as he speaks. "But how do you feel?" I think he catches the look of confusion on my face, so he clarifies. "About Ren, how do you feel? Do you feel different about him now? I mean, he used to be a mere artist with a piece you wanted to buy." He gives me a level look and asks, "Where are you now?" "I don't know for sure," I reply, my heart beating faster as I try to piece together my feelings towards Ren. "But I do know that Ren is different." "What do you mean?" "He's just different." I shrug. He's made me realize so much about myself and my life in just a few days. I try my best to explain to Jonathan how sharing a meal with him or simply walking the streets with him could change a person so much. I'm starting to believe my whole life was so heavily influenced by my father and what he's taught me growing up. Jonathan nods his head, urging me to continue. "When it comes to Ren, I think it's wrong because that's what I've been taught my whole life. But never has something wrong felt so right to me." Jonathan smiles sadly at me. He's been a friend to me for as long as I can remember, so he knows me very well. But he's also worked for my father's company, so by telling him all this, I put him in a tight spot. "I'll be honest, Jennifer. I've been with you and your father for a long time. I am loyal to you both. But I understand that if you want to do something, especially with this man, you need to follow your heart." He pats me on the back and stands to leave. "I'll be waiting in the car. Just tell me where you need to go." I smile at his statement. Thank you. You have nothing to thank me for, he says before exiting. But I do have to thank him. He's given me the strength to stay and do what I have to do. So I get off my ass and still my nerves. Because for the first time, I'm going to follow my heart.
Chapter 34. Ren. These past couple of days have been good to me. I've been painting almost non-stop, and as I look at my latest work, I'm happy my efforts are paying off. The painting is almost finished. I'm mostly satisfied with the overall mood and how I've presented the subject, but it lacks something. Something I can't quite place. Something I know could make or break the final piece. I sigh and take a seat. Staring at it won't give me the answer I need. Maybe I should take a walk, I say, but I notice a man in black when I look out the window. Or maybe it's better to stay in. I can't say for sure if the man outside is part of the men roaming around the streets harassing people, but it's better to stay safe at a time like this. Our complaints have been ignored, so they've been a constant nuisance to everyone. We're lucky nobody's gotten hurt. I wonder how Jennifer's doing. The question comes unbidden, but it doesn't surprise me anymore. Jennifer's been on my mind since the morning she left, and if it weren't for the Mafia, I probably would have been looking for her for the past 2 days. Jennifer wants my painting, but what happened with us was nothing short of magical. I can't help but consider, what if she's different? What if we have a real connection and she wasn't a curator who only cared about making good money? I can tell from the time we spent together that her change is real. She learned to understand the passion and effort that goes into an art piece, the real value of it more than the additional zeros on each check. Aren't I getting ahead of myself? Shaking my head, I return my focus to the task at hand, finishing my painting. I'm in the middle of deciding whether to keep working on it or stop for the night when somebody knocks on my door. It's me. Antonio's panicked voice reaches me, and I rush to let him in. What's wrong? I ask as I open the door, and the boy barges in without answering. Tonio? He ignores me and heads straight for the kitchen, helping himself to a glass of cold water. I'm getting worried by the second. Tonio, are you okay? Did something happen? I ask again. He takes a few more moments to collect himself, downing the full glass of water before starting to fill it back up again. Ren, he finally says after the second glass. Those dudes you told me to keep my eye out for? Yeah. Are they the reason Antonio is shaken like this? I've been going around the city, right? He runs the water once more, but he keeps talking. I've heard some things, gossip and rumors about who they're looking for. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? I make my way toward him in the kitchen. What did you find out? Well, they say these men are looking for someone who owns something very valuable. I don't know who, but I'm thinking of someone important. I mean, what's the fuss if it's just a normal dude, you know? I stay silent and urge him to keep going. I didn't hear anything about who it is exactly, but they also said the item could be sold for a lot of money. He turns back to the fridge and opens it wide, scanning the items in there. After taking out a leftover sandwich, he sits at the table and begins eating. I process Antonio's words as I watch him eat. Are you sure? Antonio nods, taking a huge bite and looking up at me. Yeah, that's what the other kids found out too. You can ask them. Wow, I guess my little ringleader got his whole team in on the job, and I'm thankful. I'm proud of Antonio for banding together with the other kids and taking care of them in turn, but I'm worried at the same time. They're just street kids, but I've gotten to know and care for them like family, especially Antonio. I'm afraid I could be reeling them into something dangerous. I approach him and ruffle his hair. Thanks, kid. Why don't you stay for dinner? It's the least I could offer him for his efforts. You can feast on the rest of my leftovers, I laugh. Antonio crinkles his nose at that, but smiles nonetheless. Sure, thanks, Ren. As Antonio and I prepare to heat up the food, I start to have this sinking feeling. I can't help but think I'm the one these Mafia men are looking for. I mean, I've been hunted by collectors before. Curators, curious men with pockets lined with gold. But is there really someone out there who'd use force to get an art piece? Surely not, right? I can't wrap my head around it, but I need to stay positive. I shouldn't assume the worst before knowing more. I just need to pray that I'm wrong, that I'm safe, that Antonio and the other children are safe. Hey, Tonio, I say as we start eating. I still can't shake the bad feeling. Yeah, he says around a mouthful of leftover spaghetti. If it's all right with you and the other kids, do you think you could keep an ear out if any more of those men start popping up near here? I just want to be sure we're all okay. Antonio looks at me in confusion but nods after a few moments. Sure, I'll let them know. It might cost you a meal or two, though, the boy adds with a cheeky smile. He knows I wouldn't be able to say no to him and the kids. I smile at him fondly as I agree to his conditions. But remember to be careful. I don't want any of those big guys taking any of you, I say, to which Antonio raises his head, fork stopping in midair. I'm not saying they will, but just to be safe, you know? Just be careful. You got it, Ren.
Chapter 35. Jennifer. One last look at my hotel room, and I take a deep breath to steel myself. And I grip my suitcase handle and slowly slide it out of the door, knowing full well I won't be coming back. This is it, I say out loud to reaffirm my decision. Follow my heart, no turning back. I lock the door for good, head for the elevator, and go straight to check out of the hotel without stopping. By the time I get out, Jonathan, true to his word, is already waiting near the entrance. He waves at me before opening the car door and letting me in. I haul my suitcase beside me before Jonathan could take it. You're sure this is what you want to do? Jonathan asks as soon as he is in the driver's seat. I did tell you to follow your heart, but surely you know there will be consequences. I snort as I put on my jacket and begin fixing my hair. If you're talking about the repercussions my father would bring upon me, then yes, I do know that. He turns to me and eyes my suitcase. And do you think Mr. Ren will let you stay with him? The question gives me pause, but I dismiss it quickly. Just have your phone ready so I can call you back if he doesn't. He hums as if doubting me, and I cross my arms, giving him a pointed look. You know I'm a decisive woman, Jonathan. You don't have to test me. Jonathan shrugs a shoulder at me, but I don't miss the smile on his face when he turns to the front. Fine, he says as he starts the engine. I'll drive you to the village. I scoff playfully. It's not like you had a choice. Jonathan laughs at me, and soon we're driving in silence. I watch the buildings pass by in a blur, my mind drifting back to the reality of my situation. I sounded confident earlier when I was talking with Jonathan, but confidence isn't enough to get Ren and me out of this predicament. The whole ride toward the village, I can't help but worry for him. My thoughts swim with uncertainty about what he will think and how he will feel the moment he finds out who I am and what my father has in store for him. Will he hate me when I tell him the truth? Papa has connections with all sorts of ruthless men. I know that for a fact. I've seen him do business with powerful politicians, media tycoons, and possibly even people in the mafia. He knows how to get what he wants, by force if he sees fit. Papa isn't above cruelty, and I don't want Ren to ever have to experience his methods in his lifetime. My chest tightens as I recall my mindset a few days ago. I didn't care about anyone. I only wanted to take the painting and prove myself a capable woman by making millions for profit. I never imagined meeting Ren and spending time with him could inspire change in me in such a short amount of time. And because of that, the urgency to act and prevent any harm to come to him grows tenfold. I'm afraid and anxious, but I'm also more determined than ever. One last chance to back out. Jonathan breaks me out of my thoughts when we reach the edge of the village. I flick my hair and take hold of my suitcase. Never. He nods, and 2 minutes later, Jonathan lets me off on a sidewalk. You got this, yeah? There's a hint of worry in his voice, and I appreciate his concern. He truly is a good friend. I nod and reply, yes, totally. I've got this. I take a deep breath, forcing myself to feel as confident as I sound. He waits for me to leave before driving off, and I find the rest of the way to Ren's house on foot, trusting that I remember the correct turns to take. When I spot a couple of street kids kicking a ball around, I confirm I'm on the right track. Some of the kids wave hello to me as I pass by them. It warms my heart how they remember me, but all I can give them is a small nod in response. I don't have any time to lose. I'm not even sure if the goons haven't already gotten to Ren. I speed up when his apartment comes into view, the wheels of my suitcase bouncing along the rough street. A peep at the window tells me he's in his studio. The lights are turned on, and the low hum of the air conditioner can be heard from outside. The sigh of relief that leaves me is enough to last a lifetime. I take a shaky breath before banging on Ren's door as hard as I can. Ren? It's me, I call out, hoping he's safe and that he'd at least want to hear me out. Ren, please. Apparently, I'm not above begging. I keep banging on the door, even if it annoys him to death. I need to talk to him. The door opens a moment later, and relief washes over me the moment I see his face. Ren, thank God. The look on Ren's face when he greets me is a mixture of surprise and confusion. Jennifer, what are you doing here? I want to talk, I breathe out, my heart pounding louder against my chest when I hear his voice. There's something important I need to tell you. Instead of letting me in, Ren studies me, leaning on the doorframe. And suddenly I feel conscious as his eyes observe me. I stand there awkwardly waiting for him to talk. And I'm never awkward. So this for me is very weird. A moment later, the door hinges creak as Ren opens the door wider, nodding his head and beckoning me inside. Come in. I'll put the kettle on. I have a feeling this is going to take a while.
Chapter 36. Ren. I watch as Jennifer enters my apartment, and immediately my senses tell me that something is off. Usually she is calm and collected, occasionally smiling at some silly antics I have in mind. Sometimes she gets down to business right away, urging me to sell the painting with her short temper in tow. Tonight, however, she looks disturbed, uneasy even. I want her to tell me what she knows. That is, if she knows anything. Yet, it is not good to assume such things, so I hold myself from talking until she tells her story. Sorry for intruding, Jennifer says, plopping on my couch. No biggie. Let me get that drink. I ask Jennifer, and she hums, asking for a cool glass of water. I walk over to the kitchen and fill up one for her when she spots Antonio in the living room corner, looking at my picture frames. Fancy seeing you here, Antonio. It's already late, so why is the child still here? She asks, while she curiously looks at Antonio. I cautiously shake my head behind her, giving Antonio the signal to stay quiet. He returns the look, understanding the situation, and grins at Jennifer. Just came here to hang out with Ren. I have nothing much to do anyway, so it's fine for me to be here. Jennifer hums. I can tell she wants to lighten the mood. Despite her sudden appearance, she uncharacteristically asks, Your friends are out there playing. Wouldn't you want to join them? No. Too bored to go there anyways, Antonio says. And like the curious kid he is, he takes a seat beside Jennifer and asks, How about you, Jennifer? What brings you here? She takes the glass from me and downs the cold water in one go. Nothing much. Just want to hang out. A pause, and I watch as she awkwardly shifts in her seat. Although I've been meaning to ask, have there been strange things happening around you, or is that just me being paranoid in an unfamiliar country? So that's what she's here for, I think to myself. Look, I don't know where this is coming from, but Please promise that what I'm about to tell you will stay between the three of us." "Even the kid?" she asks, pointing a thumb at Antonio. "Ren, he's a child. Why are you keeping him close right now?" "Because I trust him," I answer, not having much to add. "Now, do you promise?" With a disgruntled look, she sighs. "Okay, fine," she says, giving in. "What is it that you have to say?" "Well, recently, some strange things have actually been happening. And this is not to scare you, since we are a relatively safe neighborhood," I begin, taking the love seat beside the couch and sitting cross-legged on it. "Except for a bit of pickpocketing here and there," Antonio admits. Jennifer gives the two of us a questioning look, and I wave her off, laughing. That's for another day. But back to the matter at hand. These strange incidents include burly men strutting around the city looking for something. "Where'd you come across them?" Jennifer suddenly asks, trying hard to sound as casual as possible. "What do they look like? Did they approach you or anything?" I shake my head, a growing suspicion taking over me. I only saw them from afar, so they couldn't have seen me. I lean on my chair and sigh, resting my head on the backrest. Jennifer leans against the couch's armrest, placing her hand to support her chin. Beside her, Antonio draws his knees close to his chest, hugging himself as he listens. "When did you see them?" Jennifer asks, a calculating look on her face. "It was the day where I went out to the city to restock some paints," I recall, picturing the intimidating image of those burly men in the center of the city. At first, I thought it was weird for a gang like them to huddle near each other in broad daylight, and they weren't even doing it discreetly. "That was it?" I shake my head. "Of course not. Honestly, I thought they looked like they were carrying guns with them, so I immediately avoided their direction and headed to take the long way back to my place." "Is that so?" Jennifer says, placing a thoughtful hand to her chin as she contemplates. "Anything else, then?" "Well..." I trail off, eyeing Antonio, who only smiled sheepishly in return. "You got involved?" Jennifer asks, looking at the kid and back at me. "What the hell, Ren?" In my defense, he moves nimbly and he can easily hide. Plus, it's not like he's doing something dangerous. He blends with the other street kids in the city. Still, he's a kid. "I want to help Ren," came Antonio's determined retort, his hands balled into fists in front of his chest. "Ren's done so much for me and my dad. I want to help him as much as I can." Pride swells in me as I smile at Antonio's words. Antonio seems like that type of person to only do things because he thinks he can in exchange for tips or food, and it seems that I've underestimated him until now. It's nice having such a good friend like him, and I feel bad at how it seems I use him to run small errands for me. "Thank you, Antonio," I tell him gratefully, smiling warmly. "And you know I won't put you in danger, right?" "Of course you won't," Antonio cheekily says, "which is why I willingly went to gather information when Ren told me to." "You what?" Jennifer bursts out, her eyes wide at Antonio and me. "You made the kid go and get information?" "Of course not. I only said if he happens to hear or see something. I'm not that stupid to make him go into enemy territory on his own," I defend hotly, crossing my arms over my chest to quell the fury against her accusation. "So? What did Antonio hear then?" "I heard that the men were looking for someone with something valuable, and that it'll make them rich once they get a hold of them," Antonio reported. That's as far as I could hear. Surprisingly, Jennifer only says, "I see," and contemplates again right after. This look on her face, with this silence, unnerving, grow together like the awful lump in my throat. Not wanting to hold back any longer, I ask her, "Is there something you want to tell us, Jennifer?" At these words, Jennifer looks at me tentatively, like she's hiding, something from me. She sighs and sits up straighter, looking at me with the same serious eyes she used on the first day we met. "Let me first preface by saying that my father has connections to the mafia, especially here in Italy," she begins, angling her body my way, now fully facing me. "And when he wants something, he usually enlists their help as a last resort." Right now, his major work involves, as you know, your painting, she continues, looking at me with urgent eyes. Initially, he sent me here to do the deed, which is to buy the painting off from you. And I already told you I'm not selling, I cut her off. Jennifer nods, surprisingly calm even after I interrupt her. Yes, and now he's resorted to his last method. After all, what Mr. Allaire wants, Mr. Allaire gets it, or so that's what a lot of people say. Where are you getting with this? I ask, my stomach dropping. My suspicions start to spill, and I can't keep calm for much longer. Jennifer, tell me. Oh no, Antonio says, finally realizing. You don't mean... I'm afraid that this is my father's doing. The thing with the men roaming around the city and the thugs looking for this someone, she finally says, her face a myriad of emotions at the news. I gulp painfully. I'm sick to my stomach, yet all I can do is sit on the love seat, frozen and afraid. And that someone is... me? I ask quietly, my hands getting cold. With a pained expression, Jennifer looks at me. There was a silent confirmation for my inquiry, yet I want her to say it, to shoot me with the reality that those people, the mafia, want me. And Jennifer does, saying, Yes, Ren, they want you.
Chapter 37. Jennifer. Upon hearing the news about the mafia and my father, the room comes to an abrupt halt. My eyes train towards Ren, and my heart aches, seeing him before me, frozen and wide-eyed on his blue love seat. The news must have given him the shock of his life. After all, it's not every day one gets told that mafia henchmen are looking for them, so this must be weighing down on him more than anyone. I know it's messed up, I say, breaking the silence. But that's just how my father is. What about that guy that's always with you? Ren asks calmly, much to my surprise. He isn't going to rat us out or anything, right? I shrug, completely unsure. Jonathan was very vague about his alliance, but he said that I should follow my heart and make the decision I see fit. And that decision would be? To help you, I merely say. Yet my words aren't enough, as Antonio shoots up from his seat and hurriedly goes over to Ren, shielding him from me with his gangly arms. Don't listen to her, Ren. For all we know, she could be lying about this, Antonio protests, his eyes fueled with fiery rage. Look, I'm telling the truth, I retaliate, irritation bubbling inside me. I wouldn't be here if I didn't care. Hell, I would have taken the next flight back to Paris. Then how can we know you're telling the truth? Antonio presses, crossing his arms over his chest. Despite being a kid, he bravely steps in front of Ren, confronting me through a stare down with his sharp eyes. What if you're just luring us to a trap and you get Ren in danger? That won't happen. That's rather weak if you... Tonio, I understand your intentions, but please take a seat. Ren finally intervenes, standing to place a hand on his shoulder. He gently makes the kid sit on the love seat before standing beside him. I would be lying if I said that I'm not suspicious about you, Jennifer, he admits, his lips drawn in a thin line. But I'm also confused about why you'd want to help. You are, after all, your father's daughter. Papa took me off this job, I say, recalling that evening when he'd been so mad during our phone call. He was so anxious that someone might get the painting first before him, he pressured me to get it at the soonest time possible. And when he found out I was making little progress, he got mad and screamed at me on the phone. I sigh, remembering his harsh words and how my tears spilled when I seemingly failed him. So he told me I'm out of the job, and now we're here. The three of us are silent, unsure of what to say or do. Even Antonio, raring to fight for Ren, remains quiet in the love seat, his fingers absent-mindedly picking on the loose fabric on his shorts. So what are you going to do now if you aren't going back to France yet? Ren asks me, finally breaking the silence. As I said, I'd help around. I reiterate, eyeing him seriously. I mean it, Ren. That's why I'm here right now. Where will you stay then? Well, I pause, nerves swarming in my stomach. I left my suitcase just outside the door so as not to seem too pushy. I packed a bag and checked out of the hotel this morning. I was going to stay somewhere in the village, somewhere close. Then stay here, Ren invites, the tips of his ears going red. He tucks a lock of his silky brown hair behind his ear and fiddles with his fingers. I raise my eyebrows in a question. Are you sure? A moment ago, you were ready to push me away because you were so suspicious of me. I mean, it wouldn't be wise to go out there just like that and roam around mindlessly without a solid plan. Plus, those thugs could be anywhere in the city. Ren shyly hides his hands in the pockets of his shorts and smiles. And you said you're here to help us now, so I'll be more at ease with you here. My heart throbs with a warm feeling spreading through my chest, looking at him right now. Ren has an effect on me, and I have no clue how to get rid of it, no matter how hard I try. And if he's kind enough to offer me help in return, then how can I refuse? All right, I will stay, I say, smiling timidly as relief floods me. Thank you, Ren. But you shouldn't be too trusting of people, too. Ren laughs lightly, and for a moment, things seem a lot brighter now that the tension is somehow gone. Don't worry, I'm not normally like this. He turns to Antonio and crouches down to his height, cocking his head to the side to get a good look of the kid's face. You'll help me too, right, Tonio? Ren quietly says, placing a comforting knee on Antonio's hand. Something about their pseudo-sibling relationship warms my heart, and I'm happy that Ren has someone to trust despite that person being younger than him. With glassy eyes, Antonio looks up and nods. Of course I will, he replies determined. Thank you, Tonio. I'll be paying you well this time. Just try to stay alive, Ren, and I'll be happy with that, he jokes, standing up from the love seat. I have to go. I'll make sure to tell the other children tomorrow about this so that they can help keep you safe. Don't do anything stupid, Tonio, Ren warns, watching as Antonio walks to the door. I won't. I trust my friends, Antonio says with a bright grin. Then he turns to look at me saying, If you hurt Ren, I'll never forgive you. You hear? Antonio, Ren calls out, extremely flustered. I laugh, enjoying the kid's confidence as he stays by the door, waiting for a reply. Trust me, Antonio. That's the last thing I'm willing to do, I convince him, glancing at Ren. He huffs and nods, seemingly content with my answer. With a final wave goodbye, he exits the apartment, humming to himself. And then there were two, I say, standing up. Well, I probably should be leaving as well. Might find a quiet place to stay for the night since I've disturbed you enough already. I move to leave, but Ren pulls me back by the wrist, his grip on me tight. I thought you were staying, is the first thing he says as he sits me back down on the couch. He sits beside me and brings his legs close to his chest, resting his chin on his knees. Besides, I haven't asked you the most important thing yet, and I was waiting for Antonio to leave. I angle my body towards him and sit in a cross-legged position across from him. And what is that? I ask, intrigued. You had the decision to go back to Paris and leave as if nothing ever happened here. So why did you decide to help me instead? Okay, nothing could have prepared me for this, I say in my head. Can we first sleep, then talk about this over breakfast? I joke, praying that Ren will agree. But Ren shakes his head, eager to know about my intentions. Well, if you're that curious, I begin, clearing my throat. I get comfortable, bringing my feet down from the couch and leaning on the backrest. Before I came here, I was a rigid workaholic who only did nothing else but hustle for money. Nothing else mattered, except for a few flings here and there, and I only knew of the world Papa taught and showed me. I was spoiled. I wanted things to always go well for me, so I worked hard to be as efficient as possible, to avoid losses. I turned to look at him, pathetically smiling as he listens intently to my confession. Yet when I got here and came to know you, you suddenly made me realize that I couldn't simply get everything I wanted, and that everything is not supposed to be about money, fame, nor status. I scooch closer to him and reach out to take his hand, admiring how pretty his fingers look, even with the paint splatters on them. You made me realize that there is more to life, and that living free while experiencing vulnerable emotions makes life worth living. Jennifer, hush, I'm not done, I say, shushing him quietly. I need to get this out before I lose courage. If I stop, we're back to square one. Ren chuckles quietly, his cheeks turning red as he obliges me to go on. I nod and continue saying, you taught me how to look at art not for its value, but by how it impacts and moves people to their emotions. You moved me to feel emotions I've never felt before, and I'm so glad I let it, because I would have never given a second thought to leaving if I didn't care about you. Oh, Jennifer, Ren says, lunging forward to wrap his arms tightly around me. I return the gesture, sliding over to straddle him as he lays back on the couch, his head resting on the armrest. Ren, thank you. I probably would have never rushed here if it weren't for you and your art, making me want to protect you, I say again, stroking his cheeks as he stares up at me. Are you done with what you want to say? Ren asks, trying to contain his smile. I laugh, pinching his cheek after his question. Didn't you listen to what I had to say? I tease, resting my hand on his cheek and rubbing his cheekbones with my free thumb. He hums with a playful smile resting on his lips. I did, and I'm honestly glad that I could be that person who moves you, but... He leans forward and lightly presses his lips on mine, and my eyes widen at the sudden gesture. I'd rather have you do this than say all of those fancy words. I laugh, feeling light for the first time in days. I put my hand on the soft spot of his neck, bringing her to me and pressing our lips together perfectly. He tastes like coffee and candy, bittersweet yet addicting. I angle my head to give him more entrance, deepening the kiss with slow pecks before he breaks it, moving up to breathe. Did that move you? He asks me, his face red. He looks breathtaking beneath me, and I can't be happier at how things turned out for now. Smiling, I nod, slowly bringing him close to rest my head against his shoulder. More than anyone has ever had, I replied quietly, letting the exhaustion catch up to me as I fell into a deep sleep.
Chapter 38. Ren. The day is already quite enjoyable, much to my surprise. Jennifer makes waking up easy, often poking my cheeks awake and telling me that I have to get up to work. In her eyes, this is her way of helping me out, and I can't help but be grateful for the effort. Remarkably, Jennifer also gives me the affection I crave, albeit shyly, and showers me with it. It's only been days since she started staying here, yet she already acts comfortably inside my house, especially after days of hovering around awkwardly. Today, however, my urges to sleep in and just cuddle and kiss in bed are met with rejection. But why? I always cuddle with you when we wake up, I whine on this lovely morning, holding Jennifer close by her waist. I have to get us food, Ren, and you need new supplies, right? Yeah, but can't we stay here first? I ask, pouting as I pepper her face with kisses. I'll work once I'm full of energy. You're already energized enough to kiss me like this, Ren, Jennifer says, her body giving off heat as she gently pushes me off. You have a piece to finish, and I have emails to answer and sales to pitch. Oh, fine, I concede, getting off Jennifer and standing up to stretch. Can we at least shower together? I request, pulling her up. I guide her hands to rest on my waist, and Jennifer pulls me close, pressing our bodies together. And why do you want to shower together? Why not? I retort, pulling her by the arm as I head for the bathroom. It saves up more time, too. You did say you were busy. Jennifer sighs, finally giving in. Fine, but nothing funny in the shower, Ren. I giggle, seeing how that notion would be all gone once we hop in the shower. Okay, let's see you try, Jenny. Jennifer smiles at the nickname, her face molding into an embarrassed scowl. Ren, I'm serious. After that long shower, no thanks to Jennifer giving in to my flirty advances, I finally settle on the kitchen counter with a bowl of cereal in hand and the daily newspaper in the other. I'll be out for a bit, Ren. Is there anything you need? Jennifer asks, styling her hair a bit messily today to complement her casual shorts coupled with a simple shirt from my closet. It's nice to see Jennifer wearing my clothes, because she initially hated the idea as my clothes were too simple for her to wear. Yet as I reasoned out with her, saying that this would be perfect as a disguise for her while she stays with me, she hesitantly gave in. Now, however, it seems that she's having fun mixing and matching whatever outfit she can find in my wardrobe, and I have no qualms with that. Just some linseed oil. Oh, and a small stack of newspapers, maybe. I ran out of them last night. You can ask Tonio to accompany you again, I tell her, taking a spoonful of cereal into my mouth. I most definitely will. I still can't get the hang of the streets here, Jennifer jokes, patting any dust away from her outfit. I'll be off then. Let's eat together this afternoon, okay? I'll cook. I perk up, grinning at the thought of Jennifer cooking. Now this is something I'd like to see. Jennifer rolls her eyes, but that doesn't stop the smile twitching on her lips. Shut up. I'm a fairly decent cook if I follow instructions. Yeah. See you soon, Jenny. Can't wait to try what you're going to make, I tease, fully knowing that I'll be cleaning her mess up and doing the actual cooking. The words, however, make Jennifer fluster in embarrassment as she leaves the apartment. I laugh at her attempts to be firm before turning my attention back to my meal as I finish the last bits while reading the newspaper. The entertainment column features a small entry that catches my eyes. The entry speaks of a mystery painter living in the outskirts of Italy, describing how no one has ever seen their face despite their well-known artworks, catching the eye of many critics. I heave a tired sigh at the column, folding the newspaper away as I move to wash the dishes. With these kinds of editorials popping out, no matter how small they are, they're sure to catch the attention of those looking for me. And the thought of the mafia and their henchmen hunting me down is enough to keep me anxious for days, leaving me to spiral further into the dark recesses of my mind, which frankly affects my paintings. Other than that, I hate being caged inside the confines of my apartment, only seeing the four boring walls of my small space every day. Sure, I like staying in to paint, but it's different when I know I can get out and take a long stroll around the village whenever I'm feeling trapped or uninspired. I'm stuck right now without any assurance that I can get out again. I hate being here. My body feels foreign and detached as I wash my utensils and get ready to work. I gather my supplies and bring them all back to the small corner in my room, unveiling the still unfinished painting. While drawing the curtains back and getting ready to paint, I think of ways to get the mafia off my back, devising plans on how to lose them while not raising suspicion. But no proper plan comes into mind, and I loathe my powerlessness against the situation. Is this the cost of my love for art? I think as I begin to paint mindlessly for the next hour. By the time I finish part of my painting, the doorbell rings. I abruptly stand and cover it before walking out of the room. I open the door, and in comes Jennifer, together with Antonio, with bags of groceries and painting supplies. This is a lot, I comment, taking a paper bag from Jennifer's arms and placing it on the kitchen counter. Heck, I think this is a month's worth of groceries? Nonsense. 2 people are living here now. Plus, it's better to stock up than to order takeout all the time, right? Jennifer retorts. And this isn't even all ours, Ren, she says, handing 2 paper bags to Antonio. Do you wait? All of this is for me? He asks, eyes wide at the amount of food he's getting. Of course. It's only natural because you've been helping us out a lot. She takes the small bag of painting supplies from Antonio's hands. Now run along and come back in 2 hours. We're having lunch together." "Thanks, Jenny," Antonio exclaims, widely grinning as he exits the apartment. When he's gone, Jennifer turns her attention to me, patting the bags of groceries on the counter. "Guess we should sort this out before cooking. Help me out?" "Of course," I reply, taking the canned goods out of the paper bag. "Thanks for this, by the way. Well, I have nothing to say." "It's no biggie, and I did say I'd help." "Yeah, but not in this way," I say, shyly looking away as I cross my arms over my chest. "I meant help with getting away from the mafia." "Oh, I already have a proposition for that," Jennifer tells me casually, reaching out to the cupboards and placing 2 bags of coffees inside. My eyes widen in surprise as I look at her. You already have a plan?" She nods, her face showing no signs of hesitation. "Yes. It's still up to you if you'd be willing to do it or not. After all, it will heavily involve you." Curiously, I let her continue. "And the plan is?" "To get the global eye on you," Jennifer says, like it's the most natural thing to do. My stomach drops at the proposition, yet I know better than to immediately assume that what I already have in mind is what Jennifer means by that. So I ask, "What do you mean by that?" "I mean that you have to make yourself known out there so that you'd be offered protection by the government." She takes a few cold cuts from the slightly ruined paper bag and places it inside the fridge. "After all, this is targeted harassment and stalking. It's punishable by the law, and you are eligible for protection if you give them accounts that somebody is following you." My world comes to a halt. For the longest time, hiding from the public eye is something that I've considered as a blessing. After all, I want nothing more than to enjoy the quiet solace my art gives, and I want only the people closest to me to see what I create. With a hand on my shoulder, Jennifer asks, "Ren, you okay?" Distracted, I nod. "Yeah, I think." I shake my head and turn to Jennifer with a smile, not wanting to worry her further. Yet as I stash my groceries away and begin preparing lunch with Jennifer and her eager energy, I can't help but feel lost at the moment. Shall I continue to stay with the life I know now, or throw it away to protect myself? I have no idea either.
Chapter 39. Jennifer. Rays of sunlight peek through the curtains of the balcony door. I open one eye as the morning birds greet me from outside. I heave a sigh and turn my back against the creeping light, easing further into my covers as I try to get a few more minutes of sleep, but to no avail. "Wake up, sunshine. It's nearly 11 in the morning." I whisper to the person beside me. I pull the covers off, revealing Ren curled up tightly around me, his eyes still shut. "Ren, darling, it's late," I say again, poking his cheeks. He begins to stir, his eyebrows furrowing as he slowly opens his eyes, confusion on his face. "You're up pretty early?" he rasps, his throat dry from sleeping in for too long. I sit up and grab the glass of water from the bedside table and give it to him. "Thanks," he replies. "You're a deep sleeper," I remark, sitting up and leaning against the headboard as he laughs and sleepily nods, handing me back his glass to place on the bedside table once again. "What time did you sleep?" he asks, yawning as he faces me. "Just after you did, so at 3 maybe?" Ren takes the spot beside me and relaxes against the headboard, hugging a pillow close to him as he yawns. "That's pretty late. You'd be zonked out by 11 at best." I started laughing at his choice of words, resting my chin on my hand as I took in his sleepy features. I was finishing up reports and helping out with the museum online a bit. My father doesn't care where I am now that I am no longer on assignment, so as long as I'm working, I can avoid him a bit longer. "Ever the busy bee, huh?" he muses, running a hand through his long hair as I lay beside him. Ainsley wasn't getting enough assistance from the main office, so I thought I'd offer a helping hand. "Ainsley?" "One of my subordinates in one of our branches," I reply, taking my phone from the bedside table and scrolling through my emails for the day. Papa said he'd send someone out to help her while I was gone, and for a while he did until he pulled them back. He chuckles, shaking his head at Papa's pathetic attempts to punish me. No offense, but your dad's like a kid throwing a tantrum when he doesn't get what he wants, he comments. I giggle, immediately agreeing with the thought. None taken, Ren. And I do agree. I'm just like him after all. I pause, thinking. Or was like him, I finish, smiling at Ren. Glad to see you've changed, he compliments, wrapping his arms around my waist and pulling me onto his lap. And for the better, too. Well, if it weren't for your carefree yet feisty spirit, I'd still probably be that stuck-up bitch everyone hates. I muse, running my slim hands through my hair as he pulls my face close to his. Ren presses his lips against mine, softly greeting me a belated good morning in his quiet way. He pulls back after a second, looking at me with adoring eyes and a pleased smile on his features. It has only been days since I began staying at his place, yet it seems like I've already gotten used to having him around, like I've known him all my life. I easily fall into his routine and cater to his needs the same way he caters to mine. In the late evenings, our legs tangle up on each other as he holds me close, spooning me from behind as we sleep. And in the mornings, I wake her up and prepare breakfast while Ren paints. I'd help around the apartment by buying groceries and food, together with Antonio, while strolling around Abruzzo, enjoying my quiet time away from work and responsibilities. Each passing day feels like I'm in cloud 9, and I can't help but be greedy by wanting more of it. You were brought up in a small bubble, huh? Ren says, finally realizing how sheltered I've been from the world. He traces a finger on my jaw and gingerly cups my face in his hand. You had the world in your hands, yet you managed to become someone unfavorable to most. I scoff, looking away from his piercing gaze. What's with the sudden philosophy talk? I'm not philosophizing, Jenny, he retorts with a laugh, lightly pinching my cheeks. I'm just saying what I have in mind. Although I won't ever say it, I can't help but agree with her. Under Papa, I've known nothing but work, hustle, and money, the pillars of what makes my life go round. Naturally, those came with the privileges of living the high life and an art education that most would envy. Yet those are also what distorted my views of the world. If it weren't for Ren shattering my views, I wouldn't have realized that I've grown up to be so selfish and narrow-minded, seeing how I'm used to directly getting things my way. What I thought was the right way of living from Papa turned out to be the opposite, I finally admit, leaning into Ren's touch. And I can't help but feel like I've missed out on the world because of it. Well, it isn't too late to start now, Jenny, Ren encourages, gently moving my head so as to meet his eyes. We're young, and as soon as we solve this dilemma immediately, I'm taking you to all of my favorite places here in Italy. I smile, thinking about the endless places and possibilities I can achieve with Ren beside me. Oh yeah? With whose money, HM? I playfully challenge, as I jab his sides, earning a deep chuckle from him. You, of course. I'm but a poor artist, Miss Allaire, he manages to say in between laughs. That's hardly fair. Let's do halfsies. I joke. My hands instinctively reach out, wanting to caress Ren's face and pepper his cheeks with kisses. If it was that easy to get away from my responsibilities and Papa, just like how Ren makes it to be, I would do it in a heartbeat. After all, it isn't so bad to dream about escaping and spending my days with him. Lunchtime approaches after a long, lazy morning with Ren. I enter the kitchen, comb in hand, and catch the comforting scent of homemade Italian food. What's for lunch today? I curiously ask, peering over Ren's shoulder as he chops up some kale. There is a pot of vegetables on the stove, and Ren quickly goes over it, tossing it slightly with a wooden spatula. We're having ribollita for today. I recalled you love eating vegetables, so I thought why not make you one of my signature dishes, Ren says as he works, finishing up the kale on the chopping board. Internally, I'm surprised he manages to remember the little details. Then again, he's an artist, and he's probably used to taking into account the little details of the people or places around him. "Thanks for remembering that," is all I could reply, taking the spot beside him as he washes the kale. Of course, it's an obvious detail, so there's no need to be surprised. He turns to me with a smile and begins to give me instructions, saying, "I also noticed that you're thorough and meticulous, so can you chop up some tomatoes for me?" "Sure, but for what?" I inquire, taking the knife from him and moving to the side. "You seem like you've got everything prepared already." "Yeah. But I kinda want to eat some caprese salad today," he explains, placing 2 fresh tomatoes and a small bunch of basil before me. "You can also make the dish yourself. It's easy." I place the knife back on the counter. Whoa, I can't cook." "Last time I checked, you were quite confident in your kitchen skills." "Well, that was until I ruined the cannolis," I mutter, remembering the small-scale kitchen disaster from the other day. "I'm not a cooking expert, since Papa had chefs cook us food all the time." "And that's gotta change," Ren urges, happily guiding me back to the counter. He places the knife in one hand and the tomato in the other. "I trust that you can chop tomatoes?" "That's pretty easy," I mutter, cursing at myself as I do not know how to chop tomatoes. Thankfully, he notices my struggle and laughs it off, taking my hand and guiding me from behind. "This is how big the tomatoes for the caprese salad should be," he quietly says, chopping the fruit quite thickly. "There. I did one with you, so I believe you can do the rest." "Wait, what do I do after I chop them?" I ask, turning to him as he checks on the stove. "I'll tell you after you do that. Learn how to take things slowly, Jenny, and give yourself time to get accustomed to this, okay?" he says reassuringly, not taking his eyes off the pot as he adds the canned tomatoes to the mix. With little confidence, I begin to chop the tomatoes. In our silence, the air wafts with aromas from Ren's cooking, and I feel at peace with him beside me. There is magic in the way Ren moves with the world, and I can't help but stare at him as he works, at how he leaves pieces of him in everything he touches. Once cooking finishes quite nicely, we have a lovely meal. Ren talks about how these recipes were the first things his father taught him upon moving into this apartment, and as I listen to his stories about his past, he glows more brightly in my eyes. After lunch, we clean up quickly, much to Ren's excitement. My eyes follow him as he moves hurriedly in the living room, taking out 2 easels and placing them before the couch. "Let's do something different today," he announces, walking over to the living room. He takes 2 small blank canvases out of his supply drawer by the door and walks over to the couch. I do what he tells me, eyeing her curiously. "What are you doing?" I ask as I join him in the living room. "Preparing to paint, obviously." He places both of the canvases on separate easels and brings out small kits of cheap oil paints and paintbrushes that kids use. "You're joining me." "You can't be serious." "Oh, I am serious." He pulls me to the couch and hands me a brush. "Here, let us paint what we feel right now." "I don't know what to paint," I dumbly admit, holding the paintbrush. "Sure, I've taken some classes, but I'm mediocre at best." "Let your mind flow freely, and let me teach you," he says, looking at me softly. "I can tell that you have talent, Jenny, so let it fester, and let's create art together." With those words, I find myself lost in painting. The colors before me mix into an array of vibrant hues, prompting Ren's approval and honest opinions. "You can do better here," he tells me, taking my brush and adding details that I can easily follow. As he speaks, my mind zones out, bringing me to the depths of my brain where I can think of nothing but him. With our shoulders bumping and my art finally flowing easily through me, I can feel myself taking that last leap. I'm officially wearing my heart on my sleeve, and I hope that Ren feels the same about me.
Chapter 40. Ren. At the very least, the past week has been lovely. Every waking moment I spend with Jennifer feels like bliss, and I never want to go down from this kind of high in my life. Sure, the stakes of her being here are high. The Mafia is on our trail, and even though I live in a small village beyond the city, the walls will always have ears. It may only take some time before they catch on to us here in my humble abode. Yet every time I wake up to Jennifer's face inches away from mine, sleeping her worries away, I silently pray for that day to never come. For all it's worth, and if it is possible, I'd like to keep her away from the world and make her available for my eyes only, like a priceless piece of art. After all, when one finds something to love, they do anything to keep it close to them. I'm not a stranger to that feeling. You're spacing out again, her voice ringing in my ear, breaking me out of my reverie. Oh, I'm sorry, I stammer, turning to her and away from my meal. I didn't mean to. Jennifer shrugs, bringing her fork to her mouth as she eats the pasta with gusto. It's fine. You space out a lot, so I'm used to it, she replies, her mouth half full with the dinner we cooked. She looks absolutely adorable like that, I think to myself, watching as she quietly stuffs her mouth with the dish before her, a small bump forming on the side of her mouth. I guess it's my way of contemplating. Don't you space out, Jenny? I inquire before taking a forkful of pasta and eating it, savoring the saucy goodness of the meal. Jennifer hums, taking a sip of wine. Well, as I've never really had time to rest, I never really space out. Never? Nope. Not even once, you know? She sets her fork down after finishing the last bits of her meal. I guess with a lot to think about the business, I never really had the time to relax or get into my own headspace for a bit of quiet. That is a valid reason, I mused to myself, twirling the last of my pasta and eating it. I can only imagine how busy you are every day, I follow, imagining Jennifer running around the bustling streets of France, deadlines and presentations swirling in her mind. Jennifer lightly laughs, her voice a grounding sound to me. I wasn't that busy, but I guess just enough to make a proper name for myself. And did you achieve that? At the question, Jennifer grows quiet, thinking about her next answer. When she finally speaks, her voice is tentative, uttering, "Yes, but I never realized the consequences that came after it." Our conversation comes to a temporary halt. We do not speak for a minute or two, allowing the silence to grow rather comfortably, despite the direction of our exchange. I watch as Jennifer turns to her phone, mouthing a few words under her breath as she reads some messages off the screen. "Eve, now, you work," I comment, amused at her dedication. "How do you enjoy life like that?" Jennifer pauses, choosing to focus her eyes on something far away as she speaks. I guess I enjoy chasing the thrill of being wanted and needed. I know it sounds messed up, but that's how it's always been for me. Why is that? You are your father's most precious daughter, aren't you? Yes. A pause. But now that I look at it, everything I've done until now was only to please him. I am an Allaire, and naturally, people expected too much of me. You don't want to bring your dad down with a single mess up, I finish for her, and she nods, confirming my guess. I guess that's it. I do enjoy the work, of course. Something about art, making me want to know more about the world and the people around me. Jennifer sighs, leaning on the backrest of her chair. But I guess my line of work isn't and will never be that. I take it that I'm the one who made you realize such things, I ask without thinking. Coolly, I look at Jennifer with much effort, trying to look composed after blurting such a query without thinking. But the heat from her body does not lie, and a twinge of hope grows in me. I did say that last time, she manages to say, avoiding my gaze. Do you still mean it until now? I follow, treading dangerous waters while my heart pounds loudly inside me. For a moment it was quiet again, Jennifer calculating whether to take a risk or not. Then, with a shy gaze, she utters, Yes. I feel a weight lift off of my shoulders, and without thinking, I stand from my seat and gravitate toward where Jennifer is. I lean forward to cup both of my hands on her cheeks and give her a deep kiss, keeping her eyes on me as I did. Thank God, because I'd look like a fool if that isn't the case now, I whisper against her lips, pecking it once more. What do you mean? She asks, angling her body to face me while both of her hands rest on my hips. I'd want to be the only one who makes you feel that way, I finally admit, looking at her earnestly. She looks more beautiful up close, and as she sits beneath me, I can make out the glow in her eyes at my sudden confession, my lips twitching to a smile as they widen ever so slightly. Ren. She trails off, not sure what to say. I shush her, planting a small kiss below her eye before stroking her cheeks with my thumb. Let me have you, and I'll show you the world you'd want to know so badly, I profess, reaching out for her hand with my free one and bringing it up to my face. But why take me along for the ride? Why would you want to have me? She asks, doubting my confession. With another peck to her cheek, I reason, I need you to be with me when I venture more into the world with my art, as you make me want to show you things you've never imagined seeing in your lifetime. My hand moves to the back of her head. I give her another kiss to the lips as if searching for a hidden answer. She tugs on the waistband of my shorts. Like an invitation, I finally give in and scoop her up, settling her on my lap. Once I'm comfortable, she pulls our bodies impossibly closer as she responds with her mouth. You're not joking? Jennifer murmurs against the side of my mouth, pecking it before diving in for another kiss. You want? No. Need me to be with you, right? I chuckle, minutely breaking the distance between us and taking a good look at her face. Funny how I thought you'd be used to me by now. Ren, I'm serious. And I'm serious about you, Jenny, I declare, grinning at her eagerness. Truthfully, I'd want to hide you away from the world, like how I do with my paintings. Oh? Why is that? She asks, mildly surprised. Anyone with someone they love will do anything to keep them close, I explain, a look of realization on her face. As for my case, you already know who that is. On my answer, Jennifer begins to kiss me once again, sincerely responding to my words with her actions. Neither of us knows how long we stayed that way, our mouths meshing together, pushing against one another before pulling back momentarily to breathe. Our touch sears our skins with every kiss, a trail of passion and intention in its wake. And before I can protest, Jennifer pushes me off me and drags me back to the bedroom by the wrist. The dishes can wait, she finishes for me as she pushes me on the bed. She makes quick work of the door, locking it behind her before throwing her shirt off. Jennifer gets on top of me and unclasps her bra, eyeing me dangerously as she towers over me. Don't you want to turn the light on? I ask her, reaching out to cup a hand to her cheek. She shakes her head as she bends down to cup my face with her hands, angling it upwards to reveal access to my neck. Her tongue moves up slowly on my skin, eliciting a quiet hum from within me. The moonlight is enough for us, she murmurs against my skin, pecking it with kisses as her hands move down to the hem of my shirt, bringing it over my head and discarding it on the floor. Don't you think it's, a bit embarrassing to be doing this with the curtains open? I manage to say as works her hand under my waistband. She lazily rubs a finger along the skin there, stoking my already building erection until I am painfully hard under her. I want to show the world first what I can do to you before you show me yours, she says with finality, nibbling on my neck while lightly tugging on my pants. I moan underneath her touch, my grip on her hair tight as she moves up to bite on my earlobe. Quietly, she indulges in my body, moving back and forth from giving me kisses to teasing my sensitive neck and working lower, as if she's memorized everything that makes me feel good. Once I lose it, all from skin contact, she tugs my shorts down with my underwear. YouTube slamming the brakes. Jennifer and Ren's sizzling scene is too spicy for their vanilla tastes. Hungry for the uncensored dish? Dash to AthenaStormbooks.com and devour the Prince of Passion in all its steamy glory. Whisper Storm 30 for a juicy 30% off any unabridged feast. No interruptions, no ads, just pure, unadulterated passion. Your imagination will thank you. The moon is pretty tonight, Jennifer says as she spoons me from behind, fixing her eyes on the quiet evening beyond my balcony window. I read somewhere in a book that that's a poetic way of saying you love someone in Japanese, I murmur, pressing my cheek onto her forearm wrapped around me. I see, she replies quietly, placing a kiss on my temple. That's beautiful. I chuckle, pressing my back against her chest closer. I should have been the one to say it first. Would you like to try again? She jokes, laughing against my hair as I turn around to pinch her cheek. No need. I reach up to give her a kiss, slow and warm. I love you too, I reply as our lips part, my chest aching with nothing but happiness in this moment. I move away from her embrace and sit up, covering the blanket over my chest as I reach out to the headboard for my bathrobe. Where are you going? Jennifer asks, confused. If you're going to shower, take me with you. I shake my head as I tie my bathrobe close. You showed me what you can do, and now it is time to return the favor. I reach out for her hand and she takes it, following me obediently as I guide her to my small corner. If you are going to be with me, I trust that you can keep this painting between us, I ask her as I make her sit on the stool before me. Of course. You promised me the world, so it is only fair that I keep your trust, Ren, she answers truthfully, looking up at me. I smile at her promise before kissing her forehead, quietly urging her to look ahead once again. Very well. Then, as a teaser, this is one of the many fragments of my world that I keep close to my heart. I take the cover off the painting that has been in both of our minds since Jennifer's arrival. Jennifer gasps as she looks at the painting, her hands drawn close to her mouth. I kneel to the side to peek at her expression, only to find her eyes glassy with unshed tears. Jenny? I call out to her. What's wrong? I'm sorry, she says, looking at me earnestly. I'm sorry that I tried taking this from you, Ren, she apologizes, bending down to hug me tight. It's okay, Jenny. You were only doing what your dad told you to do, I reply, rubbing circles on her bare back. But that's changed now, right? Jennifer nods against my hair, giving it a tender peck before moving to look at me once again. She presses a kiss to my lips and brings our foreheads together. I love you. Thank you for trusting me with a small piece of your world. She quietly murmurs her truth. I smile at her sincerity, feeling a warmth spread through me as we keep each other close. And thank you for giving me the chance to bring you into it. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 41. Jennifer. Ren wants me to go into town and pick up a few things he needs back at the house. I got up earlier, so as to beat the inevitable afternoon crowd. As I'm scanning my to-do list, I notice his handwriting near the bottom of the paper. A tube of alizarin crimson and raw umber. Again? I swear this guy goes through paint way faster than any other artist I know in the industry. Though I'll admit, no one can say that those colors go to waste when he's the one holding the brush. I stash the list in the grocery bags I'm lugging around as I head for Ren's favorite art store. I'm more than happy to do these errands for him, but the promise of Ren's delicious cooking, once I return with these ingredients, have me picking up the pace. He makes works of art in his studio and in the kitchen as well. Perhaps I'm biased, but he should seriously consider a career in the culinary arts if he ever gets sick of painting, and I just might retire and become his full-time taste tester. As I turn a corner into the shopping district, my food fantasies almost distract me from the massive men loitering down the street. I stop dead in my tracks, snapping back into reality. I squint, trying to get a better look at them through the sun's radiance. Even from afar, I can tell that those men aren't messing around. There are 3 of them, and they're surrounding a slim man who's at least a foot shorter than me. The tallest guy shoves him towards one of his buddies, who plants a vice-like grip on his shoulders, trapping him. "What the hell else do you want?" "I said I don't know any artists, okay?" he shouts. The trembling in his voice is tangible even all the way over here. "You better shut your mouth if all that's going to come out of it are lies," says the tallest one, towering over the man they've detained. "We've got other ways of finding what we're looking for." He tilts his head at one of his buddies, who both begin to scan the area. Just before their gaze levels upon me, I scurry behind the corner of another shop. I press my back against the solid brick wall, trying to steady my racing breath. I strain my ears to listen for any footsteps heading this way, but the relatively quiet street remains that way. I know my father is willing to do a lot of things to get his hands on Ren's painting, so hiring the mafia is definitely a route he'll see through to the bloody end. But I still don't want to believe that he's behind this harassment, this mistreatment of others just for his own gain. "Coast is clear," announced one voice. "He's all ours," said another. "No, let me go." Part of me hopes that some hapless person stumbles upon these men, blowing their cover and hopefully stopping whatever they plan on doing to this poor guy. A pang of guilt lances through my heart. I'm the only witness here, the only one who can march up to those assholes and stop them. Yet I can't move an inch, stuck where I'm standing. I dare a peek around the building. The tallest one yanks out the skinny guy's cell phone from his pocket. He forcefully grabs his hand and presses a finger against the sensor. "Now, let's see if you're being honest with us." He begins to fiddle with the phone. I'm too far away to see anything written on the screen, but I'm assuming he's looking for any information he can find about Ren. I watch in fear as the tallest one's frustration starts to manifest. He taps his feet impatiently and runs a hand through his hair every few moments. Seems like he can't find anything on Ren. I let out a small breath of relief. Just when it looks like he's going to grind the useless phone into dust, he signals to his buddies, who relinquish their grasp on the poor guy. The tallest one returns the phone, leveling an intimidating glare at its owner. "We might have a few more questions next time, though for your sake you better hope there isn't one." The skinny guy scampers away, lucky that his ego is the only thing that's bruised. Badly. The 3 thugs watch him leave. "What's our next move?" one of them asks. "More of the same. We can't face Mr. Allaire without anything to show for it." My feet start to move without my mind registering it. I return the way I came, going straight back to Ren's house. They're not going to stop until they have real information for my father. It's only a matter of time before they find where he lives. Paranoia dominates my thoughts as I glance behind me every few seconds. There isn't any sign of those men or anyone else following me, but my fear won't let me keep my gaze forward. Before I know it, I'm at his doorstep. "Ren!" I yell, my fist pounding on his front door. He opens it, her brows raised in confusion. I push past him into the house, dropping the groceries I forgot I was still carrying. "What's wrong?" Ren asks. His eyes follow my pacing form. "Ren, the men my father sent aren't giving up. They're in town, and they're harassing random people on the street. They're getting closer. What if they find out where you live? Ren strides forward and grabs both of my hands. Jennifer, calm down. It's okay. His eyes pierce into mine, halting my nervous ramble. It's amazing how my father is after him, yet he's the one comforting me. I look away, guilt lancing through my heart. I'm packing my things and getting out of here. The landlord knows already, so I can leave whenever I need to. He gently turns my head so I'm facing him again. A flurry of emotions rages within me. On one hand, I'm happy that Ren has a plan to escape this mess. But on the other hand, can I come with you? I ask, not wanting to leave his side. His face softens, disappointment and pity plain as day. It won't be safe for you. I'm the one they're after, and bringing you with me will only put you in harm's way, he says softly with a firm edge. We both have to lay low for now. When things cool down, I'll find a way to contact you. I feel sick. I know that he's right, but I hate not having the power to change things for the better. There are so many things I wish to say to him, but the only words that stumble out of me are, "All right, good luck." We embrace, and I savor his touch for as long as I can, for it won't be long before he has to leave me, and I won't know when I'll ever see him again.
Chapter 42. Ren. I stare at the blank canvas I've been meaning to paint on for what feels like hours. I trace my finger along with the coarse cloth, its stark white surface contrasting all the colorful paintings in this room. Paintings I've yet to shove into boxes. A sad sigh emerges from within me. I need to spend this whole day packing my belongings, but this canvas keeps distracting me. Like it's calling my name while my head's swarming with thoughts. I'm just itching to paint, to pick up the brush and watch the colors bleed into each other. The final image doesn't even have to be good or make sense. Just the process itself is what I long for. I keep trying to come up with a concept, but I just can't come up with one. I toss some old, crusty palettes into a trash bag. Painting never fails to calm me down. It's like I can just step out of my world and into the one I'm creating, bit by bit, stroke by stroke. Maybe it's because it provides a sense of normalcy. And right now, as I stand here up to my ankles in junk and unsorted items, feeling normal sounds really good right now. As I trudge towards the easel propping up the canvas, I remember what I'd like even more than painting. One last evening with Jennifer. There's a lot I'm mad at those henchmen for, but tearing us away from each other is pretty high on that list. Her pleading, beautiful face flashes in my mind. It's like she's standing right in front of me again, begging to stay by my side. Jennifer's visage vanishes when I remember that it was I who sent her away. She'll never know what I'd give to let her stay with me. But just as our bond is under duress, so is my father's legacy. I have to protect them both. I once again stare at the blank canvas, but this time, I know exactly what I want to paint. I glance at the paintbrushes and other art supplies I haven't packed away yet. I toy with the idea of which medium to use. Oil? No, it will take too long to dry. Acrylic and watercolor are easier to paint with and dry way faster, but I don't want to mess up anything about this piece by rushing it. A sudden noise causes me to jump backwards. My gaze immediately flies to the entrances to this room, the door, the window, half expecting them to burst open, allowing strangers I've never met yet. Wish me ill will inside. But the noise continues, and it starts to sound familiar as the rest of my senses catch up to me. My eyes relax and land on my phone ringing on the table. A strangled cackle leaves me, along with the tension in my shoulders I didn't know I was holding. I answer the phone, my heart still beating faster than it should. I don't even check who it is. Hello? I hope the trembling in my voice isn't as obvious to the caller as it is for me. Jesus! Ren, are you okay? You sound like you just ran a marathon. Danielle's calming voice reaches my ears, causing me to relax a little more. Sorry, I'm just stressing out about this move is all, I mutter. Danielle's a good friend I got to know 3 years ago. I trust her with my identity, and she's done nothing but be a trustworthy companion. Well, sorry to add to the stress, but I'm calling to tell you that I'll be over tomorrow to pick you and your stuff up. I survey the room in terror. I need to wrap up my shenanigans and start wrapping up the stuff I intend to bring with me. She's already doing so much for me, so I hate to ask another favor from her. Thanks, but, can you drive me around and help me look for hotels to stay at? I'll do you one better. I've got a storage unit that's just collecting dust, so save your money, stash your stuff there, and crash at my place. Relief almost knocks me to my feet. Thank you so much, Danielle. You have no idea how much you're helping me. Of course. How are you holding up with all this? I can hear the genuine concern in her voice. My mouth opens to answer, but no words come out. Too much to say in too little time. I'll fill you in on all the details tomorrow. I have to finish packing now, I say, dejected. Danielle picks up on this. She's always able to tell how I really feel. All right, see you soon. She hangs up the phone for me, and I'm once again left alone in this mess of a room. I glance at the canvas again, but my urge to paint is gone. The next few hours are a blur of me in a packing frenzy. I tune out all the nagging thoughts in my mind, and I end up working with mechanical efficiency. Just as I'm about to finish up, I hear a door slam and my body shifts into a defensive stance. This time I know the sound is for real, but as I whirl around towards the door, all I see is Antonio, looking worse for wear. Antonio, what's wrong? A sheen of sweat glistens on his skin, and he's panting like a dog on the hottest summer day. I fly to his side and lead him to the sofa I was planning to leave behind. For his own safety, I set a curfew for Antonio. He doesn't have to be here at night. He should already be at home. Yet, he's here, and for a bad reason, I fear. I fetch him an unopened bottle of water, which he downs in just a few gulps. I wait patiently for him to catch his breath, but inside I'm desperate to know what he has to tell me. It's nothing good. I can feel it in my bones. They took Jennifer. Those mafia guys took her, and they're coming after you as well. My body moves before my brain can register what it's doing. I stand and make a beeline for the large painting leaning against the wall. This painting is many things. It's my father's legacy, a priceless art piece. It just might be the key to ending this nightmare. I drape old linen over it, tuck it under my arm, and face Antonio. Lead me to them. That's crazy. We need to get you out of here. I level my gaze with his. Lead me to them, I command, my tone deathly serious. I can tell he wants to protest, but he and I both know there's no way that I'm letting those thugs have Jennifer. He motions for me to follow, and in seconds we're both out the front door and into the cold night.
Chapter 43. Jennifer. I don't know where we are headed. All I know is that the sun is already setting, and soon the darkness of the evening will blanket the place. Several dark thoughts have already raced past through my head, the lightest among them involving me wandering aimlessly along the dark streets of this village we're passing through. These men have not bothered putting a blindfold on me or tying my hands. This makes me think they are confident enough that I will not be able to escape from them. The lanky guy beside me has stashed his gun inside his jacket. But I know with grim hopelessness that he will use it on me without hesitation when they're done with me. With the recent developments surrounding the painting, I should have expected this brutish form of extracting information. An hour earlier, I returned to the hotel from Ren's place after I confirmed the involvement of the mafia. She decided it is not safe for both of us to stay together, and it pains me to follow that decision. I check in, getting a new room just for the night. Immediately, I set about booking a flight with the intention of going back to Paris to confront my father. I couldn't just mope around in my luxurious hotel room, knowing that it would only be a matter of time before my father's accomplices get to Ren. I could only hope it won't be too late before it happens. I needed to get on the first plane back to Paris and have Jonathan prepare the car. I hadn't talked to him in days, though, and I wasn't sure if he was still in Italy or if he'd been forced to return to Paris. A sudden tingle, a feeling that I was not alone, washed over me and that answered my question. I turned around, looked at the terrace area, and saw the same thugs who ganged up on that poor man earlier. One of them was holding Jonathan. He was conscious, but he was gagged with duct tape, hands tied, and a bruise was already forming on his left eye. Before I could even gasp, the stocky man in the middle brought out a Beretta, aimed it at me, and said, "No shouting, and both of you can save your life." I swallowed hard. I stood up and faced them fully, in an attempt to show them that I'm not intimidated by their presence or their guns. He then said, "We have been waiting for you, Miss Allaire. I must say you seem to be in a hurry when you enter the room." I kept quiet. He continued talking. "I see you're looking at flights. Going somewhere?" "That's none of your business." "I'm afraid it is, mio caro." "Let me guess. Going to elope with your lover? Your daddy suspected you have a lover." I blanched at what he said. Had he known about my relationship with Ren? "Wrong guess," I said. "Well, at least I tried." And he shrugged. "I'll get to the point then. Do you know any artists?" "No," I lied. "How about someone named Cameron Valentino Cambio?" "I don't know who you're talking about." "Really? Because your daddy told us you know this artist, and you are involved with him. He has something we want." "Whatever my father told you, I have nothing to do with it. I'm here in Italy for vacation and pleasure." "Pleasure," the man repeated the word slowly with relish, as he caressed the gun as if it gave him what the word means. He stepped forward, and this time he aimed the weapon at Jonathan. "You know what pleasure is to me, miss?" he asked in a silky tone. "It is to see the terror in a person's eyes when I put a bullet on the head of another. So if you don't want to see your driver's head bathe in blood, you better stop lying and tell me where this artist is." The panic and fear that I've been trying to hold back were starting to show as I desperately say, "I told you I don't know the person you're looking for. Don't kill him, please. I beg you." The man paused for a moment, then said, "Either you or your dad is lying. If you don't know the artist, then you'll come with us." He then turned to the one holding Jonathan and gave some commands in Italian. The next thing I knew, Jonathan was lying unconscious on the floor, and the third man, the tall, lanky one, grabbed me harshly on the arm and said, "You try to get away from us and your life is over. Understand?" I whimpered as I looked helplessly back at Jonathan lying on the floor. The men dragged me towards the emergency staircase, where we descended towards the parking lot. It looked like they know the layout of the place, because they were able to expertly avoid the cameras. We stopped at a black sedan, and the man holding me shoved me aggressively inside the car. They steered out of the parking lot and are now driving along the lonely road. I don't know what they are planning to do with me. A small part of me is hoping that a miracle will happen and someone will save me from these thugs, or that my father will call them and tell them not to harm me. The only silver lining I have in this situation is that I did not rattle Ren out to them and that he's safe somewhere else. A few moments passed before I realized they stopped the car near a river. The area is lined with lighted lampposts, but the man beside me drags me out of the car and pushes me onto a dark spot along the riverbank. The place is surrounded by a lot of trees and bushes, perfect for hiding, especially in the night. And that is exactly how I spot Antonio. He's cleverly hidden a few meters away from our spot, behind the bushes at the back of a lamppost. I don't know what he's doing there, but seeing him gives me a bud of hope in my heart. But I realize I will have given him away if I look for too long. So with great effort, I turn my head away from him and look at the river as I try to get up. The tall man who shoved me onto the ground said, "We just received a tip about this artist. Our men are already on their way to get him. We'll just wait for them to bring him here, and then we'll see if you still don't know him." He smiles wickedly at seeing the terror on my face. Oh God. Oh my God. Please make Ren safe. Please make Ren safe, I think. It can't be. I sit on the ground, and I feel my hands shaking so badly. It can't be. Then I remember Antonio. The men are a few paces away, relaxed as they await the end of their mission. In a ruse of crying and despair, I turn my back to them and face the direction where the kid is hiding. Sure enough, he's still there. I mouth the word "go" and even discreetly make some shooing gestures with my hand. I do not dare look back at my captors, for fear that they might catch up on what's happening. Thankfully, the kid is smart enough to grasp the situation. With a nod, he runs away silently. He's stealthy enough that the men never noticed him or me communicating with him. Soon, Antonio's shadow disappears in the darkness of the night. One of the men comes to me and ties my hands behind my back. That's when my tears really start to fall, as the full impact of my situation makes me realize I can't do anything but wait for my end.
Chapter 44. Ren. Antonio keeps on running, winding through the alleys steadily despite the dark of the night. I follow him while clutching the very object at the center of this dreadful situation. As we run, I manage to ask Antonio where the men took Jennifer. "By the river," he answers. "I saw them take her there while I was resting." "Did they see you?" "No, I don't think so." It is a good coincidence that the kid happened to be where the abductors took Jennifer. We might still find a way to save her. However, this is the Mafia we're talking about. My body runs fast and my thoughts are also racing. Several images have conjured up in my mind, and they only add to the fear that makes my heart throb. For every step I take, a string of words keeps on repeating in my head. "Please don't let me be too late. Please, God, don't let me be too late." When my father was still alive, he taught me that there would always be people who would do anything for money and power. He had always reminded me that life isn't a life well lived when it's driven by greed and hunger for control. Growing up, I have been actively avoiding these kinds of people because I don't want to be corrupted by greed. I want to live my life the way I imagined it should be, enjoying small things and being content and appreciative of what I have. But this is insane. The lengths Jennifer's father will go to just to acquire the painting is profoundly disturbing. To entail the help of the Mafia to get his hands on this piece of art is something I would never understand in my lifetime. Does Jennifer's father have some connections to the Mafia? Is he really going to let them hurt his own daughter? If he doesn't have any connections, what has he offered to them in exchange for the painting's acquisition? Money? Power? Fame? I think the Mafia took Jennifer because her father might have given information about his daughter's business here in Italy. He might have told them that Jennifer is negotiating with me to acquire the painting. And since it's taking too long for his daughter to do the job, he turned to what he thinks is a surefire way of getting it done. But I also think he's too confident, and his brash decision can cause people to lose their lives, particularly his daughter. In the world of these people, using violence is never given a second thought. It is like second nature to them to use it to protect themselves or to get something they want. They don't care for other people except those to whom they are loyal. The Mafia will always uphold their own honor, but will never hesitate to violate other people that are not part of their circle. I have this awful feeling that if Jennifer will not cooperate, it can cost her life. I know that Jennifer is not a fool to not know this, and it pains me to think and wonder how she feels about it. To know that her father, someone she has looked up to all her life, can do things like this and not give it any second thoughts. With the situation now, I can't help but get outraged at the realization that her father seems to see Jennifer as someone who does the job at his bidding, someone who can easily be discarded when the job fails, just one of the many means to get to the end. But there is one thing that he did not account for. He doesn't see that his daughter wants to change her ways. He doesn't see that his daughter can love and be loved. And this is something that I did not see before in myself. I've never imagined something like this to happen, where I have to choose between the painting and basically anything. Before, I would choose to keep the painting, the memory of my father. But now things are different. Antonio suddenly stops at the end of the alley. It seems like this lamppost is not working properly, as it's too dark to see anything clearly. But I hear the rush of water, and the blurry silhouette of bushes and saplings makes me think that we have already arrived at the riverbank. Antonio, who is leaning close to the wall, is waving at me to come closer. Shh. Careful. There, do you hear them? He says. I peek beyond the wall and I see the stretch of the riverbank. Although the foliage around the area is thick enough to hide in, I can hear the voices of men. It sounds like they are having some arguments. I realize that our position is advantageous since we can use the darkness to conceal our presence and hide behind the bushes and still observe without them knowing. We both run closer to them, and Antonio leads me to a nearby tree. There we have a clear view of the men and Jennifer. I almost run to her, seeing her tied and slumped on the ground. But I strengthen my resolve. I turn to Antonio and I tell him, "You stay here. It's very important not to get caught." Then I pull my phone from my pocket and go to my Facebook account. I give my phone to the kid, saying, "You hold on to this. When I crack my neck, go and press the live button and record everything. Make sure that the caption will get the attention of many people and tag the police department." "Okay, but what will you do?" he asks. I sigh deeply and say, "I'm going to give them the painting." Antonio protests, but I shut him down. "There's no other way," I say. "It's time for me to let go. That's the only way I can save Jennifer." The boy looks at me and he nods. "Stai attento," he says. Then, clutching the painting tightly, I get out of our hiding place and walk towards them.
Chapter 45. Jennifer. "How long are we going to wait here?" one of the men asks. "I don't know. There's no update about that artist," the lanky guy answers. "This is taking too long," he complains. "Normally we would have the painting without doing anything, but we have been waiting for half an hour for any news because this Kanga won't tell us anything," he shouts as he points a finger at me. I whimper at his actions. I have this awful feeling that when he next points at me, he won't be using his finger but his gun. After tying my hands behind my back, they just left me sitting there on the ground. I have stopped crying, but my fear is still there, making my heart beats faster and dreading every action the men make. They have been waiting for an update about the supposed capture of Ren. Their annoyance at waiting, apparently they are more used to having immediate results, has fired up a heated debate among them. They are arguing about whether it was a good call that they abducted me to lure out Ren. One even points out that they should not have trusted my father with his promise of money in the first place. I don't understand why that French man is so obsessed with that painting. There are other more prestigious paintings. Why go after this one? He says. I don't have any answer. All I know is that the boss's consigliere supports getting the painting, something about controlling the art world. I hear the lanky guy say. "Whatever," the other guy says dismissively. Turning to me, he says, "I don't care if you're Allaire's daughter. You will still take a bullet if we don't get the painting." "You can never have it," I say, showing as much fierceness as I can muster. "Ha!" the man exclaims. "Tu sei coraggioso." Brave woman, huh? Let's see if your bravery can spare your life. The man abruptly stops talking and looks past behind me. When I turn to look, my jaw almost drops to the ground. It's a wonderful night to go for a walk. Profound relief mixed with alarming realization swirls inside me. Ren walks towards us, holding at his side a rectangular-shaped object covered in cloth, which I assume is the ephemerality. He seems relaxed, and even has this pleasant expression on his face. It's as if he seriously means that it is really a wonderful night to take a walk. His demeanor, the whole scene is just so ridiculously terrifying that I can't help but shriek, "Ren, are you out of your mind? Why are you here?" I told you, it's a wonderful night to go for a walk, he says. Then he addresses my abductors. Hey, what's up? Does he not get the situation? These men are armed. I am helplessly tied and on the ground, and all he has as a manner of protection is that thin piece of canvas he's carrying. Yet he has the gall to strut his hot ass in here and greet them just like that. If only my hands were free, I would have smacked his beautiful face, then dragged him out of here to safety. You have no business being here, lady. Get lost, one of the men says. Ren stops just at the edge of the riverbank, a few feet from us, then cracks his neck as if stretching and getting ready for an argument and says, As it happens, I do have business here. That woman tied over there, she's mine. I want her back. I look at the man to see his reaction and wait for what he will say. He's looking intently at Ren, and if I'm not mistaken, I see his eyes darting back and forth from his face to the object he's carrying. He finally asks, Who the hell are you? I heard you're looking for an artist, Ren answers. Particularly the artist who painted Ephemerality of the Seasons. Then he pats the edge of the painting, subtly indicating that he's holding the artwork they need. There is a pause among the three men. They seem to be thinking about whether or not to trust Ren's words. Then, the lanky guy nods first to his comrades, then steps forward and says, Why should we believe you're the artist we're looking for? To my utter surprise, Ren laughs out loud. For one mad second, I think the guy will bring out his gun and shoot him out of annoyance. I should not be surprised that you don't know me, Ren says. I am Cameron Valentino Cambio, and I created the Ephemerality. To prove his point, he removes the cloth covering the painting and tosses it into the river. When he did, the cloth is swept away, looking ghostly and helpless against the river's rapid current. Even in the dim surroundings, the painting's colors are still vibrant. Ren says, Let me describe to you what will happen if you don't release Jennifer. I know you're after the painting because Mr. Allaire asked you to get it. I don't know your deal, if it's about power, fame, or money, and I couldn't care less about your reasons. But I have it now, and, he pauses, then holds the painting precariously by one of its corners towards the river. With one push, the artwork you are after will get ruined in this river. If that happens, even if you kill me and Jennifer, you'll never get your painting. You'll never get your part of the bargain. I don't think either Mr. Allaire or your boss will be very happy if this painting gets destroyed, especially Mr. Allaire since you'd been so careless taking his daughter's life. The man says, And why would you ruin your own work? You know you can get millions when you sell it. You're not paying attention. I told you, I want Jennifer back. Free her, then you can have the painting. There is another pause among the men. I can feel the palpable tension in the air as they gravely consider Ren's offer. It's true that they have no other way of proving that Ren is the artist they are looking for, and they still have no updates from their comrades. But Ren's confidence and his knowledge about who instructed them to go after the painting seem convincing enough to sway them. After a few moments of silence and looking at each other intensely, the lanky guy walks to me and drags me to stand up. I gasp as I feel a small nick when he cuts the rope using a small knife. It's a game of give and take, he says. I see Ren looking fiercely at the men. Unexpectedly, he throws the painting to the other, safer side of the riverbank, where it rolls crudely before stopping and lying face down on the ground near a tree. The thugs run after the painting, and the man holding me throws me back to the ground. The next thing I know, Ren's soft hands are gently lifting my face to look at him. Ren, I say, as if in prayer.
Chapter 46. Ren. I stare into these men's eyes, knowing well that they would do anything to acquire my painting, and once they have it, they wouldn't care what happens to me and Jennifer, but they'd be dreaming if they thought I'd hand it to them on a silver platter. So with all my might, I throw it to the ground as far away from me as I can. Do you want it? Go get it. The one holding Jennifer pushes her to the ground, and as expected, the thugs scramble over to the art piece like moths to a flaring flame. But I couldn't care less about how foolish they are. I sneer at the men as I rush over to Jennifer's side and kneel beside her. She collapsed on her hands and knees in disbelief, her expression frantic and confused. My heart shatters as she lifts her head up to look at me with frightened eyes. Ren. She says my name so softly that my heart breaks a little more. How did you find me? Doesn't matter. I'm here, Jennifer, I whisper, cupping her cheeks and doing my best to soothe her. You don't have to worry anymore. I engulf her in a tight hug, thankful and relieved that she is alive. Were you hurt? I feel Jennifer shake her head against my neck, and soon I hear sobs and sniffs coming from her. Reluctantly, I let go of her to check her for any injuries. Jennifer makes a sound of protest and holds both of my hands away from her. I'm fine, Ren. But what about your ephemerality? How could you give it to them just like that? My lips involuntarily tug into a smile. It's nice to know she cares about something I put my heart and soul into. That's how I know my next words are true. The painting's worth is nothing compared to you. Jennifer's eyes grow wide in surprise, and I caress her cheek to reassure her. But before she could reply, I move to stand and help Jennifer up to her feet. Come on, I say. Let's get out of here before they remember us. We both look at the painting I chucked out of the way and see the thugs trying to handle my artwork as if it was a child. I roll my eyes as they brush off the dirt and grass that got on it. From where I'm standing, I can see there's minimal damage to it. Some I could just clean and paint over to cover up. How despicable, worrying over an inanimate object more than caring for a fellow human being. With a huff, I shift my attention to Jennifer and give her a nudge forward. Her first few steps are still a little shaky, but she manages to walk without leaning on me too much. Unfortunately for us, the leader notices our slow exit and walks over with an amused grin, leaving the painting to his underlings. You ladies think you can leave without permission, eh? He says when he reaches us. Jennifer and I both stand a little bit straighter, pushing for a little bit of confidence. I already gave you the painting, I bark back. What more do you want from us? He raises an eyebrow at me. You're the artist, huh? How do we know this is the one we're looking for? That's the painting you were tasked to find. That is ephemerality, I answer as bravely as I can. He snorts. Well, that simply won't do, Missy. For all I know, this might be fake, or maybe a different painting. I don't know where he's going with this, but it's making me uneasy. Beside me, Jennifer grabs onto my arm. That's the artwork you need, I swear. It is, Jennifer chimed in, insisting that I gave them the right thing. The man shakes his head and waves a hand in dismissal. We're going to need someone else to confirm this painting. In the meantime, I'm keeping you under strict supervision. What? Jennifer cries, but I take her hand and squeeze gently. From a distance, I could see the glow of red and blue lights. I let out a chuckle and ask, So you're keeping us both hostage? The man's smile is sinister when he replies, Only until we can find someone who can verify your painting. He sounds so confident. It's understandable given that he's armed and had with him a few lackeys. But it's my turn to be smug now. No, you're not taking us anywhere, I say, and point to the road behind him. But they will be taking you guys to prison. As if on cue, the sound of police sirens reaches our ears. The red and blue lights glow brighter, and before the thugs could make a move, a few uniformed officers suddenly come out from the trees behind us. Drop your weapons! Hands in the air! What the hell? The leader yells. But he doesn't have time to reach for his gun because, all too soon, more cops swarm the area with their guns drawn. The leader glares at me as the cops herd the abductors away from us. I stand tall as I watch them all leave, and finally, I heave a sigh of relief as soon as they were gone. I can't imagine what would happen if the police didn't show up. We'd be hostages for who knows how long. They could have even killed us. I shudder at the thought. Jennifer slumps down on the ground as if her legs couldn't hold her up anymore. I sit beside her to calm her down. "You all right?" I ask. I can see how shaken she is, but she has to know that everything is finally over. There are tears in her eyes when she drags me down in a tight embrace. "I was so scared," Jennifer murmurs in between sobs. "I know. I was scared too." I rub circles along her back and hush her. "Everything's okay now. We're safe." "For real?" she sobs. "Yeah," I answer with utmost certainty. "For real."
Chapter 47. Jennifer. When the cops ran to us and rounded up the thugs, all I could do was stare dumbfounded at the scene. So many questions raced through my mind. How in the hell did these police officers know where we were? How did Ren find me in the first place? And that painting? Is it the real thing? How could he throw it away just like that? My knees buckle as soon as the cops drive the bad guys away. 2 or 3 officers remain to evaluate the scene and investigate, maybe to ask us some questions. But all the strength has already left my body, and all I want to do is curl up in a dark room and forget any of this ever happened. "You all right?" Ren's voice keeps me grounded, and that's when I realize I've been crying. I pull him down and hug him, the warmth of his body helping a lot to comfort me. After a few minutes in each other's arms, I look at Ren, still confused but completely relieved that help has come. "How?" I finally ask. "How did the cops know? Did you tell them before coming here?" "But I don't think there was enough time to report to the police. I mean, they barely gave you—" I don't even finish my sentence because Ren grabs me by my shoulders and slowly turns my body around. "Look," Ren says, pointing up at a tree. What am I looking at? I could barely see anything in the darkness of the trees. "There, up in the tree over there." I peer up, unable to see anything until a flash of a sliver of metal. It seems to reflect the flashlights of the police. "Oh my God, is that Antonio?" I hear Ren chuckle behind me. He waves above his head and the child suddenly leaps down from the tree he was perched upon and waves back at the 2 of us. Then he raises a phone and gives Ren a thumbs up before sprinting towards us. Still confused, I turn to face Ren and ask, "Wait, isn't that your phone?" Ren just smiles and nods. "Yes, I asked him to live stream on my account when I gave him a signal, just in case everything else went wrong." I'm so happy right now and proud of how smart he handled this. I could kiss him or more. "Sure enough," he continues, "the police came right before they took us away. As Antonio gets closer to us, I see that he still has the camera of the phone pointed at us." "Wait, Ren, did you just say Antonio went live on your account?" Ren looks at me like I'm stupid for making him repeat his statement. "Yes, Jennifer. Antonio used my account to record and live stream everything that went down here. Are you sure you're okay? Do you need me to call a paramedic over?" I grab Ren's arm before he can turn around and look for a paramedic. "I'm fine, just a little confused. Doesn't this mean that you have finally revealed who you are to the public, like on purpose?" I know how important anonymity is to Ren. He revealed himself to the public after taking care of it for so long. It's part of him, and I'm more than surprised that he has easily revealed his face in public. Why? Why would you do that? You've kept your identity a secret all this time, and for a good reason. I can't believe you did that. Ren chuckles at my panic, and I don't find it funny. My eyes glare at him while waiting for an explanation. "Calm down, Jennifer. Yes, anonymity is essential to me, but it's nothing compared to your safety. You're more important, Jennifer." I'm speechless. I don't know what to say to that. And I can't say anything either, past the butterflies in my stomach and the nerves that are choking me. He gave up not just the painting, but also a part of his life. For me. Thankfully, a police officer walks over, holding the canvas Ren threw away. "You both must be tired after what happened," he says with a kind tone. "We can take you home if you want to. And this thing, is it yours?" I glance over at Ren, but he makes no move to take the painting back. At the officer's confused look, I reach out for him and take it. "Thank you, officer." I take the painting and hold it out for Ren to see it better. "This is still yours, Ren, and no matter what anyone says, or whoever tries to steal it, this will always be yours." Ren's eyes are completely drenched with tears he'd been holding back. He holds it up to the light, and I stand there admiring the masterpiece that almost cost us our lives. The artwork of Ren's father, a portrait of him amidst an orange meadow, overlooking the sunset. From the color preferences to the brushstrokes, I could see how much work Ren put into this single piece of art. I understand why he doesn't want to sell this painting. It means so much to him, and its sentimental value isn't something that can be measured. I was a fool to think that art is nothing but paint on a canvas, completely ignoring the feelings and expressions of the artist who created it. "Thank you, Jennifer," Ren says to me much later as we make our way back to his place hand in hand. "I think it's finally time to let this painting go." At that moment, I didn't understand what Ren meant when he said he was ready to let it go. But in just a few days, I watch him pack up the painting, securing it for his buyer. "So you finally sold it?" I remark as I move towards him. He looks up from his craft table and smiles at me. "Sure did, and not for cheap either," he adds smugly. I laugh. "Wow, that's great, I guess. Why sell it then? It meant so much to you." Ren walks over to me and takes my hand in his. Looking straight at me, he says, "Well, if I didn't sell it, I wouldn't have the fortune to travel with you. Now, would I?"
Chapter 48. Ren. Days pass by in a blur. The night of Jennifer's abduction had been traumatizing for both of us, and I'm incredibly grateful that the idea of going live on my account came to me. Not only that, but I'm also thankful for Antonio's help. If he hadn't been there, no one would have helped me rescue Jennifer. Back then, I didn't think about anything other than her safety. I don't regret revealing my identity to the world. But I have to admit, now that I'm experiencing the after effects firsthand, I realize I've underestimated the power of the media a little bit. For 3 whole days after the incident, every television channel, even international ones, broadcast the same news: my art almost getting stolen, and my finally going public. Some channels showed Jennifer's father under investigation for attempted theft of a precious art piece. Even the Italian mafia has shown up on the evening news for being involved with the head of the Aller family. One of the wealthiest and most prominent men in the community conspires with the mafia to rob the elusive artist. Needless to say, the investigation is massive, and the authorities are exerting a lot of effort to solve it. But soon after the investigation started, news broke out that he had fled from the police. I could only roll my eyes when I heard about it. What a way to admit he's guilty. I don't know where he is. I'm sorry I can't be of more help. I recall Jennifer telling the police when they interviewed her about her father's whereabouts. That was a week ago. It was difficult, but we found comfort in each other throughout the trauma and chaos. We've also lived together since then, after I managed to sell Ephemerality of the Seasons for a ludicrous amount of money. What surprised me the most, however, was that, aside from international news, the art community is also abuzz with rumors, opinions, and outrage. I received overwhelming support about the attempted theft and my identity reveal. Fans of my work sent me tons of messages as they encouraged me to tell my story on national TV, as well as international news programs. They even defended me against stations that contacted me every single day for an interview. It was so exhausting dealing with the persistent requests and questions that one day, Jennifer suggested doing a press conference instead. "Do you really think a press conference is the way to go?" I asked Jennifer over breakfast on the same day I get my painting sold. Jennifer answers as she takes a sip of her coffee. It's up to you, but it would be easier than accepting multiple interviews and appearances. You can look at it as hitting a lot of birds with one stone, right? When she says it like that, I can't help but agree. So, with Jennifer's help, we organize a large press conference to finally put a stop to the questions and live our lives in peace. It takes only a single day to organize the whole event and, damn, am I nervous. Rows upon rows of seats in an auditorium full of people typing on their laptops, taking notes on their smartphones and discussing with each other. Near the front stage, cameras mounted on tripods fill up the space. And then there's me backstage, palms sweaty from nerves and heart pounding from fear. This is the first time I'm facing the press, and it's so damn nerve-wracking. I turn to look at Jennifer and gather the strength I need from her nod of encouragement. She's been the best support I've had, and I'm grateful that she's with me right now. Taking a long, deep breath, I pray that after this press conference we can finally put this whole thing behind us. I walk slowly to the table at the center of the stage with at least a dozen microphones and recording devices strapped together like some contraption for torture. I sit myself down, and after a short introduction, the questions roared from the reporters in unison. Thanks to the mediator Jennifer found and hired, the press conference went off without a hitch. Most of the questions are about the attempt to steal ephemerality. Questions such as, how did you get involved with the Italian mafia? Or, after many years you decided to reveal your identity. Will you shed more light on this? Clearing my throat, I answer carefully. I knew beforehand that they would ask this question, and I will answer truthfully. To be honest, I kept my identity a secret for the sake of preserving the mystery and emotion behind my father's work. When you look at his paintings, you will understand what I mean. But now that he's gone, it's about time for me to make my own name, my own identity, and to create art for myself. Keeping my anonymity is no longer an issue. Can we look forward to your art in museums and auctions as well? My lips tug into an amused smile. For some reason, people will always be fixated on the monetary value of art. Yes, my works will be on display for the public to see, and some will be available for purchase. I see people smile and talk among themselves. I hear the joy and relief in their applause when I announce that my art will be available to the public. How do you want to move forward now, with your art and your now public life? Regarding both my art and now public life, there's one person that we all have to thank, and that's none other than Jennifer Allaire. Whispers and gasps erupt from the crowd, and I know exactly why. That's right, I confirm before they ask. Jennifer Allaire is my muse and inspiration to continue my art. She came barreling into my life a few weeks ago, but now she's the only one who matters to me, and knowing her has changed my life for the better. The audience's silence allows me to continue. I know what you are all thinking. How can I fall for the person whose father has threatened my life and work? I can't help but grin when I say, simple, because I see her for who she is. Smart, wonderful, and beautiful inside and out. So don't write up nasty things about her, all right? She doesn't deserve it.
Chapter 49. Jennifer. I watch Ren from the left wing of the auditorium as he answers question after question from the curious journalists. Silently, I admire his strength and bravery. While it was my idea to hold the press conference to gain an ounce of control over his situation, it was also my fault that he's in deep water in the first place. I'm guilty for that, plain and simple. Ren's inexperience with the public's attention, quite frankly, gives me a lot to think about in this feeling of sadness. I understand he gave up his anonymity to save me from my kidnappers. He exchanged his peaceful and quiet life, and now he has to answer to the press. The curators, clients, and his fans, all because of me. Hearing Ren calling me his muse made my heart soar and ache, all at once because of this. I love him, and I'm happy he feels the same way. But I wish there was something else, something more I can do for him. He glances at me and gives me a huge grin, while I respond with a discreet wave, then gesture for him to keep his attention on the media. He does with a roll of the eyes. Despite my worries, I can't help but smile at his antics. The hour goes by, and the press conference proceeds smoothly. We go home that night exhausted but thankful about overcoming that hurdle. I try to keep my emotions in check during that time, so Ren won't worry about me. It's the least I could do after everything he's done for me. He even bought this new apartment for us, with the money from ephemerality, so we could live together, not just share his clothes in one closet. God, I don't deserve him. We're having dinner tonight after the press conference when Ren stuns me with an accusation. I know you're hiding something from me. I freeze with my fork halfway to my mouth. Then, keeping my expression neutral, I ask, "What do you mean?" I hope my voice sounds as casual as I intend. I really don't want to bring extra trouble to Ren. He's already dealing with too much, between adjusting to his new public life, handling persistent journalists, and painting in his remaining time. I just don't want to bother him any more than I already have. Ren stops eating and places his fork down. I know. He emphasizes the word. There's something bothering you. Just spit it out, Jennifer. You know I can help you whatever it is. His tone is firm but soft, as if he wants me to know that he has been patient with me, but that I also can't keep hiding things from him. Following his example, I set my fork down with a sigh. I'm sorry, I begin, not meeting his eyes. It's just that, with everything going on, I can't help but feel guilty about your very public life now. You sacrificed your peace for me, and it both bothers and saddens me. I'm sorry that you even had to do it. If it weren't for my father's greed, this would never have happened. Ren smiles at me kindly. I get it. I'm sorry you feel this way, but I'm okay. As long as we're together, I don't mind if people know who I am or if my face is plastered all over the internet. He pauses as he reaches over to lift my chin, so I'll look at him. All I need is you by my side, and nothing else matters. His words melt my heart, making me feel lighter with this weight off of my chest. Ren is going through one of the most stressful times in his life, but the way he's accepting his new life sparks positive feelings in me. If Ren can look at the silver lining, I can too, no matter how difficult it is. I smile and return his words. I'll do my best, my love. Thank you. I'm glad you're in my life. Ren smirks, takes his fork in his hand again, and starts eating. Besides, if your father didn't send you here, we would never have met. Not never, I would assume, I say as I pick up my fork. If my father hadn't sent me, I'd have found my way to you another way. Your works are just too good to ignore. He laughs at that. And we continue our meal, the mood now much lighter than before. We clean up together afterwards, and I feel much better. Come, I want to show you something. Ren takes my wet hands and dries them using a paper towel. The action is so sweet and new that I can't help but fall for him every time he does something like this. My heart flutters at the thought of this surprise. Ren spoils me so much, and though a part of me feels like I don't deserve it, he makes me feel so cared for, so loved. We enter his studio and stop short of a covered canvas, roughly the same size of ephemerality. What's going on, Ren? What's with the secrecy? Ren smiles and places his hands on the cloth covering the canvas. I'm sure you've noticed I've been working on this particular painting for a little while now. I was keeping it a secret just for this moment. When Ren finally lifts the cover, my breath catches in my throat, and tears well up in my eyes. I trail off, my eyes glued to the painting. Not so long ago, he taught me that artists could express their emotions and convey them right to their audience. When Ren showed me ephemerality, that was the first time I experienced such a feeling of awe. This painting resembles that painting of her father and the son, except this time, it's a portrait of me painted in brighter, more vibrant colors. How is it possible for someone as wonderful as him to love someone like me? But this is how Ren sees me, beautiful and full of hope. Whatever doubts I've had about myself and our relationship fades with this painting. What's this one called? My voice shakes as I ask. Eternality of Forever, he answers as his arms snake around my waist. He begins kissing my neck. I hum in appreciation as I turn around to kiss him with all the love I have for him. As we stumble into the bedroom, hands all over each other, I make a silent vow. Whatever happens in the future, I'll always be by Ren's side.
Chapter 50. Ren. This is way too embarrassing, Ren. Can we please not do this? Fresh out of the shower and still wearing a bathrobe, Jennifer stands just outside our bedroom, clutching at her chest to keep the robe in place. She looks so enticing, especially since I know she's not wearing anything underneath. You can't back out now, Jennifer, I reply while looking her up and down. You promised. I was compromised. I smirk, remembering the night a week ago when I made her promise to model for me. She'd been writhing underneath me, teary-eyed and begging for release. I admit, that was a little underhanded of me, but you never called me out on it, you know? Jennifer scoffs and rolls her eyes. I was hoping you'd forget. Oh, honey, I lovingly say as I take her hand and drag her to the studio. I've been planning to do this for a long time. There's no way I'd forget. And you waited all these years? Well, we were pretty busy back then, weren't we? She hums in agreement but doesn't say anything else. It's been a few years since we first met, and the whirlwind of events that followed. Alexander Nicholas Allaire, her father, was caught after 2 years and is now behind bars, but they could not identify the mafia involved. Even today, the memory is still fresh in my mind, and a small part of me will forever be scared of losing Jennifer. That's why I want to give her everything I can offer. She was an important factor when I decided to let go of ephemerality, and now we live in the same apartment I bought with the money I received when I sold it. It had been a spacious but empty unit back then with a few rooms, 2 bathrooms, and a modern-style kitchen. But little by little we hung up pictures on the walls and bought furniture and decorations to match our styles. More importantly, we filled it with memories and experiences. Soon enough, our apartment transformed, and we made ourselves a home. What if Antonio comes to visit? She gives me a skeptical look, and I wave a hand to dismiss her. Pfft, that boy has stuff to do, I reply while setting up the area. Lots of schoolwork, or hanging out with friends. I'm not so sure what kids are up to these days. Antonio is almost in high school with a scholarship arranged by Jennifer through the Gennaro Ren Cambio Scholarship. Jennifer named it after my father, and it's an academic scholarship to help impoverished street children. No big deal, she'd said when I thanked her. And not to brag, but she was right given her reputation and status. It was inevitable that Jennifer and I would be an intimidating combination in the art community. Our fans even call us a power couple, with Jennifer's keen eye and tasteful judgment as an art critic, and my art skills honed by practice and experience. Now and then we still get hate comments because of Jennifer's past or my real identity, but having Jennifer with me made it more bearable. We eventually learned to take it in stride. I stand behind my canvas and wait for Jennifer to get into position. A huge grin splits my face, giddy in my own skin at the image of my love lying naked on the chaise lounge sofa. She takes a long, deep breath and unties her robe. Regrettably, YouTube is pulling the plug as the upcoming scene between Jennifer and Ren is too hot for their platform to accommodate. If you're as eager as I am to catch every spicy detail, head over to athenastormbooks.com and snag the complete version of The Prince of Passion at a 30% discount using the code STORM30. The offer applies to all unabridged content on athenastormbooks.com, and you can indulge without interruptions or advertisements. It's truly an unbeatable deal.